Chapter 1. The wet dark before dawn smelled like diesel rot and old canal water. Tolba Wunn pulled the tarp off his cart and began laying out the morning's stock. 6 repaired radios, a rack of salvaged battery packs, nested circuit boards, and 3 cracked display screens he had cleaned until the scratches looked cosmetic. The mist clung to everything. Moisture beaded on the metal cases and made the tools on his workbench feel slick. He positioned the radios so their best sides faced the foot traffic. Standard bizarre geometry. Put the cleanest unit at eye level, price the middle ones a half copper higher so the cheap one looked like a deal, and keep the broken stock underneath, where only someone who asked would see it. The first traders were already dragging crates through the ward dits. Porters with rolled sleeves and wet feet carried baskets of preserved fish and bundled cloth toward the main stalls. His neighbor, a woman named Hesse, who sold bootleg lamp oil cut with fish fat, was arguing with a supplier over the size of her barrels. Normal sounds, normal morning. Then the blue pane snapped open in front of his face. System online. Class assignment pending. The text hung in the air like a sheet of glass, cold-edged and perfectly sharp, too bright for the dim canal light. Tolba's first thought was that he had finally cracked from too many nights sleeping under the cart. Then he heard Hesse shout. He turned. She was staring at her own window, hands raised as if to push it away. Farther down the ward, a porter had dropped his crate and was reading the air with his mouth open. A woman on the flood stairs had stopped mid-step, one hand gripping the rail, the other reaching for nothing. The bazaar was freezing in place. Tolba's window stayed in front of him, unblinking. He tried to step around it and it followed, a perfect rectangle of light at reading distance, regardless of where he moved his head. Class assignment in crest. Scanning. The word scanning pulsed 3 times. Around him, people were already reacting. A young man 2 stalls over was flexing his hands and laughing, saying something about, "Warrior, can you believe it? Warrior." And someone else was crawling near the spice merchant's cart, tears running down her face while she stared at a window that showed nothing but a class name. Tolba's pulse hammered in his throat. Class assignment complete. Classless. The word settled in his chest like cold water. He waited for more, a subtext, a follow-up, an explanation. The window held, just the one word hanging there in blue light, defining him in a single label that everyone could see if they bothered to look. Classless. Not fighter, not merchant, not technician, not even courier or scavenger or whatever the bottom-tier roles were called. Nothing. He was the negative space around the real assignments, the remainder left over after the system finished counting. Someone nearby said "classless" in a tone that was not quite mocking, but already carrying the shape of it. Tolba did not turn to see who. He kept his face still and his hands steady on the cart's edge, the way he had learned to hold himself during years of bad deals and aggressive collectors. Show nothing. Let them read something else into the silence. The window stayed, but it was losing brightness now, fading at the edges. He looked down at his hands and saw the burn scar across the inside of his right wrist, pale against his skin. That old accident from a shorted generator he had tried to repair for a customer who never paid. The scar had cost him 3 weeks of work. It had taught him that nobody would compensate him for damage taken in service to people who could not afford to make a whole. The window flickered and collapsed into a thread of blue light that winked out above his cart, replaced by something smaller. A new pane, the size of his palm, tucked into the lower edge of his vision like a persistent notification he could not dismiss. Kill acquired. Valuation classless. The word settled in his chest like cold water. He waited for more, a subtext, a follow-up, an explanation margin. If underpaid, 40% first. Fair exchange range, and other odords in stand, and the profession on complete head widums, stasking, at just a stitches of place when their relieval receives a persalent from someone disprek another profession. A combative operation machines complete, the odords examine and speaks out, and based of that to a fray. Note, shortage already measurable. 3 guilds have pre-purchased remaining new stock from the eastern warehouse. Tolba put the battery down. He looked at the cot, the radios, the circuit boards, the broken displays he had been planning to scrap for copper wire and glass. He saw them differently now. Not as inventory he had to push before the rain ruined them, as a map of coming need. A man walked past with a glowing window still trailing behind his shoulder, showing a combat class name in bright blue. Initiate, laid word. He was holding a knife he had drawn from his belt, testing the edge with his thumb like he was already imagining what it could do. Tolba watched him pass. The man did not look at the cart, did not ask about the radios. The world was already dividing into people who had received a path and people who had received nothing. And the divide was going to cut deeper every day until it became law. A woman approached his cart. Her clothes were clean but patched, and she had the hollow look of someone who had already budgeted her coins for the week and found them insufficient. Behind her, a child sat on a grain sack, watching the blue windows fading from the sky. She pointed at the cheapest radio. How much? Tolba opened his mouth to quote his usual price. 7 coppers. Instead, the value threshold appeared behind his eyes. Leber offset. 2.5 hours. Skilled hauling. Exploitation margin, if underpaid, 40%. Fair exchange range, 4 to 5 coppers. He saw the shape of her week in the numbers, what she could afford, what she would have to give up to make the purchase. What a fair price looked like against what the market would bear from someone desperate enough to ask. He said, 4 coppers. Her eyes widened. She looked at the radio like she expected a catch. It buzzes on channel 4, he said. The frequency tuner needs a clean. If you bring it back in 2 weeks, I'll do that for free. She paid without haggling, tucking the radio under her arm before he could change his mind. The child took her free hand, and they disappeared into the flow of bodies moving toward the main market. Tolba watched them go. The coin from the deal was already in his pocket, but the data sat differently. The system had just shown him not only what a radio was worth, but what a person was worth in hours of labor, in exploitation margin, in the gap between fair exchange and what poverty would accept. Auditor. The cold cosign on the data stream. He did not know what it wanted. He did not know if it was watching him directly, or if the warning was just a standard system message that appeared for everyone who received this skill. But something had changed. He looked at the cart, the faded tarp, the repaired radios that were about to become the most valuable things he had ever owned. The city beyond the Canal ward walls, where awakened hunters were probably already gathering to claim territory and resources, while classless families were still trying to figure out what the blue windows meant. Tolba picked up the cracked radio again, held it in both hands. Let Valuation show him the full chain. The repair cost, the scarcity climb, the resale path, the people who would pay any price in 60 days because the alternative was silence while monsters came through the flooded roads. He set the radio down and touched the cart badge pinned to his lapel. Old brass, worn smooth. A vendor's mark that meant nothing to the system. He made a private vow in the wet morning air, spoken to no one. If the awakened were about to sort Parsin into rulers and servants, he would build something they could not own. He would make himself indispensable to the supply lines they had never learned to value. He would learn the shape of every scarcity, every labor contract, every unfair exchange, and he would turn that knowledge into leverage until leverage became law. A flicker in the corner of his eye. He looked. The notification pane was still there, minimized by instinct he had not known he possessed. Below it, a single line of new text pulsed once and stabilized. First valuation confirmed. Signed. Auditor. Chapter 2. The man with the knife was still testing his edge when the next customer arrived. He was older than the woman with the radio, maybe 50, with the wide shoulders and chipped nails of someone who had spent years hauling crates off canal barges. His shirt was patched at both elbows, and the skin around his eyes had the soft swelling of sleep, lost more than once. He stopped at the cart and looked at the battery display. The used cells. The refurbished packs. The new stock Tolba had been saving for customers who could pay full price. "I need one of the good ones," the man said. "The 12-volt, for a pump." Tolba read his posture. Not a scavenger, not a reseller. Someone with a specific machine that needed power to keep water out of somewhere it should not be. New or refurbished? Refurbished is fine if it holds charge. Tolba reached for a battery pack he had rebuilt 3 days ago. The casing was scratched, but the cells were sound. He had tested it against a load lamp for 2 hours and watched the voltage hold steady. The man's hand moved toward his pocket. Stopped. "I don't have coin." Tolba waited. "I got classed," the man said. "Laborer. No combat, no skills that help with monster clearings, just lift capacity, endurance. The system said I can carry heavier loads longer without fatigue penalties." He said it like a confession. "They're not hiring laborers for the guild runs. I've been down to the east checkpoint every morning for a week. They want Bledwards, pickmen, people who can hold a line. I got lift capacity, and the council says that makes me essential for hauling rubble once the fighting's done, but there's no work until after the surge passes." Tolba kept his face still. He had seen this pattern forming already. The awakened who drew utility classes were being treated like tools to be called up when needed and ignored when not. Same as the classless, but with a different label. "What are you offering?" "Labor," the man said. "I can haul for you. New stock, load cargo, whatever you need. I'll work the hours until the battery's paid off." Tolba touched the battery pack. Valuation initiated. Battery pack refurbished. 12 system currency. Repair cost 3. System currency parts only. Scarcity projection just 25% in 14 days, plus 70% in 45 days. Then he looked at the man's offered hand. Labor value 0.8 system currency per hour. Class labor of the failure offset. Fair exchange. 15 hours standard hauling work. Exploitation margin if underpaid 60%. In 14 days, plus 70% in 45 days. Then he looked at the man's offered hand. Labor value 0.8 system currency per hour. Class labor of the Ruber. Fair exchange. 15 hours standard hauling. Weber class. When I can think my problem which are building careers, I got lift capacity and the council says that makes me essential for hauling rubble once the fighting's done, but there's no work until after the surge passes. Tolba kept his face still. He had seen this pattern forming already. The awakened, who drew utility classes, were being treated like tools to be called up when needed and ignored when not. Same as the classless, but with a different label. What are you offering? Labor, the man said. I can haul for you, move stock, load cargo, whatever you need. I'll work the hours until the battery's paid off. Tolba touched the battery pack. Valuation initiated. Battery pack refurbished. 12 system currency. Repair cost 3 system currency, parts only. Scarcity projection plus 25% in 14 days, plus 70% in 45 days. Then he looked at the man's offered hand. Labor value 0.8 system currency per hour. Class labor of the Ruber, offset. Fair exchange, 15 hours standard hauling look, exploitation margin if underpaid, 60%, 50 under 50 on coast on the optional completeless. 50 hours from 50 hours round out from 4 hours. You stop if you're injured. You work at your pace, not pushed beyond safety. The man blinked. That's fair, Tolba said. It's fair. The battery is worth 15 hours of your labor at current rates. I'm not discounting the fatigue. I'm not discounting the risk. You give me 15 honest hours and the battery is yours. He watched the man. Chapter 3. The man's face held the flicker a moment longer, then settled into something harder to read. Fatigue and calculation, layered so deep Tolba could not tell which was winning. 15 hours, the man repeated. And a meal for ships over 4. And water, and safety stops, and no combat-adjacent tasks. The man's eyes moved across Tolba's cart, the radios, the battery packs, the neat rows of repaired circuit boards, looking for the trap. When do I start? Tomorrow, Tolba said. Dawn, bring something to carry water in. The man took the battery. His grip was careful, like he expected the offer to dissolve if he held too tight. He gave his name, Reeve, and a direction toward the spillway ward, then walked away with the battery under one arm and his shoulders squared in a way that looked practiced. Tolba watched him go and felt something shift in his own chest. Not satisfaction, not doubt, something between the two. A door opening that he could not close again. The days that followed taught him the shape of the new city. He learned by watching from his cart, by counting who passed and who did not, by listening to the fragments of conversation that floated past like debris on a current. The awakened sorted themselves fast. Warriors and bladewards found work within hours. Pickmen and shield-bearers were hired in clusters by the guilds that controlled the east gates and the marsh checkpoints. Healers were claimed before they could name their price. Scouts and trackers vanished into contracts with the council's survey crews. The rest, the laborers, the crafters, the harvesters, the people with classes that built instead of broke, drifted. They gathered at the edges of the bazaar, outside guild halls, in the shade of collapsed awnings where the old city's notice boards still held rotting paper. They traded rumors about which wards had formed hiring lines and which had not. They watched the armed ones walk past with new belts and new blades and no authority in their strides. Tolba noticed that the council had moved fast on one thing: appraisal stones. Small gray discs polished flat on one side, stamped with the provisional council seal on the other. They appeared at 3 guild-run exchange posts within the first week. By the second week, the bazaar had 5 of them bolted to iron stands near the main crossings. The idea was simple. Touch a salvaged item to stone, the stone glowed. A value appeared in system currency. That value became the official exchange rate for anyone trading through guild-affiliated posts. The idea was also wrong. Tolba noticed it on the 3rd day of the stone's operation. A man brought a sealed case of medical saline packs to the South Crossing stone. The kind of packs that were already scarce, that would be worth their weight in clean silver once the monster surges pushed injuries higher. The stone read the case and spat out a value of 6 system currency. 6. Tolba had seen a single saline pack sell for 3 coppers before the awakening. 12 packs in a case. The math did not hold. He waited until the man walked away, then touched the case himself. Valuation initiated. Medical saline. Case of 12.28. System currency, scarcity projection, plus 55% in 30 days. Replacement cost, none within 60 days. 28. The stone had undervalued the case by nearly 80%. He tested it again that afternoon on a crate of scavenged wiring harnesses. The stone said 15. Valuation said 34. On a bin of cracked ceramic insulators that Tolba knew were worthless, the stone said 12. Valuation said 2. The pattern emerged like a watermark held to light. The stones were not broken. They were calibrated. Useful survival goods, medicine, food preservation gear, clean water filters, repair stock, all came in low. Junk that looked valuable but served no real function came in high. Someone had tuned the appraisal standard to push essentials out of fair reach, while inflating the worth of things that could not keep anyone alive. Tolba spent the next 3 days raking the bazaar with his hands in his pockets and his eyes on the exchange posts. He watched guild quartermasters accept stone values without question. Watched sellers take the low numbers because they had no leverage to argue and no alternative system to prove the stone wrong. Watched buyers pay the inflated junk prices because the stone's glow felt official, felt certain, felt like the kind of authority that desperate people needed to trust. He did not intervene. Not yet. He did not know who had set the calibration or how deep the manipulation ran. But he knew one thing with the cold certainty that valuation had trained into his bones. Whoever controlled the measure of worth controlled the flow of everything that followed. That night, sitting cross-legged on the floor of his rented room above a tannery, he drew a map of the bazaar on a scrap of wrapping paper, marked each appraisal stone's location with a circle, noted the worst discrepancies in a cramped code only he could read. 5 stones, 5 locations, 1 pattern. He sat back and looked at the marks. The circles stared up at him like eyes. Somewhere in the city, someone had built a machine that lied about value, and the lie was already becoming law. Tolba folded the paper small enough to fit against his ribs under his shirt. He did not sleep well. The numbers kept turning in his head, and behind them, the outline of something larger than a single vendor's cart. A system of measurement. A system of deception. And somewhere in the gap between the two, a door he had not known he was looking for. Chapter 4. The morning came wet and gray, the canal mist hanging like rotten gauze between the tenement walls. Tolba stood at the South Crossing exchange post before the guild clerks had unlocked the iron cage around the appraisal stone. He carried a canvas sack of salvage he had bought the night before from 3 different vendors, all of whom believed they were selling junk. The first lot came from a woman in the fish ward who had pulled a crate of corroded voltage regulators out of a flooded basement. She had tried the stone, gotten a reading of 9 system currency for the whole crate, and left them on the curb for anyone willing to haul the weight. Tolba gave her 2 coppers and a promise to clear the mess. Valuation told him the regulators were not corroded through. The corrosion was surface. The internals were sealed. Cleaned and tested, each regulator would fetch 4 system currency from any guild electrician who knew the old equipment. 20 regulators in the crate, 80 system currency potential. The stone had said 9. He set the crate aside and opened the second bag. a bundle of rubber-insulated copper wire stripped from an old municipal junction box by a scavenger who had no use for wire that was not already terminated. The stone had appraised the bundle at 7. Tolba had paid 1 copper. Valuation read the copper content alone at 22 system currency. The insulation was intact. The wire was gauge grade for power transmission. He stacked the bundle next to the regulators and opened the third bag. A box of ceramic fuses, mixed sizes, some visibly cracked. The scavenger had been selling them as repurchasable scrap for jewelry and decoration. The stone had read the box at 14. It is not too much trouble. She gestured at the stone. Touch it. He set the crate against the disc. The stone glowed. A number appeared in the air above it, Wests and official and wrong. Appraisal value, 9 system currency. 9, the quartermaster said, already reaching for a chit. Tolba did not move. He held the crate against the stone and watched her hand hover over the chit box. Does the reading ever vary? He asked. If it is not too much trouble. She gestured at the stone. Touch it. He set the crate against the disc. The stone glowed. A number appeared in the air above it, crisp and official and wrong. Appraisal value 9 system currency. 9, the quartermaster said, already reaching for a chit. Tolba did not move. He held the crate against the stone and watched her hand hover over the chit box. Does the reading ever vary? He asked. If I bring the same item at a different time of day, does it change? She frowned. It is a system stone. It reads the same every time. Has anyone tested that? Tested it how? Bring a known object. Read it twice. Compare. She looked at him like he had asked whether water stayed wet. The council calibrated them. They are standard. You sound like you are accusing someone of something. I am asking a question. The answer is no. Nobody double-checks the stones. The stones are the check. Tolba nodded. He lifted the crate, carried it back to his line of salvaged goods, and set it down. Then he picked up the fuse box and carried it to the stone. The quartermaster watched with mineral eyes. Appraisal value, 14 system currency. 14, she said. And if I wanted to sell these to the guild post? You take the stone value. That is the rate for guild-affiliated exchange. What about private sale? She shrugged. Private sale is between you and the buyer, but the guild post only trades at stone value. If you want guild scrip, guild credit, guild protection on your goods, you take the stone price. Tolba carried the fuse box back to his line. He stood for a moment, looking at the 3 lots. The regulator's worth 80 sitting at 9, the wire worth 22 sitting at 7, the fuse is worth 3 sitting at 14. The quartermaster was still watching him. You buying or selling? She asked. Just learning. That is not what the exchange post is for. Tolba picked up the canvas sack and started repacking. He moved slowly, deliberately, giving her time to lose interest. She did. By the time he had the regulators and wire bundle packed, she was already processing a hunter who had brought in a monster core the size of his fist. Tolba left the fuse box bracket sat. He walked through the bazaar for the rest of the morning, visiting each of the 5 appraisal stones he had marked on his hidden map. He carried a small coil of salvaged copper wire and a sealed pack of water purification tablets. At each stone, he touched the same items and watched the same numbers appear. Copper wire, 7 at every post. Purification tablets, 5 at every post. 75% below true value. 68% below true value. The numbers did not drift. They held. He stopped at the East Crossing Stone, where a crowd had gathered around a salvage auction. A guild clerk was holding up a dented pressure cooker. The stone had appraised it at 18 system currency because it looked intact. Tolba could see the hairline crack along the rim where the seal would fail. Valuation whispered the truth. 2 system currency, 0 survival value if someone trusted it for sterilizing water. A woman bid 12. The clerk accepted. Tolba watched her walk away with the cracked pot clutched to her chest, proud of the deal she thought she had won. The stone had sold her a lie wrapped in official light. He felt the shape of the pattern settling into his ribs like a second skeleton. Someone had built a system of measurement that systematically transferred value from the desperate to whoever controlled the exchange. The stones made the poor pay full price for junk and send their survival goods at a loss, all while the guild posts stood at the center of every transaction, taking a cut of every lie. The door he had sensed the night before was not a door. It was a crack in the foundation of the new order, and Tolba had the only tool that could measure how deep it went. He walked back toward the canal ward through streets that smelled of rot and cooking oil. The morning had burned into noon. Sweat stuck his shirt to his back. He touched the folded map against his ribs and felt the weight of 5 circles drawn in tromped code. 5 stones, 1 pattern. And somewhere in the city, someone who believed the pattern could not be seen. He turned a corner and nearly collided with Reeve, who was carrying a load of salvaged pipe toward the cart. The man stopped, sifted the pipe, and gave Tolba a look that mixed merriness with something like recognition. "Boss," Reeve said. Tolba watched him go and felt the numbers turning in his head again, faster now, building toward something he could almost see. 5 stones, 1 pattern, and a man who could read the gap between what things cost and what they were worth. He started walking again, faster this time, the fog burning off the canal as the midday sun cut through. Behind him, the bazaar hummed with trade built on lies. Ahead of him, the city opened into the canal ward's tangled alleys, where the walls seemed to close in at certain angles, where the light fell differently, where a man could own a secret without anyone knowing he carried it. Chapter 5. The Hunters Guild occupied a converted fish-packing warehouse on the North Canal, where the smell of brine and old blood still clung to the wooden beams, despite weeks of scrubbing. Tolba had passed it 100 times during his years in the bazaar, never once stopping. The building had belonged to a different world then. Now it belonged to Jarek Malley. Tolba stood at the edge of the loading platform, watching hunters move in and out of the wide doors. They carried salvage sacks, weapon wraps, and the particular exhaustion of people who had spent the night killing things. None of them looked at him twice. A classless man with a vendor cart badge on his collar was not worth noticing. That was the point. He had spent 2 hours preparing. The copper wire, the purification tablets, the marine-grade bearings, and one item he had bought in my morning specifically for this meeting. A sealed medical kit from a scavenger who had taken it to the East Crossing Stone and watched it appraise at 14. Valuation had shown 210. The discrepancy was sharp enough to cut through any argument Jarek Malley might raise about trusting informal intelligence over official channels. A woman in stiff leather armor stopped at the platform edge and looked at him with flat assessment. You vendor who sent the message about appraisal irregularities?" "Tolba Wunn." "Jarek's in the back office. He's got 10 minutes before the midday patrol briefing." She jerked her head toward the doors. "Leave the cart." "I don't have a cart today." The woman's eyes flicked to his hands, the wrapped package under his arm, the vendor bat she had forgotten to remove. Something like amusement crossed her face. "Right. Follow me." The guild interior was louder than he expected. Hunters shouted inventory counts across the main floor. Someone was sharpening a blade on a wheel grinder, the metal whine cutting through the damp air. Salvage piles were stacked in rough categories: monster parts, machine components, fabric, ceramic, glass. Tolba's eyes moved across them automatically, calculating worth, categorizing need, mapping the inefficiencies in how they were sorted. A pipe fitting lay in the wrong bin. A sealed lubricant canister sat exposed to moisture. He filed both observations and kept walking. The back office was a converted cold storage room with the cooling units removed and a desk installed where ice blocks had once rested. Jarek Malley sat behind it, reading a ledger by the light of a single oil lamp. He looked up when Tolba entered and did not offer a chair. "You're the one who sent the note about the stones." "Your quartermasters are losing value on every exchange," Tolba said. "I can prove it." Jarek set down the ledger. He was a heavy man with silver threading through his beard and a scar that pulled the corner of his left eye down slightly. His hands were thick, calloused, marked with the small burns and nicks of someone who had spent decades working with salvage and weaponry both. "Prove it faster than my quartermasters can prove you're wasting my time." Tolba unwrapped the medical kit and set it on the desk. "Take this to the North Gate stone. Tell me what it appraises at." "I know what it appraises at. 14. "Touch it." Jarek's eyes narrowed. He reached out and placed his palm on the kit's sealed plastic. A moment of silence. Then his hand went still. 210, he said slowly. "That's what the system says it's worth." Food-grade seal, sterilization packet, trauma shears, 16 wound dressings, 2 splints, and 4 doses of broad-spectrum antibiotic gel. Tolba listed them without looking at the kit. The stone reads the surface shell and assigns value based on visual bulk. It cannot see the contents. It cannot differentiate between a salvageable medical kit and a crate of ceramic insulators that look like they might be useful. Jarek pulled his hand back. He studied the kit, then Tolba's face, then the kit again. "How many items have you tested?" "Enough to confirm the pattern across all 5 stones. Essential goods are undervalued by 70 to 80%. Junk that looks functional is inflated by similar margins. The calibration is consistent, systematic. Someone built this." Jarek leaned back in his chair. The wood creaked. "That's a serious accusation." "I'm not accusing anyone. I'm showing you a data set." Tolba reached into his pocket and pulled out the folded wrapping paper with his coded map. He spread it across the desk, revealing the 5 circles, the numbers cramped beside each one. "Your hunters bring in salvage every day. They trust the stones because the stones have the system's seal, but the system's seal is just light. The values are programmed by someone in this city." Jarek studied the map without touching it. His scar's eyes seemed to catch the lamplight differently, making his expression hard to read. "If this is true, my guild has been losing 100 system currency per week on mispriced salvage alone. More on the supplies we buy." "Yes. Why are you bringing this to me instead of the council?" Tolba met his gaze. "Because the council installed the stones." The silence stretched. A hunter shouted something outside the door. Boots thumped across the main floor. Jarek did not look away. "You're saying the council is defrauding its own guilds?" "I'm saying the council uses the stones for every exchange post in the bazaar. If the stones lie, the council benefits. Every survival good bought cheap from desperate sellers ends up in guild inventory at inflated trade rates. The margin flows somewhere." Jarek tapped his finger on the map. "You want me to act on this based on a vendor system ability and a single tested medical kit?" "I want you to test it yourself. Take a mixed salvage load to one of the stones. Appraise it piece by piece. Write down the stone's values. Then touch each piece and let the system give you the true value. Compare the columns. Your ability can do that with one touch. Mine can't." "It can if you know what to ask for." Tolba paused. "I can do it for you. One demonstration. Your salvage, your stone, your quartermaster's watching. If the numbers match my claim, you move on the information. If they don't, I walk and you forget my face. Jarek considered him. The lamplight flickered. Outside, the midday patrol bell began to ring. Tomorrow morning, Jarek said. South Crossing Stone, 1 hour after sunrise. Bring nothing but your hands. Done. Tolba folded the map and tucked it back under his shirt. He turned toward the door. Then Vern. He stopped. I don't know if you're clever or desperate, Jarek said, but I know which one gets people killed in this city. Be clever tomorrow. Tolba walked out through the main floor, past the salvage piles and the grinding wheel, past the hunters who did not look at him twice. His heart was beating faster than it should have been. His hands were steady. He had opened a door. Now he needed to prove he could stand in the flame without the whole city seeing the crack of light behind him. Outside, the canal ward now in afternoon shadow. Fog was beginning to curl off the water. He walked toward the tannery warehouse, the map pressed against his ribs, and felt the shape of tomorrow taking form in his chest. 5 stones, 1 pattern, and a guildmaster who had just agreed to look at the gap. Chapter 6. The fog had not lifted by sunrise. It clung to the canal in gray sheets, muffling the shouts of early porters and the slap of water against the levee walls. Tolba stood at the south crossing stone, with his hands loose at his sides, watching the mist curl around the appraisal post's iron base. He had brought nothing but his hands, as Garrick ordered. A group of hunters appeared through the fog first, 4 of them carrying crates and savaged bundles. Then Jarek, moving with the heavy tread of a man who had already decided what he would find. Behind him walked a quartermaster Tolba recognized from the North Exchange, a lean woman named Ren Hasek, with ink-stained fingers and a badge that marked her as Guild Authorized. You're early, Jarek said. I sleep light. Jarek grunted. He gestured to the crates. Mixed salvage from last night's sweep. 3 hunters collected it from a flooded machine shop on the East Canal. We haven't sorted it. Tolba stepped toward the first crate. It was a wooden packing box, warped from moisture, filled with rusted brackets, coiled wire, broken gauges, and a few sealed metal cylinders that could hold anything. Touch it in front of the stone first, Jarek said. Let my quartermaster record the stone's value. Then touch it again and give me your numbers. Ren Hasek pulled out a ledger and a grease pencil. She positioned herself beside the appraisal stone, watching Tolba with the flat attention of someone who had processed thousands of transactions and trusted none of them. Tolba lifted the first item from the crate, a rusted brass bracket, bent at one end. He pressed it against the stone's surface. The gray crystal flickered, and numbers formed in pale system light. 5. The quartermaster wrote it down. Tolba held the bracket in his bare hand and let Valuation open. Brass bracket, structural salvage. Base value, 7. System currency. Corrosion damage reduces structural integrity by 40%. True scrap worth, 4. Stone overvalue, +1 on damaged stock. He showed nothing. The stone says 5, true value is 4, the corrosion is deeper than the surface suggests. Ren's pencil paused. She looked at the bracket, then at him, then wrote both numbers. The next item was a sealed metal cylinder. Tolba pressed it to the stone. The crystal read 3. He held it. Hydraulic accumulator, partial charge remaining. Fluid seal intact. Base value, 18. Functional recovery value after refill, 41. Stone undervalue, 115 on base. Stone says 3. Tolba said, true base value is 18. If the seal is intact and the fluid bag is still pressurized, It's worth 41 after a refill at the harborside pump. Wren's pencils stopped moving. Jarek stepped closer. The stone can't see the seal. The stone sees a metal tube and assumes it's scrap. The seal is inside. The stone reads shells. They worked through the crate piece by piece. Coiled copper wire. Stone said 11, true value 38. A broken pressure gauge with intact brass housing. Stone said 7, true value 2. 3 sealed ampules of industrial lubricant. Stone said 4 each, true value 29 each. By the time they reached the bottom of the first crate, Ren Hasek's ledger page was divided into 2 columns that did not match by a factor of 4. Jarek picked up one of the lubricant ampules, turned it in his thick fingers, looked at the stone, then at Tolba. You knew every number before you touched it. No, I see them when I touch the item with intent to trade. That's not how appraisal works. Appraisal works the way the stones allow. Tolba met his gaze. I'm not appraising. I'm seeing what the system actually values. Jarek set the ampule down. He walked to the next crate, a smaller box filled with electronic scrap, circuit boards, resistors, a damaged transformer, and 3 intact diodes wrapped in wax paper. Same process, he said. Tolba worked through the second crate faster. The pattern was the same. Essential components undervalued by 60 to 80%. Visually complex junk inflated by similar margins. A damaged transformer with cracked windings. Stone said 2012, true value 1.800 million. Second crate, Stone total 4. True total 106. She looked up. Combined discrepancy of 211 system currency. Jarek was quiet for a long moment. Then he picked up the appraisal stone. It was the size of a loaf of bread, gray crystals set in an iron bracket bolted to the post. Jarek gripped the bracket with both hands, braced his foot against the post, and wrenched. The iron groaned, the crystal cracked. Jarek pulled harder and the bracket tore free with a screech of metal. He dropped the stone on the stone pavement. It shattered into gray fragments, scattering across the wet cobbles. Sir, Ren started. That stone is a lie. Jarek's voice was flat. Every transaction my guild processed through it is a lie. Every hunter who sold salvage at a loss because that Krista told them it was worthless. He turned to the other hunters. Direct the rest. They did not hesitate. 3 of them moved to the north crossing post, the east crossing, the south canal. The sound of shattering crystal echoed off the warehouse walls. Jarek faced Tolba. You said the number on the medical kit? 210. You said it before I touched it. I did. Where did you get this ability? System assigned it, same as yours. Jarek studied him. The scar pulling the corner of his eye made his expression look like perpetual suspicion, but something in his posture had shifted. Less guarded, more calculating. Here's my offer, Jarek said. You keep feeding me appraisal data on every salvage lot my hunters bring in before they hit the exchange posts. I pay you 12% of the recovered discrepancy on every transaction. You get storage access to my guild's warehouse on the North Canal. And you get future consideration, which means when you need something, I owe you 1 call. Tolba had expected a percentage. He had not expected storage access. 15%, he said. 12, 14, and I want wanton access to the warehouse manifest so I know what your hunters are bringing in before anyone else. Jarek turned to Ren. Total the discrepancy for both crates. Give me a number. She ran her finger down the 2 columns. Her lips moved. Her face went still. First crate, stone total 62. True total 211. Second crate, stone total 44. True total 106. She looked up. Combined discrepancy of 211 system currency. Jarek was quiet for a long moment. Then he picked up the appraisal stone. It was the size of a loaf of bread, gray crystal set in an iron bracket bolted to the post. Jarek gripped the bracket with both hands, braced his foot against the post, and wrenched. The iron groaned, the crystal cracked. Jarek pulled harder and the bracket tore free with a screech of metal. He dropped the stone on the stone pavement. It shattered into gray fragments, scattering across the wet cobbles. "Sir," Wren started, "that stone is a lie." Jarek's voice was flat. "Every transaction my guild processed through it is a lie. Every hunter who sold salvage at a loss because that crystal told them it was worthless." He turned to the other hunters. "Break the rest." They did not hesitate. 3 of them moved to the north crossing post, the east crossing, the south canal. The sound of shattering crystal echoed off the warehouse walls. Jarek faced Tolba. "You said the number on the medical kit, 210. You said it before I touched it." "I did." "Where did you get this ability?" "System assigned it, same as yours." Jarek studied him. The scar pulling the corner of his eye made his expression look like perpetual suspicion, but something in his posture had shifted, less guarded, more calculating. "Here's my offer," Jarek said. "You keep feeding me appraisal data on every salvage lot my hunters bring in before they hit the exchange posts. I pay you 12% of the recovered discrepancy on every transaction. You get storage access to my guild's warehouse on the North Canal, and you get future consideration, which means when you need something, I owe you 1 call." Tolba had expected a percentage. He had not expected storage access. 15%, he said. 12, 14, and I want written access to the warehouse manifest so I know what your hunters are bringing in before anyone else. Jarek Stallis were to the door. "The stone is just demining that the tide stickle and teplessly change to low wanted entire." Jarek stores propoing with the idea plicits, "We've gone for a mine term with the most constant absolution. And the value where all the levels of find with his place is understand." Being smang lookly and you expied himself to Kawagenic, he expected read about the authority. "I go to riles the re is whatever we ranicate with. I can have in you setting it's not talking. Just take away. Storage bay access confirms. 12x 18 feet. Lockable. Dry. North Canal. Consideration clause. 1 future request. Scope undefined. Auditor co-signature pending on first transaction under terms." The last line stopped him. Auditor would see every deal, every valuation report, every movement of goods through the guild's system. He had just made his invisible witness a partner in every transaction. Tolba folded the paper carefully and tucked it under his shirt beside the map. The unease settled in his chest like a cold stone, but the authorization was real. The storage bay was real. And for the first time since the system had labeled him worthless, he had an awakened guildmaster who needed him more than he needed the guild. The fog was gone by the time he reached the tannery warehouse. Sunlight cut through the canal smoke, hitting the tin roof and the locked doors. He pulled out the authorization paper again. Co-signature pending. The words sat in his gut like a promise and a threat wrapped in the same system light. He had a door, but something was watching him through it. Chapter 7. The first payout came 3 days after the stone shattered. Wren Hassig handed him a canvas pouch at the North Canal warehouse, her ink-stained fingers counting out the system currency tokens onto the counter between them. 57 tokens. The number sat in Tolba's palm like a living thing, more liquid wealth than he had touched in the 12 weeks since the awakening. "First sweep?" she said. "Hunter teams brought in 7 salvage lots before the stone replacement arrived. Garrick wants you to process the next batch tomorrow." Tolba did not answer. He was already calculating. 57 tokens at current market could buy 40 refurbished batteries if he negotiated bulk, or 300 pounds of preserved grain from the silo ward, or 120 lamp oil tins from the refinery lot. The numbers stacked in his head, each purchase pack branching into resale margins, storage requirements, and the hours of labor needed to move goods before prices corrected. He pocketed the pouch and walked. The first purchase took him to the Eastern Silo Ward, where a crafter-class miller named Venn was selling grain at stone value prices because the exchange post refused to adjust its appraisal rate even after the crossing stones were destroyed. Tolba bought 200 pounds at 3 tokens per hundredweight, cash, no receipt. Venn's hands shook as he counted the tokens. "You know something?" Venn said. "I know grain keeps." "That's not what I mean." Tolba took the sacks and loaded them onto a handcart he rented from a boy at the canal gate. The boy charged half a copper and watched Tolba's rat with careful eyes. The second purchase was lamp oil. The refinery lot sat at the edge of the floodward, where a harvest-class woman named Darren had been stockpiling tins because the stone told her they were worth less than the cost of refining. Tolba bought 60 tins at 2 tokens each, true value closer to 8. Darren helped him stack them on the cart, her face a mask of confusion and relief. "You're the one," she said. "The one what?" "The one buying everything. People are talking." Tolba did not answer. He paid and moved. The batteries came from a salvage crew working the Jound Road checkpoints, 3 men and a woman who had pulled a crate of sealed 12-volt units from a flooded warehouse. They had no idea what they held. Tolba bought the full crate at 12 tokens, almost half his remaining capital. The crew's leader, a lean woman with a jagged scar across her jaw, counted the tokens twice. "You want us to carry these somewhere?" "No." "Though how you moving them?" Tolba looked at the crate. 40 pounds of battery. 3 miles to the tannery warehouse through the Canal district, where every intersection had eyes and every alley had a price. He hired the crew. They carried the crate in shifts, 2 to a side, following Tolba's route through the back streets and floodstairs where the Canal Watch did not patrol. The woman asked no further questions. The men stayed silent. By the time they reached the tannery, the sun was dropping behind the smoke, and the warehouse door was still locked from the inside. Tolba paid them 2 tokens each. The woman took hers and lingered. "You need regular haulers," she said. "I need people who don't talk." "I don't talk, I carry." She held out her hand. "Name's Venny. No class, same as you." Tolba shook it. The calluses against his palm were familiar, the grip of someone who had lifted things for years before the system decided lifting was worthless. He gave Venny a time and a place for the next delivery. By the time he locked the warehouse door behind him, the interior was stacked with grain sacks, oil tins, battery crates, and a pile of repairable scrap he had pulled from the guild's salvage sweep before it hit the exchange post. The space smelled of dust, metal, and the chemical tang of preserved food. He stood in the center of it, breathing. 57 tokens, spent in 8 hours. His remaining capital was 9 tokens and a handful of coppers. But the warehouse held value the market had not yet priced correctly, and that gap was the only edge he had. He pulled out the authorization paper and touched it. Valuation flickered across his vision. Storage bay contents, 200 pounds preserved grain, current local value, 6 tokens, true replacement value, 18. 60 tins lamp oil, current local, 4 tokens, true, 16. 1 crate sealed batteries, current local, 12 tokens, true, 40. Salvage scrap lot, current local, 2 tokens, true, 9. Total hidden margin, 59 tokens. The number was almost exactly what he had spent. The system had let him convert liquid capital into hidden value at parity, a transformation that would take a normal merchant weeks of slow churn to achieve. He had done it in a single day. He folded the paper and sat on a graying tack, letting the silence settle. The door rattled. Tolba was on his feet before the sound finished, one hand reaching for the iron bar he had wedged under the handle. He did not call out. A voice came through the gap, low and young. "Open up, I know you're in there." Tolba did not move. "I'm not a thief, I'm a messenger. Someone sent me to find the man buying everything in the canal wards." The voice paused. "He said to tell you that if you keep spending like that, the pattern reads itself. He said to ask you what happens when the council's new stone arrives and the price is reset before you've moved your stock." Tolba watched 60 tins at 2 tokens into Brewiter. "That's what I call this trum." Tolba been liberating the picture of the banks at the cycle met together, but the same vision tice is there. It's all day green with the best in birth, and Chapter 8. The tannery warehouse had no window facing the canal, but Tolba heard the water lapping against the pilings, a wet rhythm that matched the pulse in his throat. He waited until the footsteps had faded to nothing. Then he counted to 60 and opened the door. The canal ward was dark. Generator hum threaded through the gaps between buildings, punctuated by the occasional clatter of a night watchman's boots on the bridge above. No one waited in the alley. No one watched from the shadows that he could see. He locked the warehouse, slipped the key into the pocket sewn inside his waistband, and walked. The burned pier could wait. Whoever had sent that messenger knew his buying pattern and wanted him alone tomorrow night. That gave him hours to decide whether to go armed, go early, or not go at all. First, he needed to know what he was protecting. Mother Selen Eric's Refuge occupied the ground floor of a condemned packing house on the riverfront, where the flood stairs met the main canal. Tolba had passed it a dozen times in the weeks since the awakening, always noting the line of people at the side door. Women with small children, old men carrying bundles, young families with nothing but the clothes they wore. He had never gone inside. The door opened before he knocked. A woman stood in the gap, her face lined with exhaustion that had calcified into something permanent. Her gray hair was pulled back tight, and she wore a canvas apron stained with cooking oil and salt. "You're the one from the bazaar," she said. "The radio vendor." "Tolba Wunn." "I know your name." She did not step aside. "I also know you've been buying grain and oil and batteries all day, hiring haulers, using a tannery warehouse that was supposed to be condemned." "People talk, I listen." Tolba kept his hands visible at his sides. "Then you know I'm not here to cause trouble." "Most people who say that arrive with trouble already packed." Mother Selen studied him the way he studied a salvage lot, searching for hidden breakage. "What do you want?" "To offer supplies, food, lamp oil, sealed batteries. Your people need them." "My people need a lot of things. The question is what you need from them in return." Tolba had prepared for this. He had rehearsed the words on the walk over, calibrating them to sound like partnership instead of purchase. But standing in the doorway with Mother Sen's eyes cutting through every layer of his intention, the rehearsed lines felt thin. "Distribution," he said. "I have stock. I don't have a way to move it to the people who need it most without drawing attention. Your refuge has rats I don't. Trust I haven't earned, faces the guilds don't watch." "You want me to be your front." "I want your people to eat tonight and tomorrow and the day after. I want the batteries in your medical tent to stay charged. I want the oil lamps in your shelter to burn past midnight so children can sleep without rats climbing the walls." He paused, And yes, I want to use your distribution network because it's clean and the guilds do not control it. Mother Selen was quiet for a long moment. Behind her, Tolba heard the murmur of voices, the clatter of a ladle against a pot, a child crying. "Show me what you brought?" He had not brought anything. The realization hit him like a dropped stone. He had come empty-handed, with nothing but promises and a warehouse key, asking for trust he had not earned. Mother Selen saw it on his face. The corner of her mouth tightened. "You came to negotiate with nothing in your hands." "I came to see if negotiation was possible before I committed goods to a route I couldn't secure." "You wanted to know if I was worth the risk before you assumed any?" "Yes." She nodded slowly, and something in her posture shifted, not softening, but recognition. She had been read the same way by people in power her whole life. "Come inside." The refuge was larger than it appeared from the street. The packing house had been divided into rooms with canvas partitions, each one crowded with cots, blankets, and the sparse belongings of displaced families. The air smelled of boiled grain, wet wool, and the metallic tang of poverty. Mother Selen led him to a corner where a single oil lamp burned on a crate. She sat on a stool and did not invite him to sit. "Tell me what you're offering." 200 pounds of grain, 60 tins of lamp oil, 1 crate of sealed batteries. I also have a lot on a pair of salvage that can be turned into tools, cooking implements, and water filtration. Mother Selen's eyes widened almost imperceptibly at the numbers, but her voice stayed flat. "And what do you want in return?" "Access to your distribution network, a reliable list of who needs what and where. Protection for my stock when it moves through the Canal wards." "You want me to take all the risk of moving your goods moving to real people. That's the only legitimacy that matters." Her voice softened slightly. "You can't build an alternative by hiding forever, Tolba Wunn. At some point, you have to stand where people can see you, without a contract or a proxy to hide behind." The words landed exactly where she had aimed them. "Next week," he said, "I want the awakened clerks to see your face attached to my operation, so they know there are consequences if they target the refuge. That will expose me. It will expose you taking responsibility for real goods moving to real people. That's the only legitimacy that matters." Her voice softened slightly. "You can't build an alternative by hiding forever, Tolba Wunn. At some point, you have to stand where people can see you, without a contract or a proxy to hide behind." The words landed exactly where she and em. "Next week," he said. "I'll be there." Mother Selen extended her hand. Tolba shook it, and her grip was dry and steady, the grip of someone who had held on through worse than he could imagine. "One more thing," she said as he turned to leave. "The messenger who found you tonight, that's not a warning you can ignore. Whoever sent them knows your pattern because it's big enough to read. You need to find out if they want to help you, use you, or bury you." Tolba nodded. "And whatever you decide about that meeting tomorrow night," she added, "don't go alone." He walked back through the refuge, past the cots and the children and the women who watched him with wary, exhausted eyes. A girl no older than 8 sat on a folded blanket, humming a tuneless song while she braided a strip of cloth. She looked up as Tolba passed, and her eyes were the color of river silt. He wanted to promise her something. He wanted to say that the grain was coming, that the batteries would charge, that the oil lamps would burn through the night. But promises from a classless vendor with 9 tokens and a condemned warehouse meant nothing until they were proven. He stepped into the canal light and started walking toward the tannery, the messenger's name still unsolved in his chest. Tomorrow night, the burned pier. Tonight, the weight of everything he had just promised. Chapter 9. He needed to be moving. The refuge's weight pressed against Tolba's spine as he walked, the 9 tokens in his pocket worth less than the promises he'd made to Mother Selin. The canal night swallowed him, street lamps flickering on scavenged generator lines, their light thin and yellow. He passed a boarded bakery, a collapsed retaining wall, a door where someone had painted "Classless Welcome" in uneven letters before scrubbing it half away. The early labor market gathered at the old fish scales station, where the canal widened and the pre-dawn mist rolled off the water like steam from a corpse. 30 people stood in the wet dark, most of them classless, some with tool belts, some with nothing but hunger and the patience to outwait the guild pickers who never came. Tolba did not announce himself. He leaned against a rusted railing and watched. A woman with oil-stained fingers and a canvas apron tested the edge of a scraping knife against her thumb. Her hands moved with the economy of someone who had repaired things her whole life, each motion sharp and certain. Beside her, a young man no older than 20 bounced on his heels, scanning the crowd the way a runner scans a route, committing faces and exits to memory. Tolba walked over to the woman. "I need someone who can strip and rebuild a 12-volt battery pack without shorting the cells," he said. 5 hours of work, 2 tokens, meal included. She looked at his hands, saw the calluses, the burn scar, the vendor badge pinned to his collar. 2 tokens is below guild rate, she said. "I'm not a guild." "I noticed." She studied him a moment longer. "What's the catch?" "No catch. The work is real. I just need it done quiet." She glanced at the young runner, then back at Tolba. "His name is Pell. He's fast and he doesn't talk. If you need a message carried, you use him." Tolba nodded. "Both of you, come with me." The older man was harder. He sat apart from the others, his back against a cracked concrete pillar, a foreman's posture worn into bone. Tolba recognized the type. Someone who had run crews before the awakening, who had watched his authority dissolve when the system assigned him nothing. "I need someone who can organize a warehouse," Tolba said. "Track inventory, coordinate haulers, keep records without a system interface." The man looked up. His eyes were flat. "What's the pay?" 3 tokens a week, food, a stake in the operation if it holds." "Stake in what?" "Something that doesn't belong to the guilds." The man laughed, a dry sound with no humor in it. "There's nothing in this city that doesn't belong to the guilds." "There will be." The flat eyes flickered. Something moved behind them, a memory of the man he had been before the world will calculated his worth. "Name's Rass," he said. "I'll try a week." The tannery warehouse smelled of cured hides and dust. Reeve had stacked the grain sacks against the far wall, the lamp oil tins arranged in neat rows beside the sealed battery crate. The marine-grade bearings sat in their crates near the loading dock, wrapped in oilcloth. Tolba stood in the center of the space and let it settle into him. He had 9 tokens, 3 new people, a hunter guildmaster's debt, a refuge keeper's conditional trust, and a condemned building full of goods the system valued far higher than the market allowed. It was not enough. He needed more room, more cover, a place where the grain and batteries and bearings could be processed, packaged, and moved without every transaction passing through guild records or the tannery's thin walls. The levee was flooded with abandoned warehouse. Owners had fled, died, or simply walked away when the system made their property worthless. The council had not yet claimed them, too busy securing awakened districts and monster road corridors to bother with flood-rotten storage on the canal's edge. Tolba found one on the south levee, its roof collapsed on one side, its loading dock sagging into brackish water. The door hung crooked on rusted hinges, and some lay pried to like loose weeks ago. A man sat on the steps. He was maybe 50, with the hollowed look of someone who had watched his life drain away in small increments. He held a piece of paper in his hands, some kind of tax notice or eviction order, and he stared at it like it was a death certificate. "This your warehouse?" Tolba asked. The man looked up. "Was. Council says I owe 3 months of water tax I can't pay. They'll take it next week if I don't settle." "Can I look inside?" The man shrugged. "Nothing left to steal. Looters got the copper in the fixtures. Roos gone on the North Bay." Tolba stepped past him and pushed through the crooked door. The interior was dim and damp, the smell of rot and standing water thick in his throat. Rain had pooled in the collapsed section, and the floorboards buckled toward the center. But the walls were solid stone, the loading dock could be reinforced, and the location was perfect. Set back from the main canal, invisible from the guild patrol routes, with a direct water path to the tannery and a narrow alley leading to the market ward. He touched the wall. Valuation triggered, and the system spread across his vision like cold water. Structure: warehouse, class 3, current condition, degraded, 37 cents, integrated, repair cost, 45 system currency, 90 labor hours, skilled, personalities certains, invested, evening, stare habit, ordinate for man's professed, SO, million later selves, presential solite slash, stam cot, slock slosh sats powered in the name secular. My eatery was live, which a possibly have to monster if they wanna truly lived. I must be a complete home. I just concept afteratory word, and I blast that I know everything that I can build about this is your being. I mean this its entire. I'll try a week. The tannery warehouse smelled of cured hides and dust. Reeve had stacked the grain sacks against the far wall. Chapter 10. The levy warehouse smelled like rot and promise when Tolba arrived the next morning with the first contract drafts. He had written them himself on cheap paper, by candlelight, after studying the guild forms Reeve brought from the tannery. The guild contracts were thick with conditions: breakage deducted from pay, delivery penalties for delays caused by road conditions, waivers for injury during transit, fine print that shifted every cost onto the carrier. He spread his own version across a crate in the dry corner of the loading dock and waited. The woman came first. She had shown up at the fish scales labor market before dawn, the same oil-stained fingers and canvas apron from yesterday. She had brought the battery pack already stripped, the copper windings cleaned and separated. "Name is Nessa," she said. "I want to see the terms before I start." Tolba handed her the paper. She read slowly, lips moving. Her finger traced each line. When she reached the clause about breakage, she stopped. "You're covering losses from transit yourself. If something breaks while you're carrying it, I absorb the cost, not your wage." "That's not how guild contracts work." "I know." She kept reading. Her face did not change, but her hand relaxed slightly against the paper. There was a shift in the air between them, something that looked like the beginning of trust, not the cheap version based on charity, but the solid one based on shared calculation. At the bottom, she found the wage rate and the bonus structure. Half a token per trip completed on time, a full token for every load delivered without reported damage. She looked up. "You're paying above market on purpose." "I'm paying for reliability. I can't afford turnover and I can't afford theft. If you earn enough to care about the cargo, I save money in the long run." Nessa considered that. Then she folded the paper and tucked it into her apron pocket. "I'll take the first load today." Reeve arrived with Ras, the older foreman, trailing behind him like a shadow. Ras was wearing the same worn jacket, the same flat eyes, but something in his shoulders had loosened. "Tannery is organized," Ras said. "I pulled the grain off the damp floor, stacked it on pallets I scavenged from the West Market. The oil tins need to be rotated, the bearings need to be greased before they rust. I wrote a list. He held out a folded page. Tolba took it, scanning the careful handwriting, the detailed inventory sorted by shelf life and priority. If you can get me repair timber for the collapsed section, I can have the dry side doubled in capacity by the end of the week. A man named Mert owns the place. Work with him on what comes in and out. Ras nodded once, then looked at the contract Tolba offered him. He read it the way a man reads a bridge before stepping on it, testing each plank. What's the bonus tied to? Volume moved without loss? No penalties for delays? If the roads are bad, we account for it. If you're hiding goods, you're gone. No second chance. Ras studied him. Then he signed. Pell appeared from the alley, bouncing on his heels, a smear of Canal mud across one cheek. He had a message folded small in his palm. From the woman at the Refuge, he said. She says your grain is good. She says the next shipment needs to come through the west entrance, not the main canal, because the guild patrols are watching the waterfront. Tolba took the message, read it twice. Mother Selling was already feeding information into the network, testing whether he could adjust, whether he listened. Tell her the next delivery is at dusk and I'll route through the west entrance. Pell nodded and was gone, fast as water. At midday, Tolba booked the levee warehouse with Mert, marking the repairs that could not wait. The collapsed roof section, the loading dock timbers, the door that hung crooked on rusted hinges. You're going to burn through your capital in 3 days, Mert said. I'm going to convert capital into infrastructure in 3 days. Then the capital comes back. You sound very sure. I sound like a man who has no other options. Mert laughed. It was a dry sound, cracked from disuse, but real. That's the first honest thing you've said since we met. By afternoon, the rhythm had settled. Nessa took a load of lamp oil to the tannery. Reeve ferried the sealed bearings to the guild warehouse under Jarek's protection. Ras began dismantling the collapsed roof section, sorting salvageable timber from rot. Tolba stood in the dry corner of the levee warehouse with his last 5 tokens in his pocket and watched the operation take shape. Something was growing here. Not just inventory, but method. People who knew the rules, who expected to be paid fairly, who would talk to each other about which employer covered breakage and which one docked wages for rain. That was how networks became institutions. Not through contracts, but through reputation. Through the stories carriers told each other at the fish scales while they waited for work. Pell returned at sunset, breathing hard. Got a problem, he said. There's a man at the North Canal asking about pricing. He's a buyer for one of the broker houses. He wants to know how someone is consistently beating the market rate on salvage. Tolba felt the cold touch of attention, the kind he had been dreading since the first message arrived. Does he have a name? Karsten, they call him. He's been going stall to stall, asking who moved grain in bulk yesterday, who bought lamp oil at stone value. He says the numbers don't add up if someone is operating without a guild license. Did anyone tell him? Nobody knows your name. They know a classless man with a map with a cart, but nobody has a name to sell. Not yet, but it would come. Karsten was only the first ripple from a stone someone else had already thrown. Find out which broker house he works for. Don't get close enough to be remembered. Pell lauded and slipped into the twilight. Tolba stood alone in the levee warehouse, looking at the map pinned to the wall, the charcoal lines showing the tannery, the guild warehouse, the refuge, and now this building. The network was visible to anyone who bothered to trace it. The observer had already proven that. He touched the edge of the map. Tomorrow night, the burned pier. Now he had 3 questions: what the observer wanted, whether Karsten would find someone willing to sell a name, and how many days he had before the broker houses knew there was a classless operator building something the guilds did not control. The answer to one of them would arrive before dawn. A barge horn sounded in the fog, low and mournful, and Tolba felt the shape of his life narrowing to a single point. The meeting at the pier, where he would learn whether he was being recruited, used, or buried. Chapter 11. The fog off the canal thickened as Tolba walked the south levee, his footsteps landing soft on the rain-soaked planks. The burned pier emerged from the gray like a black finger pointing at nothing. He had come alone, as instructed. The messenger's words had been precise. Tomorrow night, alone. But Tolba had spent 12 weeks learning that precision in this city was always a weapon disguised as courtesy. The pier's charred timbers still smelled of smoke and river rot. A single lantern hung from a rusted hook at the far end, its flame cutting a small circle of light through the fog. The glass was clean. Someone had been here recently, making sure it burned bright enough to see by. Tolba stopped at the edge of the light. He counted his exits. The levee behind him, the canal to his left, the flooded staircase to his right, half submerged and slick with algae. If this was a trap, the only way out was the way he had come, which meant whoever had summoned him knew he would not bring help. Good, you came alone. The voice came from the shadows beyond the lantern, low and female, carrying the flat authority of someone used to being obeyed. A woman stepped into the light. She was lean, sharp-shouldered, dressed in a fitted coat of dark wool that had not come from any guild surplus. Her hair was pulled back tight, revealing a face that was all angles and calculation. She carried no weapon that Tolba could see, but her hands were empty in a way that felt deliberate, a statement of control rather than vulnerability. You bought 60 tins of lamp oil from Darren at the refinery lot, she said. 2 tokens each. You paid Ven the miller 5 tokens for 200 pounds of grain. You gave a salvage crew 12 tokens for a crate of batteries they pulled from a flooded checkpoint on the East Canal. She listed the facts like she was reading a ledger. You hired a woman from the fish scales to strip batteries. You brought in a foreman named Rass. You secured a 6-month lease on a warehouse owned by a man who was 3 days away from losing it to the council. She paused. And you wrote contracts that cover breakage and pay above market, which is either very stupid or very deliberate, and you do not strike me as stupid. Tolba kept his face still. His heart was beating hard against his ribs, but he had learned years ago that stillness was the only defense against someone who wanted to see you break. You've been watching me, he said. I've been watching the market. You happen to be the most interesting pattern in it. She took a step closer, and the lantern light caught her eyes, dark and steady and measuring. My name is Fensu Okar. I'm a broker-class operator with a network that spans 4 wards and connects to every licensed exchange in Parsin. I've been tracking pricing anomalies for 2 weeks. Grain, oil, batteries, salvage components, all moving at values that should not be possible for someone operating outside the guild system. She let the words settle. The discrepancy is too consistent, too precise. You're not guessing at margins. You know exactly what everything is worth, and you know which guilds are charging what, and you know which routes are safe to move goods through without losing them to patrols or monsters. She smiled. It did not reach her eyes. So I have 2 questions. First, what skill do you have that gives you that information? And second, do you want to stay alive long enough to use it? The fog shifted around them. A barge horn sounded somewhere in the darkness, muffled and distant. Tolba considered his options. He could deny everything, claim he got lucky, that he had inside information from a guild contact. That would hold for maybe a night, maybe less, because Fensu Okar had not come to this pier without corroboration. She had named his purchases, his hires, his warehouse lease. She knew where his stock was stored, how he moved it, who he paid. If he lied, she would know, and she would act on that knowledge. If he refused to answer, she would assume the worst and act anyway. And if he told the truth, he would be handing a stranger the single piece of information that could destroy him. "You already know what I have," he said. "You just want me to confirm it. I want to see if you're smart enough to know when hiding costs more than showing." She reached into her coat and pulled out a folded paper, creased from handling. She held it out to him. Tolba took it, opened it. It was a transaction record, official guild form, stamped with the seals he recognized from the North Canal Exchange. 3 columns of numbers: stone value, market price, and a third column written in a hand he did not recognize. The third column showed true values, his values. The numbers he had been using to undercut every stall from the tannery to the refinery lot. "Where did you get this?" "From a quartermaster who owes me a favor," Fensu said. "She doesn't know who I'm looking for, but she knows the values are real, and she knows someone outside the guild system is using them to move more goods in 3 days than most licensed operators move in a month." She stepped closer, close enough that Tolba could smell the oil on her coat, the faint of Canal air. "I don't care about your skill. Whatever it is, you're smart enough to keep it hidden and disciplined enough to use it without getting caught. That's rare. It's also fragile, because you've built a network that depends on one person knowing the numbers, and that person is you." She held his gaze. "If you disappear, the network collapses. If you get exposed, the guild sees your stock and your warehouse and your reputation. If you make a mistake, every person who signed one of your contracts knows where you operate and how to find you." She paused. "I mean, you're vulnerable, but you're also useful, and I prefer useful partners over useful rivals." The word partners sat in the air between them, heavy as the fog. Tolba folded the paper and handed it back. "You haven't offered me anything yet." "I'm offering you survival," Fensu said. "Legal cover, broker routes, access to council clerks who can authorize distribution without guild oversight, working capital when you need it, and protection from the people who are already starting to ask questions about a classless operator who beats market rate on salvage." She named Parsin without him asking. "I know about him. He works for a house called LitRPG out of the East Ward. They've been consolidating salvage routes for 3 weeks, and they don't like competition from someone they can't license or control." Tolba felt the cold tighten around his chest. "So far, Parsin doesn't have a name. I can keep it that way. But only if you stop treating your operation like a secret you can keep alone and start treating it like an asset worth defending." She held out her hand. "No lies, no hidden clauses. We structure the terms together, and you get to refuse anything that puts you on a path you cannot walk back from. I want partial visibility, not ownership." Tolba looked at her hand. It was a fair offer. Too fair. The kind of offer that came with hooks buried deep in the language, hooks he would not find until he was already caught. But she had given him a name. Parsin. LitRPG. She had confirmed what the messenger had only suggested, that someone was closing in, and that the window of invisibility was shrinking. He did not take her hand. "Partial visibility means you see everything I move, everywhere it goes, and everyone who carries it." "Yes. And you have the right to claim a percentage of future expansion." "I do. And if I refuse, you walk to LitRPG and give them my name." Fensu's smile faded. "No. If you refuse, I walk to your tannery warehouse and leave a note telling you where to find me." She walked past him into the fog, her footsteps fading until there was only the sound of water and the distant horn. Tolba stood alone at the burned pier, the lantern flame flickering against the dark, and felt the shape of his life narrowing to a single question. How much of himself was he willing to show to survive sunrise? Chapter 12. The fog had not lifted by the time Tolba reached the tannery warehouse. He walked through the dark with his hands in his pockets and his mind running circuits around Fensu Okar's offer, testing each clause for the flaw he had not seen. Legal cover, broker routes, clerk access, protection from Veller exchange. The words were clean, but the shape of them was a cage built wide enough that he would not notice the bars until he tried to leave. The tannery door groaned open under his hand. Inside, the air smelled of cured hide and lamp oil. The grain sacks stood stacked against the north wall, where Ras had organized them. The battery crate sat covered with canvas. His operation, reduced to its bones, waiting for him to decide whether to keep it hidden or start building it in the open. He lit a lantern and sat on an overturned barrel. Sunrise was maybe 3 hours away. Fensu had offered partial visibility, not ownership. She had said it twice, which meant she wanted him to believe it. The question was whether partial visibility meant she would see everything and he would see only what she chose to share. Broker routes, clerk access, working capital, all useful, all dependencies. Every one of them a thread she could pull if he ever refused her a request. But she had also given him Karsten's name, Veller Exchange. She had confirmed the threat without demanding anything in return first. That was the part that did not fit the trap. He pulled a stub of pencil from his coat and began writing on the back of an old invoice. Terms, conditions, limits. By the time the first gray light touched the windows, he had filled both sides of the paper with crossed-out phrases and rewritten clauses. He knew what he would accept and what he would burn before he let her touch. The East Canal was quiet when he found her. She stood at the edge of the new crossing stone, still crated and roped to a flat barge, watching 2 workers secure the mooring lines. She did not turn when he approached, but she knew he was there. "I expected you sooner," she said. "I had to write it down." He held out the paper. She took it, scanned the first lines, and her eyebrow lifted. "You want to limit visibility to goods movements only. No personnel records, no contract terms, no supplier identification?" "Yes. And you want the right to buy back any claim I hold on expansion at cost plus 15%. Within the first year." She read the rest in silence. When she finished, she folded the paper and tucked it into her coat. "This is not a partnership. This is a rental agreement with extra steps. It's what I can offer without handing you everything." Fensu studied him with those dark, steady eyes. The morning light caught the sharp angles of her face, and for a moment she looked less like a broker and more like someone calculating the exact weight of a man's resistance. "You're willing to walk away?" she said. "That's rare. Most people who reach your level of exposure are desperate enough to take whatever terms I offer. You're still trying to build leverage before you sign." "I'm trying to survive sunrise." "You will not survive the next month if you keep operating without cover." She stepped closer. "Veller Exchange has 3 buyers on the canal wards now. Karsten is the most visible, but it is not the most dangerous. The other 2 are asking different questions about haulers, about ratches, about who is paying above market for salvage that has not been appraised." Tolba felt the cold tighten in his chest. "You knew about the others." "I knew about them before Karsten started asking. I did not tell you because you would not have believed me without seeing the shape of the threat yourself." She paused. "Now you have seen it. Now you know that I am not your biggest problem." She held out her hand again. "Accept my terms as written, and I will give you the names of the other 2 buyers before the stone goes live. Refuse, and I walk to the tannery and leave the note I promised. You will have 3 days before they find you." Tolba looked at her hand, the same hand she had offered at the burned pier. The same clean offer, too fair, too precise, carrying the same hidden weight. He did not take it. I expect your terms with the amendments I wrote. Fensu's hand stayed extended. The amendments make the partnership asymmetrical. I carry risk, you carry control. Then do not accept them. She smiled. It was not a warm expression, that it was all cold either. It was the look of someone who had just confirmed a hypothesis. I expected you to negotiate. I did not expect you to have the terms drafted before I arrived. She lowered her hand. Keep your amendments, for now. She pulled a sealed envelope from her coat and handed it to him. The names of the other 2 buyers are inside. Also, a contact address where you can reach me, a list of broker routes I control, and the name of a clerk in the council's licensing office who owes me a favor. Use the clerk only for questions, never for requests. The moment you ask for something, the debt transfers to you. Tolba took the envelope. It was heavier than it should have been, as if it carried more than paper. I will send a runner with the first goods movement report by tomorrow evening, he said. Partial visibility only. Goods, quantities, destinations, nothing else. Acceptable. She turned toward the barge, then stopped. One more thing. The quartermaster who gave me the guild record with true values, she did not know she was helping me find you. She thought she was helping me audit a discrepancy in her own ledgers. She looked back over her shoulder. That record came through a channel that traces back to an entity co-signature. A confirmation marker that does not match any guild seal or council stamp. The air went cold. What marker? 3 letters, Fensu said. A-D-R. She walked onto the barge before he could ask another question. The new crossing stone sat silent in its crating as the workers finished totting off the lines. In an hour, maybe less, it would go live with a soft blue glow that spread across the canal like dawn breaking over a ledger. Chapter 13. The tannery warehouse smelled different now. Not just hides and salt and the river damp that had soaked into the floorboards, but grain dust, lamp oil, the metallic tang of fresh stripped copper. Tolba stood in the center of the main floor and tried to see it the way a guild inspector would. Ras had done good work. The inventory was stacked by category, sorted by shelf life, labeled with a charcoal code that Tolba could read at a glance. Grain in the dry corner, elevated on pallets, lamp oil along the north wall, away from the repair station. Batteries in the back, wrapped in oilcloth against the moisture that bled through the foundation. 3 days since the new crossing stone went live. 3 days of cleaner transactions, recorded on a ledger he could not see but could feel, like a weight pressing against the back of his skull every time he signed a movement order. He touched a grain sack and let valuation surface. Wheat. Parched. Current market, 3 SCC per 50 pounds. True replacement cost, 8 SCC. Margin, 167%. The numbers were shrinking. The crossing stone was doing exactly what Fensu had warned him it would do. The unified ledger let every broker within 2 wards see the real prices moving through the Canal district, and the market was adjusting toward efficiency. His hidden margins were being eaten alive by visibility. But visibility cut both ways. He had moved 200 pounds of grain through Fensu's route yesterday. The transaction showed as a standard maintenance supply transfer, no different from a dozen other food movements logged by half-starved ward committees trying to keep their people alive. The buyer paid market rate, the seller got market rate, and the 3 SCC of hidden margin that Tolba would have pocketed a week ago was now a tax he paid for safety. Clean records, clean transactions, a trail that led to Fensu's Okar's broker license, not to a classless repair fender with a burn scar and no guild affiliation. The trade was slower but cheaper in ways that did not show on any ledger. Pell appeared in the doorway, breathing hard. The boy had gotten faster in the days since Tolba had hired him, learning to move through the canal wards like a current instead of a splash. "Delivery came through," Pell said. "From the north route, same as yesterday." Tolba felt the cold tighten in his chest. Same as yesterday meant Fensu's channel was working. It also meant another transaction record with auditor's mark at the bottom, because every movement he touched drew the entity's attention whether he wanted it or not. He walked to the back of the warehouse where Ras was unpacking a crate of sealed batteries. The old foreman had rigged a testing station out of salvaged wiring and a cracked voltmeter, and he was methodically checking each unit before adding it to the stack. "How many?" 47 good," Ras said without looking up. 3 dead. One that reads fine that drops to 0 under load. I pulled that one separate. "Keep the dead ones for parts. Mark the failing unit and put it in the repair queue." Ras grunted and made a note on his charcoal board. Tolba crouched beside the crate and picked up the failing battery. Valuation flickered. 12V sealed lead acid. Capacity 7.8 A. Fort. Internal plate separation. Repair value 4 SCC. Replacement cost 18 SCC. He setting in the repair pile and let his hand rest on the good batteries. The numbers came clean, confirming Ras had not missed anything. That was something. A foreman who could sort inventory was valuable. A foreman who could sort inventory and keep his mouth shut about the margins was irreplaceable. "You need more timber for the shelving," Ras said. "The levee warehouse roof is still leaking over the east quadrant. Mert patched the worst of it, but another rain and we will lose half that grain." "I know. And you need more carriers. Nessa is running double shifts and she is going to make a mistake soon. You can see it in how she moves. Too fast, too tired, not watching the corners." "I know that too." Ras finally looked up. Knowing is not fixing. Tolba stood. The old foreman was right, and the fact that Ras had said it instead of hiding it meant he had stopped testing Tolba and started investing in the operation. That was progress. It was also pressure, because every new hire, every repair, every more careful route required capital he was burning through faster than he could replace. He pulled Fensu's envelope from his coat and checked the contact address again. A cantriller on the East Canal, 3 blocks from the guild warehouse. She had said to send messages only through their agreed channel, but he needed to see her face when he asked the next question. The question he could not ask through a rudder or a note. By the time he reached the chantry, the afternoon light had got yellow and flat, casting long shadows across the canal. The shop smells of wax and turpentine and the particular dryness of rope that had been stored too long. A woman behind the counter looked up as he entered, her eyes flicking to the envelope in his hand before settling on his face. "You are the one." Not a question. "Fensu said you would come. Back room, through the curtain." He found her at a low table covered in ledgers, a single lamp burning at her elbow. Fensu Okar looked up as he entered and did not seem surprised. "You moved the grain," she said. "I saw the record." "Clean. Half the margin I would have made last week, but clean." "Clean costs something. I told you that at the pier." He sat down across from her without being invited. The confirmation came through with a co-signature. Fensu's hand stopped moving over the ledger. "ADR?" "Same as before, but the rate was better than anything I could have negotiated. A full point above market, no explanation, no justification. The transaction just closed at that value who serves you." "Not the market, not the seller. You." Do you know why? Tolba looked at the paper on the table. The cold in his chest spread, slow and certain. No, he said. Fensu watched him with dark, steady eyes. Then we have a problem, she said, because I just checked the rate on this confirmation against the system ledger, and the value it closed at does not match any price that has existed in Parsin since the awakening. Chapter 14. The cold in his chest had not faded by the time he left Fensu's chandelier. It sat beneath his ribs like a stone lodged in the muscle, heavy and unyielding as he walked the East Canal toward the levee warehouse. A rate that did not match any price since the awakening. He turned the words over, testing them for the lie he wanted them to be. But Fensu did not lie. She calculated, and calculation had led her to the same conclusion he was circling now. Auditor was not watching. Auditor was feeding. The question was, what happened when the feeding stopped? He crossed the first canal bridge and felt the change before he saw it. The air had shifted, carrying something thick and wet from beyond the marsh gates. Not rain, not rot. The smell of stirred mud, deep channel mud, the kind that only came up when something large moved through the drowned roads. At the levee warehouse, Ras met him at the door with a look that Tolba had not seen before. You need to come inside. The warehouse floor was chaos. Nessa stood over a spread of battery packs, her hands braced on her knees, breathing hard. Pell was by the north wall, talking fast to a woman Tolba did not recognize. Mert sat on a crate with a slip of paper in his hands. What happened? Ras handed him the paper. Runner came through from the south gate 20 minutes ago. The drowned road watch pulled back to the flood wall. Something came out of the marsh before dawn and took a supply convoy. Tolba read the note. 3 lines, written in the cramped hand of a watchman who had been in a hurry. Convoy lost at the South Fork. 6 wagons, 20 head of cattle, 14 awakened guards. Survivors report a wave of small runners followed by a larger entity. Gate watch is consolidating at the flood wall. No estimate on when the road reopens. He read it again. 20 head of cattle meant meat. 14 awakened guards meant the guilds would pull their combat-capable people toward the wall, not the canals. And the road closure meant every shipment of grain, salt, and preserved goods that should have arrived tomorrow would not arrive at all. When did the watch pull back? Just after dawn, Ras said. The message took 4 hours to reach the canal wards because every runner between the gates and the bazaar was already carrying the same news. Tolba looked at Nessa. How many batteries ready? 47 good. 12 more need casing work. I can have them by midnight if I skip sleep. Skip sleep. He turned to Pell. Find Reeve. Tell him to bring every sealed bearing from the tannery to this warehouse within the hour. And find the woman who hired you, the battery specialist. Tell her I need every working lamp she can strip from the East Ward salvage lots. Pell was already moving. Tolba walked to the north wall where the grain stacks stood, 43 sacks arranged in neat rows by Ras's careful hand. He touched the nearest sack and let valuation surface. Grain, milled rice, current market value, pre-surge billings, current market value, projected, 24 hours, 1.4 Thurgy spirit current. Current market value, projected, 24 hours, 1.4 on Surgi spirit current. Current market value, projected, 72 hours, 2.1 Surgi spirit current. True replacement cost, 1.6 Ceres degree. Margin window, 48 hours before price stabilization at scarcity rates. 43 sacks, roughly 1,000 kilograms, worth 800 tokens at yesterday's prices. Worth 1,400 by tomorrow. If he waited 3 days, it would be worth over 2,000. He looked at the stacks and felt the old instinct pull at him. Hold. Wait. Let the price climb and sell at the peak. That was how a merchant survived. That was how a man turned scarcity into leverage. But the grain was not leverage. The grain was what kept Mother Selen's Refuge fed, kept Nessa's hands steady while she walked, kept Ras convinced that the operation had a future beyond the next crossing stone reaction. Ras. Still here. We are moving half the grain to the Refuge tonight. 20 sacks. Nessa takes them on the west route, the one Mother Selen specified. The other 23 stay here, but we open distribution to Canal families tomorrow morning. Ras did not argue. He just nodded and started counting sacks. Mert stood up from his crate, still holding the water tax notice. If you start giving grain away, the guilds will notice. They will ask where it came from. I know. The crossing stone will show the movement. The unified ledger will record every kilogram. I know. Mert looked at him for a long moment. Then he folded the tax notice and put it in his pocket. Then we had better move it before dawn. The work took hours. Tolba did not direct from a distance. He lifted sacks, carried batteries, checked manifests, and answered questions from carriers who had heard the drowned road rumors and wanted to know if the operation was still paying. He told them the truth. The operation would pay. The operation would survive. The operation was not going anywhere. It was not a promise he was sure he could keep. By the time the last grain sack was loaded onto Nessa's cot, the sun had dropped behind the canal buildings, and the air had turned cold and damp. Tolba stood at the warehouse door, watching her guide the cot toward the west entrance, and felt the weight of every decision he had made that day. The grain was exposed now. The batteries were committed. The carriers near his face and his routes, and the scale of what he held. He was visible in a way he had never been before. A figure appeared at the end of the levee walking fast. It was the woman from the Shedendri, the one who had recognized him when he went to see Fensu. She reached him and pressed a folded paper into his hand. From Ochre, she said to read it now. He opened it under the last light. The drowned road surge is not random. I traced the system locks. The convoy was carrying a sealed manifest, items that matched the profile of the high-value scrap your skill identified. Something is clearing the supply lines of specific goods before they reach Parsin. You are not the only one being fed. The question is, who is being starved? Tolba read the note twice. The cold in his chest spread further. He looked up at the darkening canal, at the lights flickering on in the warehouse windows, at the carriers moving through the streets with his grain and his batteries, and his hope that the system would not take everything before he built something worth keeping. A bell began to ring from the direction of the flood wall. It was the alarm. Not a drill. The drowned road surge had reached the outer gates. Chapter 15. The alarm bell kept ringing. Tolba stood at the levee warehouse door, the note from Fensu still in his hand, and watched the canal district come alive in panic. Lights flickered on in windows along the flood wall. Voices called out in the dark, sharp and questioning. Somewhere a child was crying. The drowned road surge had reached the outer gates. Ras appeared at his elbow, a crowbar in one hand and a coil of rope over his shoulder. What do we do? Tolba forced himself to think past the cold spreading through his chest. The grain was already moving. The batteries were committed. The carriers were out there with his name on their lips. Secure the warehouse, he said. Every lock, every beam. If the canal ward panics, people will try to take what they think they need. And you? Tolba folded the note and put it in his pocket. I need to find out who still controls the water. The canal was dark when he reached the barge watch station. A single lantern burned at the end of the dock, casting a weak pool of light over the moored boats. Men stood in groups along the wharf, armed but uncertain, watching the distant glow of fires at the outer wall. Captain Nurek Juno stood at the center of them, a lean man with a weathered face and the bearing of someone who had spent years reading currents, weather, and human nature with equal precision. He turned when Tolba approached, recognition flickering in his eyes. "I know you," Juno said. "You are the one buying batteries and grain from the salvage crews." "I am the one who has been paying fair wages and keeping my manifests honest," Tolba said. "And I am the one who needs the canal open tonight." Juno studied him for a long moment. The alarm bell continued its slow, insistent rhythm from the flood wall. "The drowned road is gone," Juno said. "The gates are holding, but the surge is spreading along the outer marshes. Everything that was coming overland is not coming anymore." "Then the canal is the only way." "It is the only way, but it is also the only way out. If I open the canal, I will have refugees trying to flee, looters trying to take, and guild agents trying to seize control of every barge that moves." Tolba reached into his coat and pulled out the inventory list Ras had prepared. He held it out. "This is what I have: 43 sacks of grain, 50 batteries, sealed bearings, lamp oil, and a warehouse full of salvage waiting to be sorted and repaired. I have carriers who will move whatever you need, mechanics who can keep the barges running, and honest manifests that will not get you flagged on any ledger." Juno took the list but did not look at it. He kept his eyes on Tolba. "And what do you want in return?" "A single lane. One barge slot that moves on my schedule, with my people, carrying my goods. You control the water, I control the cargo, and we both survive this surge with something left to build on." The captain was quiet for a long time. The men behind him shifted, watching the exchange with the hard wariness of people who had learned to trust nothing. "You guarantee your manifests are clean," Juno said finally. "No guild interference, no broker escrow, no crossed lines that bring awakened attention down on my station." "Cleaner than any ledger the council runs." Juno laughed, a short, dry sound. "That is not a high bar." He handed the list back. "One lane. Your slot leaves at the second bell past midnight. If your cargo is not ready, the slot goes to someone who is." "It will be ready." Tolba walked back through the dark streets with the captain's terms burning in his mind. One lane. One chance. He had until midnight. The warehouse was alive when he returned. Ras had organized the carriers into teams, stacking grain, testing batteries, and preparing manifests under the flickering light of oil lamps. Nessa was already back from the refuge, her cart empty, her face drawn with exhaustion. "Mother Selen sends thanks," she said. "She also sends word that the refuge is bracing for the surge. She wants to know how much more we can move before dawn." Tolba looked at the remaining grain, the batteries, the shelves of sealed bearings and lamp oil. The warehouse had felt like abundance 12 hours ago. Now it felt like a single breath held against a rising tide. "We move everything we can to the canal slot," he said. "Midnight departure. The first load goes to the refuge, the second to guild storage, the third stays in reserve." Ras did not argue. He simply turned and started directing the carriers, his voice steady and certain. The hours that followed were a blur of lifting, counting, and watching the clock. Tolba worked beside his people, feeling the weight of every sack and crate as he moved them from the warehouse to the dock. The cold in his chest did not fade, but it sharpened into something useful, a focus that kept him moving when his body wanted to stop. The second bell had not yet rung when a barge or Chapter 16. Tolba caught the second bell in his chest like a pulse he had been waiting for all night. The refugee's barge groaned against the dock stones, its hull scarred black, the people on deck swaying with the same exhausted rhythm. They were still coming off the boat before the lines were tied, mothers carrying children, old men hauling bundles wrapped in oilcloth, a boy with a bloody sleeve pressed against his side. Tolba turned to Ras. "Get them to the warehouse, clear the center aisle, put the grain sacks down as seating. Nessa, bring the lamp oil and the medical kit from the guild bay. Ras did not hesitate. He was already moving, calling to the carriers, opening the warehouse doors wide. The refugees flowed in like water finding a channel. They did not ask questions. They moved where they were directed, settled where they were told, and watched Tolba with the flat, measuring gaze of people who had learned not to trust kindness without a hook. Tolba walked among them, counting. 53 on the barge, maybe 60. He could not tell yet how many were hurt, how many had family still on the road, how many had lost everything in the camp that burned. The woman who had spoken to him at the dock followed him inside. She stood at his elbow while he checked the medical kit, her arms crossed, her eyes tracking his hands. "You are him," she said again, not a question this time. "I am the one who rents a warehouse," Tolba said. "What is your name?" "Yenna. I was the camp's quartermaster before they burned it." "Who burned it, Yenna?" She looked at the refugees settling onto the grain sacks, at the children leaning against their mothers, at the old man who had already fallen asleep with his back to a battery crate. "People who do not want Classless bringing goods into the Canal district," she said. They wore guild colors, but they were not guild. They moved like soldiers. They had a manifest before they started. They knew exactly what to take and what to leave. Tolba felt the cold in his chest shift, settling deeper. "The manifest," he said. "What was on it?" Yenna's jaw tightened. Grain, lamp oil, batteries, sealed bearings, medical supplies, everything a settlement needs to survive a siege. She paused. "Everything you have been stockpiling." The words hung in the air between them. Tolba looked around the warehouse, the grain sacks, the battery stacks, the lamp oil tins, the medical kit in his hands. Every item he had moved through the Canal district in the last 3 weeks was on that list. Someone knew exactly what he was building. Ras appeared at his side, his voice low. "We have 63 refugees. 8 need medical attention. The rest are hungry but stable. I have started rationing the grain at half portions." "Half portions for everyone, including us," Tolba said. "We do not know when the next shipment comes." Ras nodded and walked away. Tolba turned back to Yenna. "The people who attacked your camp. East, you said, toward the old ferry crossing." "East. They took the goods on boats. Small barges, fast, shallow draft. They could move through the flooded roads without touching the main canals." "Did you see any markings on the boats?" Yenna's face went still. "One of them had a symbol, a set of scales, crossed with a key, painted on the bow in white." Tolba's breath caught. He had seen that symbol before, on Fensu's envelope, on the note that said, "The entity sees what you price. The question is, what it does with the total." Not auditor, something else, something that operated in the same space. He looked at the refugees again, at the children, at the old men, at Yenna, who had lost everything and still walked off the barge with her back straight. "Ras," Tolba called, "double the ration portions, full meals tonight." Ras looked up, startled. "Tolba, if we burn through the grain now..." "Double it." Ras had his gaze for a moment, then nodded. The warehouse became a kitchen. Nessa lit the oil lamps and hung them from the rafters. The carriers who had been loading the barge now unpacked the grain and set up cooking pots on the warehouse floor. The refugees moved to help, forming lines, passing cups, tearing bread, tending the wounded. Tolba walked the perimeter, watching. By the 3rd hour past midnight, the warehouse felt different. It was not just a storage building anymore. It was a weight, pressing down on his ribs, making it hard to breathe. 3 days. He looked back at the warehouse, at the refugees sleeping in the grain sacks, at the batteries stacked against the wall, at the lamp oil burning in the rafters, lighting faces he had promised to protect. He had built something invisible, and now the council had seen it, and they were coming to formalize it, license it, or break it. Tolba folded the note and slipped it into his pocket. He walked back into the warehouse, past the sleeping children, past the women sorting batteries, past Yenna, who watched him with eyes that already knew the shape of bad news. "Ras," Tolba said, "I need the inventory list, everything we have. Grain, batteries, lamp oil, bearings, salvage. Write it in 3 copies." Ras looked up. "What are we doing?" Tolba looked at the faces around him, at the people who had nowhere else to go, at the warehouse that had become a home. "We are making sure the council understands what they are voting to destroy," he said, "before they get the chance to vote at all." The first grey light of dawn touched the canal as the carriers began counting, and somewhere in the East Ward, a clerk with an ink-stained finger began drafting a policy that would try to cage everything Tolba had built. Chapter 17. Dawn came gray and damp over the canal, the light thin as old linen. Tolba stood on the warehouse steps with Fensu's notes still folded in his pocket, and watched the carriers begin the inventory count. Ross had lit 3 lamps and laid out charcoal sticks and scrap paper on an upturned crate. The refugees moved around them in quiet patterns, carrying water from the canal pump, sorting bedding, keeping children away from the loading ropes. Nobody asked what happened next. They just worked. Tolba walked to the crate and picked up the charcoal. He started writing. Warehouse inventory, South Canal. Dawn. Day 1 of 3. He listed everything. Grain in 50-pound sacks, counted by weight and remaining shelf life. Battery packs, sorted by charge level and casing condition. Lamp oil, measured in tins. Sealed bearings, counted by size class. Salvage copper, bundled and weighed. Medical supplies, inventoried by type and expiration. He wrote the true values from memory. The stone values. The margins that had already begun to shrink under the crossing stone's ledger. By the time the sun cleared the levee, he had 3 copies. He folded one into his coat, gave one to Ras, tucked the third into a crack between the warehouse joists where only someone who knew where to look would find it. Ras watched him do it, said nothing. The morning brought rumors before it brought news. A woman hauling water from the canal pump said the council clerks had been working all night. A bargeman claimed the East Ward Exchange had stopped issuing new distribution licenses. A boy selling fish scraps from a basket said he had heard the name Marit spoken 3 times before breakfast, which in Parsin meant the name was being used as a threat. Tolba listened to each of them, nodded, and kept working. He sent Pell to the chandlery with a message for Fensus. "I need the full text, not summary, the actual language." Then he waited. The policy arrived at midday, carried by a girl no older than 12, who handed Tolba a sealed tube and ran before he could thank her. He broke the seal on the warehouse steps, pulled out 3 sheets of paper covered in tight, official handwriting, and began to read. Provisional Council Directive 17, Emergency Commodity Regulation. The language was precise. That was the first thing Tolba noticed. Marit had not written this in a rush. He had written it with care, with legal discipline, with the assumption that it would be enforced for years. He read it twice, then a 3rd time. The policy required 3 things. Approved appraisals from council-licensed assessors for all transactions involving grain, fuel, medical supplies, and salvage components worth more than 5 system currency per unit. Licensed distribution routes that had to be registered with the ward office and approved by a council-appointed supervisor. And ward compliance certification for any facility storing more than 200 kilograms of critical goods or 50 units of medical supply. Each requirement on its own was reasonable. Together, they formed a cage. Tolba looked up from the paper and saw the canal, the warehouse, the refugees moving in the doorway. Approved appraisals. That meant he could no longer use his own valuation to set prices. He would have to bring in a council-licensed assessor, someone who would record every item, every quantity, every transaction. Someone who would report to the ward office. Licensed distribution. That meant he could not move goods through his own network without registering the routes, the carriers, the destinations. Every delivery would leave a trail. Ward compliance. That meant his warehouse would be inspected, approved, or shut down. The policy did not mention classless citizens. It did not mention Tolba by name. It did not need to. The cage was built for everyone, but only one kind of person would be trapped inside it. Tolba folded the sheets and put them in his pocket next to Fensu's note. He walked back into the warehouse. Ras was still at the inventory crate, writing. Yenna was helping a woman bandage a child's burned hand. Nessa was testing batteries with a salvaged meter, her face tight with concentration. They were all working because they believed the warehouse would still be here tomorrow. Tolba stood in the center of the floor and tried to see what Marit saw. A man with no class, no title, no office, who had built a supply network that fed entire wards without council permission. A man who moved goods at prices the system did not set. A man whose operation had become a refuge, a kitchen, a hospital, a bank. Marit was not trying to punish success. He was trying to force all power into chains that could be seen, audited, controlled. The policy was not about Tolba. It was about the principle that Tolba's existence proved that a classless man could build something the city needed, and that the city had no legal way to hold him accountable for it. And that, Tolba realized, was exactly what Marit could not allow to stand. He pulled the inventory copy from his coat and looked at the numbers. Grain, batteries, oil, bearings, medical supplies. Enough to feed the refuge for 2 weeks if he rationed carefully. Enough to supply the Canal families for 1 week if he stopped hoarding. Not enough to bargain with. He looked up at Ras. How fast can we fill the warehouse again? Ras stopped writing. Fill it with what? The Drown road is closed, the supply lines are cut, everything we have is already here. Then we need something the council cannot ignore. Ras's eyes narrowed. What kind of something? Tolba did not answer. He was already thinking past the policy, past the vote, past the 3 A's. He was thinking about what Marit had not accounted for. The policy required approved appraisals, but it did not say who could be an appraiser. It required licensed distribution, but it did not say who could hold a license. It required compliance certification, but it did not say who could certify. Marit had written a cage, but he had left the lock open as long as someone knew how to reach it. Tolba walked to the warehouse door and looked out at the canal. The water was flat and gray under the midday sky. A barge was moving slowly along the east channel, carrying grain sacks toward the guild district. He had 3 days. He had a warehouse full of people who had nowhere else to go. And he had a policy that would either cage him or force him to become something he had never intended to be. Footsteps on the dock. Tolba turned. Pell was running toward the warehouse here. His face flushed, his breath coming hard. He stopped in front of Tolba and bent over, hands on his knees. They found the camp, Tell said. The one from the note, the road camp that burned. Tolba waited. Pell straightened. The bodies are gone, every single one. But the ground where they burned the manifest, the scorch marks are shaped like a grid. Someone used a template. A template. Not fire set in panic. Fire set to erase something specific. The same pattern as the barge, the same method. Tolba looked at Pell, at the canal, at the policy in his pocket. Someone else was moving through Parsin, operating with system-level precision, leaving behind no records and no witnesses. And the council was about to vote on a policy that would make that kind of power invisible by making every other kind of power illegal. Chapter 18. The news hit the levy warehouse before Tolba had finished reading the policy through a second time. Ras came in from the East Canal with his jaw set and his hands empty. He walked past Nessa, past Yenna, past the refugees eating their midday portions, and stopped in front of Tolba without a word of greeting. "Market's broken," Ras said. "Council merchants opened 3 stalls at the North Exchange an hour ago. Grain at half what we paid, lamp oil at 1/3, batteries at cost." Tolba's hand went to the policy in his pocket. "Directive 17 isn't law yet." "It's not the directive, it's the money behind it." Ras pulled a folded scrap from his coat and held it out. A price list written in a clerk's even hand, posted at the North Exchange an hour ago. Tolba scanned the numbers. Grain at 1.2 per kilo. Lamp oil at 8 tokens per case. Batteries at 6 per unit. His valuation flickered at the edge of his vision, confirming what his eyes already knew. The prices on the list were below replacement cost, below what he had paid for his own stockpile, below what it cost to haul goods through the canal wards at current fuel rates. Someone was flooding the market with staples sold at a loss. Tolba folded the list and handed it back. "How much is moving?" "Everything they can shift. They've got 3 wagons, 20 carriers, and a crane team unloading barges at the North Dock. The queue stretches past the bridge." "Our carriers?" Ras's face tightened. "I told them to wait, but the North Exchange is paying in system currency, no question about points ever and long, not the 2.1 he had projected. Batteries, 30 good units, 10 failing, worth 6 each if the market held." His total liquid value had dropped by nearly 40% in one morning. He walked to the crate where Nessa was testing batteries. She looked up when he approached, her face smudged with grease and exhaustion. "I need a count of every battery that can hold a charge for more than 4 hours," Tolba said. "Test them against a sealed load, not the meter." "You want me to certify them?" "I want you to guarantee them." Nessa studied his face. "That's a different thing. A meter tells me what's inside. A guarantee tells me I'm responsible if it fails." "Then double the price, and mark each one with your name." She did not argue. She turned back to the crate and began pulling batteries. Tolba walked to the salvage pile. Circuit boards, cracked housings, stripped wiring, broken gauges, junk by any market standard. But there were diodes, resistors, and small transformers in the pile that could be pulled and resold to repair shops that serviced awakened equipment. He knelt and began sorting, his hands moving faster than his thoughts. Minutes passed. An hour. The refugees watched him work, and after a while Yenna came over and knelt beside him without asking what he needed. She started pulling circuit boards from the pile and stacking them by size. "The camp I ran," Yenna said, not looking up. "We had a merchant come through before the attack. He said the council was preparing a market adjustment. Those were his words. Market adjustment." "When?" "3 days before the attack." Tolba stopped sorting. "Did he have a name?" "Did not give one, but he carried a satchel with a seal on it, a bird in flight over crossed lines." "The council's seal, not Mara's personal mark but the institutional one. The same seal that appeared on Directive 17. "Did he say anything else?" Yenna was quiet for a moment. "He said the price of loyalty would be measured in the same currency as everything else. I did not understand what he meant until today." Tolba understood. The council was not trying to destroy him through Directive 17. They were trying to destroy him through the market first. If his inventory crashed, his network collapsed, and his people scattered before the vote ever happened, the policy would be unnecessary. He was being priced out of existence. He shivered and walked to the warehouse door. The canal was quiet. A single barge was tied at the north dock, unloading crates onto a wagon. Council merchants, selling at a loss, buying the loyalty of every carrier, every family, every ward that Tolba had spent weeks building. Behind him, Ras came back through the door. His face was pale. "We have a problem," Ras said. "Pal is gone." Tolba turned. "Gone where?" He ran to the warehouse. "A woman at the North Exchange said one of our carriers was picked up by councilmen an hour ago. They took the manifest." Tolba's blood went cold. "Who?" Ras shook his head. "Not one of ours. The woman said the carrier was young, fast, talked about working for the warehouse." Pell. Not a carrier. Pell was a runner. But he carried messages, routes, names. He knew the tannery location. He knew the refuge entrance. He knew Fensu's chandlery. And someone had just taken him. Chapter 19. The warehouse door banged open before Tolba could answer. A woman stood in the frame, canvas apron smudged with ash, her face lit by something orange and growing behind her on the canal bank. "The tannery," she said. "It is burning." Tolba was already moving. He hit the door at a run and the night opened around him. Orange light flickered above the roofline 2 streets east, reflecting off the low cloud. Smoke rose in a column that caught the glow and turned it into something solid, a pillar of ruined value pushing into the dark. Ras caught up halfway. "Who is there now?" "Nobody. The tannery was empty. I cleared it this morning." "Then there is nothing to protect." "There is nothing to steal," Tolba said, and kept running. The fire had taken hold by the time he reached the corner. Flames pushed through the tannery's roof in 3 places, eating the dry timber frame like kindling. Neighbors had formed a bucket line from the canal, but the water barely reached the outer walls before the heat drove them back. The fire had been set to burn hot and fast, and it was succeeding. Tolba stopped at the edge of the crowd. People were watching. Some carried buckets, but most stood still, their faces painted orange and black. He heard a voice behind him, low and sharp. 2 of them came through the back wall, cut the lock, poured oil, lit it, and ran. He turned. A young man with soot on his forearms and a rag tied around his mouth was watching the flames. "You saw them?" "Saw the oil, smelled it. Lamp oil, the same kind you have been buying up for weeks." The words landed like a slap. The crowd was turning now, looking at him. A woman with a sleeping child on her hip stepped back when she met his eyes. Tolba understood. The fire had not destroyed the tannery, the fire had made it visible. His warehouse was burning, and everyone in the canal ward knew whose goods were inside. He walked to the bucket line and took a place beside a man he did not recognize. The man stared at him for a moment, then handed him a bucket and said nothing. They passed water for an hour until the fire had eaten everything there was to eat, and the flames collapsed into glowing timber. By the time the first gray light touched the canal, the tannery was a black skeleton. Tolba stood ankle-deep in ash and char, blinking against the heat, still rising from the ground. Mother Selin found him there. She came through the crowd without asking permission, her gray badre loose over one shoulder, her canvas apron still stained from the Refuge kitchen. She stopped 2 feet from him and crossed her arms. "You need to hear what they are saying." "I know what they are saying." "You know what you think they are saying. Let me tell you what they are actually saying." She stepped closer, her voice dropping so only he could hear. "They are saying you brought this on purpose, that you bought up grain and oil and batteries to corner the market, and when the council undercut you, you burned your own warehouse to claim the loss and raise prices. Tolba shook his head. Who would believe that? People who are hungry. Her eyes were flat, exhausted, and something harder beneath. People who watched a merchant with a council seal sell grain at half your price this morning. People who saw your runner dragged away by councilmen and now see smoke where your goods were stored. They do not know how the pieces fit, but they are fitting them together. He wanted to argue. Instead, he looked at the ash at his feet and saw what he had missed. The fire had burned in a pattern. He knelt and brushed a top layer of ash away with his bare hand. Beneath it, the floorboards showed a grid of scorch marks, evenly spaced, rectangular. The same spacing he had seen in Pell's description of the road camp. The same dimensions as the barge burn. Mother Selin watched him. What is that? A template. He stood up and looked at the remains of the tannery. The fire was set to erase something. You burn a building to destroy what is inside, not to erase a record. You burn a building to destroy what is inside if you want to steal the rest, Tolba said, but this place was empty. There was nothing here to steal. Someone wanted the fire, not the goods. He walked to the back wall where the roof had collapsed inward. The timbers were black, but the ground beneath them was less charred. He pushed a beam aside with his boot and found what he was looking for. An iron box, heat-scarred but intact, wedged into a corner where the floor met the wall. Mert's tax notice had been inside, and a ledger, and 3 sealed envelopes bearing Fensu's mark. The fire had not been about destroying Tolba's inventory. The fire had been about destroying evidence that someone was tracking his supply lines, his buyers, his allies. And the box was still here. Mother Selin came up behind him. What is in those envelopes? Names. Tolba opened one of the envelopes. The paper inside was singed along one edge but still readable. Names of carriers, routes, delivery schedules. The same information Pell carries in his head. The same information the council took from him. Yes. She stared at the charred box. They burned the tannery because they did not find what they were looking for in Pell's manifest. Tolba closed the envelope and put it inside his coat. They burned the tannery because they want me to know they are looking. They want me to see the smoke and understand that every place I have stored value is a target now. He turned and faced a canal. The crowd was thinning, the fire reduced to steam and smoke that curled across the water like fog. Pell is still out there, he said, and whoever took him knows where the refuge is. Chapter 20. Tolba pushed the iron box deeper into his coat and turned from the burned tannery. Mother Selin walked with him as far as the canal bridge, then stopped and gripped his arm hard enough to leave marks. You are going to do something stupid now. I am going to do something necessary. The difference will not matter to the people who watch you fail. She released his arm and pointed toward the refuge. You have a girl at my kitchen who has been asking for you all morning. She says she found something in a crate and will not tell anyone but you. I told her to wait, but she is 15 and she has your same look. The one that means she was do what she wants, regardless of what anyone tells her. Sippy stopped at the far end where the walls met and turned to face him. I found a crate at the North Exchange yesterday, sealed. Council stamp on the lid. I was supposed to move it to the weighing station, but I touched it first. She held up her hands, black-stained fingers spread. I saw everything. Everything? The transactions. The copper wire inside, the diodes, the transformers. Their true value. The route they took to get to the city. The route they were going to take after. She swallowed. And the people who handled them. The people who died handling them. I saw their names. I saw the margins they were paid. I saw the names of the people who bought the goods after, and what they paid, and what they sold them for next. Tolba felt his blood go cold. That is not what valuation does. It is what mine does. She looked at her hands as if they belonged to someone else. I thought everyone saw that. I thought that was what you saw. But the crate was packed by men who work for a broker named Harvel Sest, and the ledger I saw in the transaction strata showed a co-signature I recognized. Whose? She looked up. ADR. The letters landed like a slap. Auditor signed that crate. Sippy said, the same entity that co-signs your deals. But it was not a confirmation. It was a directive. The crate was not being shipped to Parsin, it was being shipped through Parsin to somewhere east. To someone who is buying people, Tolba. Not goods, people. He opened his mouth to ask how she knew, what she had seen, what else was in the transaction strata. Before the words formed, he heard the footsteps. 2 men came around the corner from the street end of the alley. They were not wearing council colors. They wore plain canvas and leather, the uniform of every hired hand in every ward in Parsin. But they moved like men who knew exactly where they were going. The first one looked at Sippy and smiled. There you are. Your shift at the North Exchange is not over yet. You owe us a crate. She does not work for you, Tolba said. The second man did not look at Tolba. He kept his eyes on Sippy, and his hand drifted to his belt where a knife hung, sheathed, but ready. The girl touched goods she was not authorized to touch. Her employer wants a word about what she saw. That is all. No trouble. She comes with us, answers a few questions, goes home. Sippy took a step back, then hit the wall. Tolba felt the weight of the iron box against his ribs. He felt the 3 envelopes with Fensu's mark on them. He felt the distance between where he stood and the street, and the distance between where Sippy stood and the men. They had come for her. Someone else had noticed her talent. He stepped sideways, putting himself between the men and the girl, and reached into his coat. I will give you 1 chance to walk back to the exchange, he said. If you do not take it, I will assume you are not affiliated with any exchange, and I will treat you accordingly. The first man laughed. You are going to treat us? You look like a vendor who lost his cart. The second man drew his knife. Tolba pulled the iron box out of his coat and held it up. This box contains a ledger, a tax notice, and 3 sealed envelopes from Fensu Okar. If you touch the girl, I will drop it in the canal and tell Fensu that 2 men working for Harvel Sest forced me to destroy evidence she was expecting. The first man stopped smiling. The second man's knife hand did not waver, but his eyes flicked to the box and stayed there. You do not know Harvel Sest, the first man said. I know that his crate carried an auditor co-signature and that the girl read the transaction strata inside it. Tolba kept his voice flat, cold, the voice he used when he was pricing a deal the other side did not fully understand. I know that you were sent to retrieve her before she told anyone what she saw. And I know that if you take her, Harvel Sest will have a problem much larger than a missing crate, because the same entity that co-signed his shipment is watching this girl's transactions, and I guarantee you it has already recorded this conversation. The silence stretched. The second man lowered his knife. The first man looked at Sippy, then at Tolba, then at the box again. This is not over. It is over for today, Tolba said. Tell your employer that if he wants to discuss what the girl saw, he can come to the refugee kitchen himself and ask me to my face. Otherwise, he can watch his ledgers and wonder what I am doing with the information that was not in the manifest. The men backed out of the alley. Tolba did not breathe until they were gone. Sippy slid down the wall and sat on the wet ground, her black-stained hands pressed flat against her knees. They knew. They knew what I saw before I told anyone. Tolba knelt beside her and opened his mouth to say something that would make it better. But the words did not come, because she was right. Someone had known. And whoever had known was connected to the same entity that had been watching Tolba since the first transaction. Chapter 21. He pulled Sippy up from the wet ground and walked her through the back alleys to the Refuge kitchen without letting go of her arm. She did not resist. Her fingers were still black from the crate, and she kept looking over her shoulder at the empty street as if the men might step out of the fog again. Mother Selin met them at the kitchen door with a dry cloth and a cup of water, and when Tolba said the room needed to be safe for at least a few hours, she did not ask why. She just nodded and pulled Sippy inside. Tolba stood in the doorway and watched the girl drink. "There is something I need to check," he said. "Keep her here. Do not let her touch anything that comes through that door." Mother Selin's eyes narrowed. "What are you looking for?" "Confirmation." He left before she could ask more. The Levy warehouse was quiet when he reached it. Refugees slept in rows along the walls, wrapped in whatever they had carried from the burned camp. Ras sat by the door with a lantern and a ledger, and he stood when Tolba walked in. "Boss, you look like you ran through a fire." "Close enough." Tolba set the iron box on the crate beside Ras and pulled the lid open. Mert's tax notice sat on top, creased and water-stained. Beneath it, the ledger, and beneath that, the 3 envelopes with Fensu's mark pressed into the wax. He did not open them yet. He set them aside and pulled out the ledger, a thin book bound in cracked leather with columns of dates and names, written in a hand he did not recognize. He turned the pages slowly, reading names and quantities and route codes, searching for something he could not name until he found it. 3 names. Merchants, Classless. Each one had operated in Parsin during the first 8 weeks after the awakening. Each one had appeared in the ledger with modest purchases and growing credit lines. Each one had vanished from the book after a single entry marked with a small symbol in the margin, a circle bisected by a horizontal line. He had seen that symbol before. On the confirmation records Fensu had shown him. On the crate Hyvel Cest had shipped through Parsin. On his own transaction confirmations, the ones auditor co-signed. He traced the circle with his finger and felt cold move through his chest. Was watched him without speaking for a long moment, then said, "What did you find?" "Names." Tolba closed the ledger and pressed his palm flat against the cover. "People who were doing the same thing I am doing, before me. And they're not doing it anymore." He stood and walked to the far wall where the salvaged crates were stacked, the ones Yenna had helped him sort. Circuit boards, diodes, transformers. He had been pricing them by weight and condition, building a quiet store of repairable components that could be sold to awakened equipment shops. But now he looked at them differently, not as inventory, as evidence of a pattern he should have seen weeks ago. Every time his valuation flagged a high-value item that looked like scrap, Auditor found it. Every time he moved goods through Fensu's routes, the confirmations came back with that same cold co-signature. Every time he built something that worked, something that held, something that made the Classless less desperate, he felt the presence tighten, as if he was being measured against a standard he had never been shown. He turned back to Ras. "I need the names of every Classless merchant who disappeared in the first 2 months. Anyone who started with nothing and built a supply line that worked. Anyone whose operation collapsed without explanation. Anyone who stopped trading and was never seen again." Ras's face did not change, but his hand stopped moving over the ledger. "That is not a short list. Make it shorter. Cross out anyone who died in a monster surge. Cross out anyone who was killed in a guild raid. Cross out anyone whose death had a witness. I want the ones who just stopped. The ones whose accounts went silent. Ras stared at him for a long moment, then picked up his pencil and began writing. Tolba spent the next hour at the crate, working through the ledger, the envelopes, and every scrap of paper he had stored in the iron box. The first envelope contained a route map, drawn in Fensu's precise hand, showing a chain of exchange coins that bypassed the guild checkpoints entirely. The second contained a list of names and addresses, clerks and supervisors in wards he had never visited, people who owed Fensu favors or information. The third envelope held a single sheet of paper with 3 lines of writing in a hand he did not recognize. Tolan Ves. Drowned Road. Closed account. Mirahannis, East Canal. Closed account. Doran Kell. North Exchange. Closed account. No dates, no explanations, just names and the same word. Closed. He read the names aloud and Ras looked up from his own list. Tolan Ves, Ras said. I remember that name. He was a grain trader, controlled half the eastern silos for about 6 weeks. Then he disappeared. People said the council bought him out. They did not buy him out. Tolba folded the sheet and put it back in the envelope. They closed his account. Ras set down his pencil. What does that mean? It means he was not a grain trader. He was using something like valuation, and when the system decided he was done, it stopped co-signing his deals. Without the confirmations, he could not move goods. Without the goods, he could not pay his carriers. Without the carriers, he had nothing. Tolba heard his own voice go flat, the same flatness he had used in the alley when he threatened Harvel Sessman. He heard the words coming out of his mouth and realized he was describing his own future. Ras was quiet for a long time. Then he said, How many names do you need before you stop? I cannot stop. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. Tolba picked up the next envelope and slid the route map out again. His hands were steady. His voice was steady, but behind his ribs, something had begun to crack, thin and hairline, the kind of crack that spreads before the structure falls. He had built a warehouse network that fed 2 wards. He had negotiated protection from a guildmaster and a deal with a broker-class operator who saw the whole city as a board. He had hidden Saipi in a refuge kitchen and bluffed hired killers into backing down. He had done everything a man could do to make himself useful, indispensable, too valuable to erase. But the names on that sheet had been useful too, and their accounts were closed. Chapter 22. The levee warehouse smelled of damp wood and lamp oil. Tolba sat on an overturned crate with the ledger open across his knees, the 3 envelopes spread beside him like evidence at a trial. The candle flame wavered every time someone walked past the door, and each time it flickered, he saw the symbol again. Circle. Horizontal line. Closed. Ras had filled 2 pages with names. Most had notes beside them in his cramped hand. Killed at North Gate. Drowned road surge. Guild dispute. Monster encounter. Died of fever. The list of the living was short. The list of the vanished was shorter still. Tolba read them again. Tolan Ves. Mira Hannis. Doran Kell. 3 people who had built something from nothing. 3 people whose operations had worked, really worked, and then stopped. No bodies, no witnesses, no explanations, just the same cold marker on their accounts, the same symbol that appeared on every confirmation auditor co-signed. He set the ledger down and picked up the route map from Fensu's first envelope. It showed a chain of exchange points that threaded through the back canals, bypassing every guild checkpoint in the city. The map was careful, precise, drawn in ink that had not faded. Someone had used it, someone had trusted it, and that someone's account was closed. He unfolded the second envelope's contents: names and addresses, clerks and supervisors, people who owed Fensu favors or information, people who could be reached, leaned on, called in. The list was a tool, not a warning, but he could not stop reading it as both. The third envelope sat apart from the others. He had already memorized the 3 lines. He picked up the sheet anyway, holding it to the candlelight, looking for watermarks, hidden marks, anything that might tell him who had written those words. Nothing. Just ink and paper and the weight of 3 dead ends. Ras cleared his throat from the door. I checked the Tanner site again. The ash grid is still there. I paced it out, 8 feet by 8 feet, even squares. Someone laid a template before they poured the oil. Same as the road camp? Same as the road camp. Same as the barge. Ras stepped into the light and Tolba saw his hands were shaking. Boss, I have been doing this work for 30 years. I have seen fires set for profit, fires set for spite, fires set to cover a murder. I have never seen a fire set with a measuring grid. It is not a fire, Tolba said. It is a signature. Ras waited. Tolba picked up the ledger and held it out. Read the column entries, the ones with the symbol. Tell me what you see. Ras took the book and sat down across from him. He turned pages slowly, squinting at the handwriting. After a long silence, he said, Every one of these entries has the same pattern. A period of small trades, then a period of larger trades, margins widening, confirmations speeding up, then a cluster of transactions in a short window, high volume, high value, then the symbol, then nothing. How long between the first trade and the symbol? Ras turned pages, counting under his breath. Tolan Ves made his first recorded trade on day 7 after the awakening. The symbol appears on day 53. 6.5 weeks. And Mira Hannes. Day 10 to day 49, 5.5 years. Tolba felt the crack behind his ribs widen. He had been operating for 12 weeks. His first confirmed trade under valuation had been on day 1. If the pattern held, he was already past the window where the others had been closed. But he was still here, still trading, still receiving confirmations. Why? Ras looked up. Dor and Kell lasted the longest. Day 3 to day 61. 8 weeks. Then the symbol. Then nothing. 8 weeks. Tolba had been running for 12. He should have been closed already, unless the pattern was not time. Unless the pattern was something else. He picked up the ledger again, turning back to the entries for Toll and Vest. The grain trader had controlled half the eastern silos. He had moved thousands of kilograms of grain. He had built a supply line that fed entire wards. And then, on day 53, he had stopped. What happened on day 53? Tolba read the entries more carefully. Vess's last confirmed transaction was a sale of 200 kilograms of grain to a buyer listed only as North Ward Committee. The sale was at stone value. The confirmation bore the symbol, not auditor's full signature. The same symbol. Closed. He flipped to Mira Hannes. Her last transaction was a sale of medical supplies to a refuge camp on the East Canal. Stone value. Symbol. Closed. Doran Kell. Lamp oil to a salvage crew working the North Gate. Stone value. Symbol. Closed. Every one of them had made their final sale at stone value, not market value, not the true value UXuation would have shown. Stone value, the official price, the lying price. They had stopped using valuation. They had started trading like everyone else. And then they had closed. Solba set the ledger down. His hands were steady, but behind his ribs the crack was spreading wide open, and something cold was seeping through. He had spent 12 weeks building a network that could not be seen, a supply line that could not be cut, a system that could survive without him. But Solba had never been part of the system. She had been part of the reason, and now she was gone. Chapter 23. Tolba left the refuge kitchen before Mother Selin could argue. The mist had thickened along the canal, swallowing the lantern light from the few windows still lit. He walked fast, keeping to the narrow passages where the mud swallowed his footsteps. Ras followed without asking where they were going. The crack behind Tolba's ribs had not closed. It was spreading, cold and sharp, and he knew that if he stopped moving, it would split wide open. Sippy was in the canals. Someone had used Fensu's description to force her out, and the only person who might find her before Havel's people did was a man who had no reason to help and every reason to demand Tolba's full ledger in return. Jarek Malley's guild hall sat on the North Canal where the water widened into a basin, a converted fish-packing warehouse with steel shutters and a watch platform on the roof. Tolba had never approached it from the front. He had always sent messages through Ren Hasik, always stayed 3 blocks away, always made sure his face was not remembered by the hunters who came and went at all hours. Tonight, he walked straight to the door. The guard was a young woman with a short sword on her hip and a lantern in her hand. She stepped forward before Tolba reached the threshold. "State your business." "My name is Tolba Wunn. I need to speak to Jarek Malley. Tonight." She studied him. The vendor badge on his lapel, the mud on his boots, the set of his shoulders, which he could not make look relaxed. "Wait here." She went inside. Tolba stood in the mist, feeling the cold seep through his coat. Ras leaned against the wall a few paces back, saying nothing. The door opened. The guard jerked her head. "He says come in." The guild hall was warm and smelled of oiled metal and old wood. A few hunters sat at long tables, eating or cleaning gear. They looked up when Tolba entered, then looked away. Jarek's office was at the back, behind a door that had once been part of a ship's cabin and still bore the bolt holes where the hinges had been. Jarek was standing when Tolba entered. His silver-threaded beard was rough, and the scar pulling the corner of his left eye gave him a look that could have been anger or concern or both. "You do not come to my front door," Jarek said. "You send messages. You stay 3 blocks away. That is how we work." "Sippy Daston is gone," Tolba said. "Someone took her from the refuge kitchen. She is in the canals, and I need your people to find her before Harvel's men do." Jarek's expression did not change, but his hand, resting on the edge of his desk, tightened. "Harvel's. You know the name. I know the reputation. Trafficker. Runs people east under crate cover. Keeps his operation clean enough that nobody has put a blade in him yet." Jarek paused. "What does he want with a 15-year-old scavenger?" Tolba took a breath. The crack behind his ribs was cold and wide open. He had spent 12 weeks building a network that could survive without him, and now he was about to show it to a man who could take it apart with one call to the council. "Sippy has the same ability I do," he said, "the one that lets me see true value. She has it deeper. She can fit chains of custody, routes, deck handlers, margins at every step. She touched a crate Havel was shipping through Parsin. It was co-signed by Auditor, not a confirmation, a directive. Cess is shipping people, and Auditor approved it." Jarek was silent. His eyes did not leave Tolba's face. "And you want me to find her before Cess does?" "Yes." "Why should I?" Tolba had expected the question. He had prepared for it, but the answer still felt like pulling his own teeth. "Because I am not a scavenger who got lucky at the appraisal stone," he said. "I have a warehouse network that moves grain, oil, batteries, and medical supplies across 3 wards. I have 73 classless refugees in a safe ward on the South Canal. I have a partnership with Fensu Okar that gives me legal cover and broker routes, and I have been building towards something larger than survival." He stopped. The words hummed in the warm air of the office. "I have been hiding," he said, "because I thought secrecy was the only way to keep it safe. But secrecy cannot find Sippy. Secrecy cannot stop Harvel Cest, and secrecy will not protect the warehouse when the council votes on Directive 17. Jarek sat down slowly. The chair creaked under his weight. "You are telling me you built a shadow economy in my city, under my nose, while I thought you were a clever vendor with a good eye for salvage." "Yes. Do you? Because once that door opens, you cannot close it again. The warehouse you built stops being invisible. It becomes a target, and the only thing that protects it is the fact that I am standing next to you." Tolba met his eyes. "Then stand next to me." Jarek nodded once. The gesture was final. "Wait here. I will have a rudder bring the first reports." He left. The door swung shut, and Tolba was alone in the warm office, surrounded by the smell of oiled metal and old wood. His hands were steady. His voice had been steady. But behind his ribs the crack was no longer spreading. It was filling with something else. Something that felt like a door swinging open, and he had no idea what was on the other side. He turned to the window. The mist was thinning over the canal. In the distance, a lantern moved along the floodwall, and for a moment he thought he saw a small shape slip through the gap where the old pumping station met the water. He pressed his hand against the glass. The shape was gone, but the cold certainty remained. Sippy was still out there, and he had just lit a torch that everyone in Parsin would see. Chapter 2000. The mist had thickened again by the time Tolba reached the Chandari. He had not planned to come here. He had planned to wait at Garrick's guild hall to let the hunters work, to stay out of the way. But standing at that window, watching the shape vanish, he had understood something he could not ignore. He did not know where Sippy was, and he did not know where Harvel Cest operated. Fensu's face did not change, but something behind her eyes sharpened. "Come inside." She led him through the narrow shop, past shelves of lamp oil and coiled rope and brass fittings, into a back room he had never seen before. A desk covered in papers. A map of the Canal wards pinned to the wall with charcoal marks on 3 districts. A small stove with a kettle on top. "Sit," she said. He did not sit. "I need decoy routes that lead nowhere," he said. "I need forged paperwork that makes it look like Sippy was moved east through a guild checkpoint yesterday. I need legal noise, a complaint filed, a dispute over a salvage claim, something that occupies the council clerks for the next 6 hours." Fensu set the lamp down. She studied him the way she had studied him in the burned pier weeks ago, reading layers he could not see. "Who took her?" "Harvel Cest." Her expression tightened. A flicker of recognition and something else. Disgust. "You are sure?" She touched one of his crates. She saw what was inside. She saw Auditor's signature on the directive. Tolba paused. "The same way I see value in goods, Sippy sees chains of custody, riles, dead handlers, margins at every step. She saw Cest's entire operation through one touch." Fensu was quiet for a long moment. Then she sat down at the desk, pulled a sheet of paper toward her, and began writing. "You told me you had a partner," Tolba said. "You told me you had leverage." "I did." "Is this the moment you use it?" Fensu did not look up. "I am revising my estimate of you, Tolba. Every time I think I understand the shape of your network, you reveal another layer. First the row house, then the refugees, then a partnership with Garrick Malley that you conveniently forgot to mention, and now a second valuation user, deeper than yours, hidden in a refuge kitchen." A teenager. Do not try to make me feel guilty. I am not the one who kept her secret. She was a child who had already been hunted once. I was not going to put her name in a ledger. Fensu stopped writing. She looked at him, and for the first time since he had met her, he could not read her expression. You are building something, she said. I thought I understood what it was. A market operation, a supply network, a way to make yourself essential before the council locked the doors. She set the pen down. But you are not building a business. You are building a city, and you are doing it without telling anyone that you are the architect. Tolba said nothing. Decoy routes require a manifest that looks real but cannot be verified, she said. I have a shell account registered under a name that does not exist. I can file a movement order for Sippy Dastan, Classless, traveling east under cargo transfer. It will appear in the system within the hour. And the forged paperwork? I have a clerk in the East Ward who owes me. She will backdate a checkpoint log entry showing Sippy crossed at dusk yesterday. It will not hold up to close scrutiny, but it will pull Sest's attention east while Garrick's hunters search the canals. Tolba exhaled. He had not realized he had been holding his breath. Legal noise? Fensu picked up the pen again. I will file a salvage dispute in your name. Claim a crate of circuit boards went missing from the North Exchange. It will require a clerk to open a file, assign a case number, and send a notice. That takes at least 4 hours if they are busy. She looked up. Which they will be, because I also have a complaint ready about the new crossing stone calibration. You had that prepared. I have many things prepared. She finished writing, folded the paper, and held it out to him. The city is the real board now, Tolba. The bazaar was practice. The warehouse was proof of concept. But what happens in the next 6 hours will decide whether you survive the next 6 weeks. He took the paper. Why are you helping me? Fensu stood. She walked to the map on the wall and traced her finger along the canal line where the old pumping station was marked. Because I have been watching you for weeks, and I still do not know whether you are going to win or fail. That uncertainty is valuable. She turned to face him. If you win, I want to be on the side that helped. If you fail, I want to know exactly how far the farm reaches. A knock at the door, 3 rapid beats. Fensu moved past him through the shop to the front door. Tolba heard the lock click, then a low voice speaking too fast to catch. When she returned, her face had changed. What? One of my clerks at the South Canal station just filed a report. A girl matching Sippy's description was seen being led into the old ice house on the 3rd flood stair. She paused. The ice house has a sub-basement that connects to the sewage outflows. Harville Sest owns the building. Tolba was already moving toward the door. Wait. He stopped. That ice house is a trap. Sest knows someone will come for her. He wants to know who. I know. And you are going anyway. Yes. Fensu picked up her coat from the hook by the door. Then I am coming with you. Tolba stared at her. You said the city is the real board now. I did. Then someone needs to make sure you do not get yourself killed before the game is played. She pulled her coat on and but his eyes. Besides, I have been wanting to see what editor's directive actually looks like on paper. She opened the door. The mist curled in, cold and damp and smelling of the canal. After you, architect. Chapter 25. The mist thickened as they crossed the canal bridge, cold enough that Tolba felt it settle in his lungs. Fensu walked half a step behind him, her coat collar turned up, her eyes moving across every dark window and alley mouth they passed. Jarrick's hunters had arrived before them. 5 figures waited at the base of the 3rd flood stair, indistinct in the fog, their weapons sheathed, as hands resting on grips and hilts. Jarrick stood at their center, his silver-threaded beard catching the lamplight from a nearby window. The ice house has 2 entrances, he said without greeting. front door on the street level, a loading hatch on the canal side that opens to the sub-basement. Seth's men are watching both. The third flub stair connects to the sewage outflow, Fensu said. The sub-basement tunnels feed into the main drainage channel. Jarek looked at her. You know the layout. I read the building permits before they were sealed. A hunter to Jarek's left, a woman with cropped gray hair and a scar across her throat, spoke without looking away from the ice house. The sewage outflow is open at this hour. Low tide. A man could crawl through, but it would be tight. Send me in through the outflow, Tolba said. Jarek shook his head. You are not a fighter, and you cannot see in the dark. I am sending Zella and Dervin. They move quiet. Then send me after them. I need to see what Cest has in that building. Fensu needs the directive on paper. Tolba. Fensu's voice was hard. If you walk into that sub-basement and Cest's men take you, everything you have built collapses tonight. And if Sipai dies in that sub-basement while I wait on the street, it collapses anyway. Fensu held his gaze for a long moment. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out a folded piece of paper, stamped with a seal he did not recognize. A salvage complaint against the ice house, she said, filed 20 minutes ago. If anyone asks why you are there, you are searching for stolen goods. Tolba took the paper. You filed a complaint against a building we had not entered yet. I filed it when I heard the address. If we are wrong, I will withdraw it in the morning. She looked at Garrick. How long before your hunters clear the path? 3 minutes, maybe 5. Jarek gestured to Zella. Start with the front door, draw their attention. Dervin takes the loading hats once the watching men shift. Zella nodded and melted into the mist without a sound. The other hunters followed at intervals, spreading across the flood stair like water finding cracks. Tolba counted seconds. At 37, a crash came from the ice house's front entrance, wood splintering, a shout cut short. Then silence. Dervin's voice carried through the fog, low and calm. Loading hatches open. 2 down. No more inside the main room. Jarek moved. Tolba followed, Fensu close behind. The ice house was smaller than he had imagined. A single story of cracked brick and rusted iron fittings, its windows boarded and its door hanging from broken hinges. Zella stood inside, wiping blood from her knuckles with a rag. 2 men lay against the far wall, bound and unconscious. Basement entrance is through the back room, Zella said. There is a no region authority, no capital zone, so audit bureau. The council has never recognized any authority above themselves since the awakening. Tolba stood. It exists, Seppi said. I saw it. From the top of the stairs, Jarek's voice came, low and urgent. We have movement outside. 3 boats on the canal, coming fast. We need to leave now. Tolba reached down and pulled Seppi to her feet. She was shaking, but she was alive. Her head was down, her wrists bound behind her, her hair hanging across her face. She did not move when his footsteps approached. Seppi. Her head came up. Her eyes were open, dark and focused, and she looked at him with an expression he could not name. You came, she said. Her voice was cracked but steady. I came. I told you not to follow. I know. Fensu moved past him, scanning the room. There is a desk along the wall, papers, a ledger. She went to it, began flipping pages. Tolba knelt beside Seppi and cut the rope around her wrists. She did not stand immediately. She sat with her hands free, rubbing her wrists, looking at the dark stains on her fingers. They showed me something, she said, before they tied me here. They thought I would die before I could tell anyone. What did they show you? Seppi looked up at him. Her eyes were wet, but she was not crying. They showed me the manifest. The real one. Not the crate manifest for the east route. She paused. There are 3 columns on the manifest. The first column is names. The second is destinations. The third is a function. A function, Tolba repeated. Everyone on the manifest is classless, and every name has a function listed next to it. She swallowed. Some are listed as labor extraction. Some are listed as organ harvest. But most of them. She stopped. Most of them, Fensu said from the desk, not looking up from the ledger, are listed under what? Seppi's voice dropped to a whisper. Auditor valuation. Tolba felt the cold spread from his chest to his hands. Fensu turned. She held a sheet of paper, her face pale in the lamplight. The manifest is real, she said. I have it here. And she is right. She held up the paper. There are 19 names under that function. 19 classless people with abilities like yours being shipped east to someone who knows exactly what they are buying. Tolba looked at Seppi. Did you see who bought them? Seppi shook her head. Not a person. I saw a seal I have never seen before. She met his eyes, and it was stamped on every single entry in the manifest. What seal? I cannot describe it exactly, but it had writing around the edge. She closed her eyes, concentrating. The words said, Regional Authority, Capital Zone, Audit Bureau. The room went silent. Fensu lowered the paper. That seal does not exist in Parsin, she said. There is no regional authority, no capital zone, no audit bureau. The council has never recognized any authority above themselves since the awakening. Tolba stood. It exists, Seppi said. I saw it. From the top of the stairs, Jarek's voice came, low and urgent. We have movement outside. 3 boats on the canal coming fast. We need to leave now. Tolba reached down and pulled Seppi to her feet. She was shaking. But she was alive. Chapter 26. They cleared the ice house by the canal channel, Jarek's hunters forming a wedge around Tolba and Seppi as they splashed through knee-deep water toward the flood stairs. The boats were close enough now that Tolba heard the slap of oars against wave tops, voices calling across the dark. Fensu reached the stair first, her coat soaked to the knees, the manifest pressed flat against her chest. She did not look back. She climbed. Zella followed with Seppi, half carrying her up the slick stone. Tolba came after, Jarek at the rear, his hand on the hilt of the blade he had not drawn all night. No shots came. The boats passed the outflow channel without slowing, their lanterns cutting the mist at a steady pace. They were not searching. They were running a route, a schedule, the same way a night watchman walked a beat. Eastbound, Jarek said low. Canal lane to the ferry crossing. That is how Cest moves them. Kolba stood on the fixed stair, water streaming from his trousers, watching the lanterns recede. 19 names on a manifest. 19 classless people with abilities like his being shipped to an authority that did not exist in Parsin. He turned and climbed. They reached the refuge kitchen by a route Fensu chose. Back alleys, canal bridges, a boarded passage between 2 abandoned storehouses that smelled of old salt and rat droppings. Nobody spoke. The city was still dark, the sky a bruised gray that had not decided to become dawn. Mother Selin met them at the kitchen door. She looked at Seppi first, her eyes moving from the girl's bound wrists to the tremor in her shoulders. Then she looked at Tolba. You found her. She is alive. Selin nodded once. She opened the door wider. Inside, the kitchen was warm. A pot of water sat on the stove. The windows were blind. Ras sat at the work table with a ledger open, his hands still, watching the door like a man who had been waiting for bad news and would not relax until it arrived or failed. Sipai sat on a bench by the stove. Selin wrapped a blanket around her without asking, then pressed a cup of water into her hands. "Drink," she said. "Then we talk." Tolba stood in the center of the room. Fensu had taken a corner, the manifest still pressed to her chest. Jarek filled the doorway, his bulk cutting the light from the corridor. Everyone was looking at him. He had spent 12 weeks making sure nobody knew where the center of the web was. He had built a network of favors, debts, and hidden flows, and he had kept his own name out of every transaction. The tannery fire had not changed that. Pale's capture had not changed that. Even the ice house had been a rescue, not a revelation. But now they were all here, and they were all waiting. Tolba reached into his coat and pulled out the iron box. He set it on the work table. Ras looked at it, then at him, then opened the lid. Mert's tax notice. The ledger in the unrecognized hand, the 3 envelopes with Fensu's seal. The tannery fire was meant to destroy this, Tolba said. They did not succeed. He pulled out the ledger and opened it to the blank pages at the back, picked up the charcoal stub Ras used for inventory marks. Then he started writing. He wrote the names of his warehouses, the tannery, the levee, the South Canal storehouse he had never told anyone about, not even Fensu. He wrote the routes, the west entrance for grain, the north canal for batteries, the salvage drop at the old pumping station. He wrote the names of his carriers, the ones who had moved goods for him since week 3, the ones whose loyalty he had never tested because he had never needed to. He wrote the total value of the reserves, in system currency, in inventory weight, in mouths fed. The room was silent. When he finished, he pushed the ledger to the center of the table. That is what we have. That is what the council does not know. And that is what I have been trying to protect alone. Fensu looked at the ledger. Her face was unreadable. How many people know these names? Including you? 4, now 5. He glanced at Sipai. 6. Jarek stepped into the light. You just gave everyone in this room the means to destroy you, he said. I know. And you expect us to protect it? I expect you to understand why it matters. Tolba met his eyes. Cest is shipping Classless people with system abilities to an authority that does not exist in Parsin. 19 names on a manifest. Every one of them has the same kind of ability I do, and the same kind Seppi has. He paused. If I disappear, if my account gets closed, the warehouse does not vanish. The reserves do not vanish. The knowledge of how to move goods through this city does not vanish. He looked around the room. But if I keep hiding, if I keep being the only one who knows the full shake of what we have built, then the council wins. Cest wins. And the moment I stop being useful, they will take it. Mother Selin set her cup down. That is the first honest thing you have said since you walked into my refuge. Tolba did not doubt you. Ras began copying the ledger, his hands steady. Fensu pulled a chair to the table and started questioning Tolba about the South Canal storehouse, the route network, the carrier contracts, each answer producing another question as she built a map of the operation in her head. Jarek stayed in the doorway. You have 15 hunters? He said. If you need them, they are yours. But if I lend them to you, I need to know where they sleep, what they guard, and who pays for their food. The warehouse feeds them. Then we have an agreement. Sipai watched from the bench. You are giving it away. Tolba looked at her. I am making it survivable. She shook her head. No. You are telling them everything because you think the secret will die if you do not spread it. She wrapped the blanket tighter around herself. But secrets are not the same as trust. Selin turned from the door. She is not wrong. I know. Tolba turned back to the table. Fensu had the manifest open now, the 3 columns visible under the lamp. She traced her finger down the names. The boats passed the outflow channel without slowing. The seal on the manifest bore writing he could not ignore: Regional Authority, Capital Zone, Audit Bureau. Cest was not the real threat. Cest was the middleman. The question was who waited at the other end of the route. Chapter 27. The Refuge kitchen had not stopped moving since the ledger hit the table. Ras copied names onto fresh pages, his charcoal stub wearing to a nub. Fensu built her map in silence, tracing routes between the storehouses with a wet fingertip. Garrick stood by the door with his arms crossed, measuring every word spoken as if he was still deciding whether the agreement held. Sapi sat on the bench with the blanket pulled to her chin, watching Tolba with an expression he could not name. Mother Selin poured tea into a cup and set it in front of him. Drink. I am not. Drink. Then tell me what you think happens next. He wrapped his hands around the cup, the heat bit into his calluses. The council does not know about the manifest yet, he said, but they will. Sust knows his operation was compromised. He will report up the chain, and whoever waits at the other end of that route will want to know who tore the seal off their shipment. And then? Then they come looking. Fensu looked up from her map. They are already looking. The boats that passed the ice house were not hunting. They were running a schedule. That means the route is regular, which means someone upstream expects a delivery on a fixed rhythm. She tapped the manifest. When the next boat arrives and finds no cargo waiting, the question will reach whoever signs the regional authority seal. How long do we have? Depends on the schedule. Could be days, could be a week. She set the charcoal down. But the council vote is in 2 days. Tolba had not forgotten. He had simply been trying not to think about it. I know. Then you also know that Marat will use the manifest if he learns about it. A document showing classless trafficking tied to an unlicensed operation in the Canal district. He will frame it as proof that unregulated networks breed exploitation. She paused. He may even believe it. He would not be wrong, Sapi said. The room went quiet. Tolba turned to look at her. She had not moved from the bench, but her eyes were sharper now, less hollow than they had been in the sub-basement. Cest is trafficking people because there is a market for them, she said. That market exists because the system creates categories of usable and disposable. The council does the same thing with laws. You do it with warehouses. She held his gaze. The difference is whether you admit what you are building. I admit it. You admit it to us. In a locked room, after midnight. She shook her head. That is not the same as standing in front of the people who need to know. Mother Selin set her cup down with a soft clink. The Canal ward committees are already fracturing, she said. Word spread this morning that the council is calling for representatives. Every faction wants someone who will protect their interests, and every faction believes you are trying to crown yourself through hunger. Tolba stared at her. Who told them that? Marat's clerks. They have been circulating notices since dawn. Unofficial storage networks seeking recognition. Ward residents should be aware of who claims to represent them. She met his eyes. He is forcing you to name yourself before you are ready. He is forcing me to choose between hiding and losing. Yes. Fenson leaned back in her chair. Then do not choose either. Let the committees fracture. Let them fight over representation. While they argue, you file the charter documentation with the Crossing Stone Registry. A public filing. Your name. Your bond. She gestured at the ledger. You have the reserves to back it. That is more than any faction leader in the Canal ward can claim. And when Marat challenges it? He will. but he will have to do it in open session, with witnesses, while explaining why he wants to strip a registered bondholder of standing because of a class designation. She smiled without warmth. Even the awakened council has rules about that. Tolba looked at the ledger. His operation, his reserves, his name. Sapi was watching him. "You asked me what happens when you stop hiding?" he said. "I did not ask. I told you hiding is not the same as protecting." "Then what do you want me to do?" She tilted her head. "I want you to stop asking other people what they want you to do." The kitchen door opened. A woman Tolba did not recognize stepped inside, wet from the mist, breathing hard. She held a folded paper. "Message from the North Canal station," she said. "Captain Juno sent it, said you needed to see it before the morning bells." Mother Selin took the paper, unfolded it, read it once, then handed it to Tolba. The text was short. Council session moved to dawn. Marat called an early vote on emergency formalization. All ward representatives summoned. Tolba read it twice. Dawn. In less than an hour. "He is not waiting for the committees to form," he said. "He is forcing the vote while they are still fighting over who speaks for the wards." Fensu was already standing. If the vote passes before the committees name representatives, the council appoints them. Marat's people, not yours. Garrick pushed off the doorframe. "How many hunters can you get to the council hall before dawn?" "Not enough to matter," he said. "But I can get you through the gate without a fight." Tolba looked at the paper again, at the ledger, at the manifest with its seal from an authority that did not exist in Parsin. He had spent 12 weeks building something invisible. Marat was forcing him to show it. Sapi stood up from the bench, the blanket falling from her shoulders. "You said you wanted to make it survivable?" she said. "This is what survivable looks like. You walk into that hall, you table the bond, and you let them see what you built. Or you let them decide what you are with that with you're there to argue." The room waited. Tolba picked up the ledger. He had never wanted to be the face of anything. He had wanted to be the hand behind the counter, the name that never appeared on the manifest, the one who moved pieces while the board stayed blind. But Sapi was right. Secrets were not the same as trust. And Marat was already moving. Chapter 28. The sorting room behind the Refuge kitchen had never held this many people. Tolba stood against the far wall with the ledger under his arm, counting bodies. 14, 15, 16 committee members from the Canal wards, plus Mother Selin at the table's head, Fensu by the window, Jarek leaning near the door with his arms crossed. Sipai had pulled a crate into the corner and sat with her knees up, watching everyone the way she had watched him. They had 30 minutes until dawn. 3 positions, Mother Selin said. "We need to know who stands where before we walk into that hall." A woman with gray-streaked hair and a canvas jacket spoke first. "Enna from the Spillway ward. The council is offering labor protections," she said. "Limited, conditional, but they exist. If we push for full standing now and lose, we get nothing. No right to contract, no seizure protection, no acknowledgement that our work keeps the canals open." "Those protections come with ward compliance officers," a man named Hess said. He was younger, lean, with the hard look of someone who had been running salvage routes since before the awakening. "Council appointed, which means Mars people decide who qualifies as a legitimate carrier and who does not." "And your alternative?" "Keep what we have. The warehouse network, the supply lines, the leverage we built without their permission." Anna shook her head. "Leverage that gets burned, stores that get raided, carriers who get taken." She looked at Tolba. "No offense, but your operation exists because you are one man with one skill. What happens when you disappear?" The room went quiet. Tolba felt the weight of the ledger against his ribs. I am standing right here. For now. Sipai shifted on her crate but said nothing. A third voice cut in. Older man, bald, with the thick-fingered hands of someone who had spent years hauling freight. His name was Dorgan. There is a third position, he said. We go to the council. We accept their terms. We become licensed carriers with approved routes and compliance paperwork. We get the protection of law, even if it is awakened law. You want to surrender. I want to survive. Dorgan met Tolba's eyes. Your network feeds us. I am not ungrateful. But it is your network, your name, your bond. You decide what we carry, where we store it, who gets priority. The council would at least have rules that apply to everyone. The council's rules classify us as dependent labor, Fensu said from the window. You would trade one master for another. At least that master has a charter. The fracture was already forming. Tolba set the ledger on the table and opened it. I built this because the council left us outside the law, he said. If you want to walk into that hall and accept their terms because they promise safety, I understand. But the terms change the moment they do not need your leisure anymore. Then what do you offer? Anna asked. Beyond warehouses and promises? A charter, legal standing, contract rights that cannot be revoked by a council vote. Written by who? You. Her eyes narrowed. You want us to draft our own terms and walk into Mars' chamber demanding he accept them. With no guarantee he will. With no guarantee we will not be arrested the moment we'll cross the threshold. There is no guarantee. Then why should we trust you? Tolba started to answer, stopped. Sipai stood up from the crate. Because he is standing here, she said, in front of you, with his name on the ledger. Anna looked at her. And who are you? Someone he pulled out of a basement an hour before you arrived. The room shifted. Sipai walked to the table and put her hand on the ledger. He has been hiding for 12 weeks, building, stockpiling, negotiating, keeping himself invisible so the council could not find him. She looked at Tolba. But now he is here, in this room, with witnesses. He is asking us to risk everything, Hess said. He is asking you to decide. Sipai turned to face the room. That is different. Anna studied her for a long moment. Different how? Risking everything because someone else decided for you is not the same as choosing your own terms. She gestured at Tolba. He does not get to decide for you. He gets to offer what he built. The rest is yours. Tolba watched her. She had been in a basement an hour ago, tied to a chair, waiting to be shipped east, and she was standing here, forcing people to look at what he had been too careful to show. Mother Selin broke the silence. Positions are not factions, she said. We have 30 minutes until Marit calls that vote. We can spend them arguing about who to trust, or we can spend them writing terms that bind everyone at this table, including him. She pointed at Tolba. If you want ward support, you accept oversight. A committee, auditable records, shared control of the reserves. You do not get to be the invisible hand anymore. He had known this was coming. He had known since Sipai looked at him in the kitchen and told him hiding was not the same as protecting. Agreed. Anna blinked. Just like that? I did not build this to own it. I built it because no one else would. He pushed the ledger across the table. Write the terms. I will sign them. The room exhaled. Hess picked up the ledger, began reading. Dorgan pulled a chair closer. Anna reached for a pen. Tolba stepped back. Sipai caught his eye. That was the first honest thing you have said all night, she said, quiet enough that only he could hear. I meant it. I know. She looked at the committee. at the ledger changing hands, at the fracture beginning to seal. You asked me what survivable looks like, she said. This is it. You walking in. You showing them the face behind the network. You letting them decide. And if they decide against me? Then you know. She held his gaze, which is more than you had an hour ago. The door opened. Jarek straightened. A runner stood in the frame, wet from the mist, breathing hard. The council hall gates are opening, he said. Marit is calling the session. Tolba pucked up his coat. 30 minutes until dawn. He had never been ready for this. He was going anyway. Chapter 29. The Refuge kitchen smelled of wet wool and lamp oil. The committee had left their papers spread across the sorting table, and Tolba stood at the edge of the room, watching Mother Selin pull more chairs from the storage alcove. You need to hear them, she said, before you walk into that hall. I already agreed to the terms. Terms are paper. She set a chair down with a hard click. Witnesses are memory. The first one arrived before Tolba could argue, an older woman with a patched shawl and a child asleep against her shoulder. She recognized Tolba from the bazaar and nodded once before sitting. You do not know my name, she said, but I know your grain. Tolba stayed by the table. The woman's child shifted but did not wake. When the surge hit, my husband was on the drowned road. He did not come back. I had 3 days of rice and a broken water pump. Then your people came to the refuge with battery packs and sealed tins. She looked at the floor. I did not ask where it came from. I asked if I had to pay it back. You did not, Tolba said. I know. That is why I am here. More came. A carrier with a healing burn across his forearm, still wrapped in gauze. A scavenger who had found a cache of medical supplies in the South Canal storehouse. A woman whose son had been sick with fever until someone from Tolba's network brought clean water and a radio to call for help. They did not speak in praise. They spoke in debts. I owe you 4 tokens for the lamp oil, the carrier said. I have not been able to pay. My wife says you told her to stop counting. I am not counting, Tolba said. I am. The carrier met his eyes. Because I want to know who I owe when you are gone. The word hung in the air. Tolba looked around the room. 15 people. Some he recognized from the warehouse, some he had never seen before. They had come because Mother Selin asked them to, and they had come because he had given them something they could not get from the council. But they had also come to measure him. The scavenger leaned forward. She was young, maybe 20, with dirt crescents under her nails and a hard way of holding her shoulders. You gave me work when the guild said I was too classless to handle salvage, she said. You paid me in system currency. You let me buy food without showing a council permit. Yes. Do you know what that cost you? Tolba did not answer. I asked Ras, she said. He showed me the ledger. You lost money on my first 3 hauls because you paid me above stone value and sold the salvage below market. That was not a loss. That was investment. In what? In people who would still be alive when the next surge comes? She stared at him for a long moment. Then she nodded and leaned back. Good answer. Mother Selin stood by the stove. She had not interrupted. She had let the witnesses build their case through the weight of their presence and the silence between their words. Now she stepped forward. You have heard them, she said. Debts, grievances, gratitude, all of it tied to one name. I did not build this alone. No, but you built it in your imim. She gestured at the room. These people trusted you because you made them safer. But safety built on one person is not safety. It is dependency. Tolba felt the weight of the words. He had heard it from Enna. He had heard it from Sipai. He had heard it from Fensu in more careful terms. But hearing it from the carriers and scavengers, the people who had hauled grain through checkpoints and risked council attention just to keep the network alive, that was different. "What do you want from me?" he asked. The woman with the child answered before Mother Selen could. "We want to know that when you walk into that hall, you are not walking for yourself." "I am not." "Then prove it." She shifted the sleeping child to her other shoulder. "Tell us what happens if the council arrests you. Tell us who runs the warehouse. Tell us who decides when the next shipment arrives and who gets it." Tolba looked at the room. 15 faces. 15 people who had come because they needed to see whether he was building a wall or a door. "I have already agreed to oversight," he said. "A committee, auditable records, shared control of the reserves." "That is words," the woman said. "We need names." Mother Selen pulled a blank sheet from the sorting table and laid it flat. "Write them," she said. "Right now, in front of everyone." Tolba picked up the pen. He wrote Ras first, then Fensu, then Garrick, then Mother Selen, then Sipai. He listed the routes, the storehouses, the carrier schedules, the safe houses. When he finished, he pushed the paper across the table. "That is the network," he said. "Every name, every location. If I disappear, those people know what to do." The woman with the child read it slowly. Then she folded it and put it in her shawl. "Good," she said. The room began to shift. Some of the carriers stood. The scavenger picked up her coat, but before anyone could leave, the door opened. A man Tolba did not recognize stepped inside. He was in his 60s, with a limp and a canvas bag slung over one shoulder. His clothes were neat but worn. His hands were clean. He looked at the crowd, then he looked at Tolba. "My name is Baron Kell," he said. "I am Doran Kell's brother." The room went still. Tolba knew the name. Doran Kell, the North Exchange lamp oil trader. One of the 3 vanished merchants. Closed account at day 61. "I have been looking for you," Baron said, "since the night they took him." Tolba did not move. "I know what you are building," Baron said. "I know what the system does to people like us." He reached into his bag and pulled out a sheaf of papers, bound with twine. "I also know what the council is planning for the charter vote." He set the papers on the table. "They are not going to let you table the bond. They are going to arrest you the moment you move through the gate." Trop 30. Baron Kell's papers lay on the table like a challenge. The room had not moved since he spoke. 15 witnesses. One name from the vanished ledger. A brother who had spent weeks hunting the truth. Tolba looked at the bound sheath. "How do you know what the council plans?" "I work for them." Baron's voice was flat. 3 years as a clerk in the North Exchange Registry. I copied manifests. I filed permits. I learned how they move against people they cannot control. "And Doran?" "They told me he left the city. Said he took his capital east, that the road got him." Baron's jaw tightened. "I knew my brother. He would not have left without telling me. He would not have left at all." Mother Selen stepped forward. She did not touch the papers. She studied Baron the way she studied every newcomer, the way she measured a person by how they held their weight in a room. "You came here tonight because of the charter." "I came here because I heard Tolba Wunn was walking into the council hall with a bond big enough to force a hearing." Baron met her gaze. "That kind of wealth does not grow in secret without leaving traces. I followed the traces." Fensu moved from the wall. She picked up the sheaf of papers and began reading, her eyes tracking fast across the lines. After a long silence, she set them down. He is telling the truth. Tolba waited. Marat has a detention order drafted, Fensu said. It cites unauthorized accumulation of strategic commodities, operation of an unlicensed distribution, and suspicion of system manipulation. The arrest is scheduled to happen the moment Tolba identifies himself at the gate. Then I do not identify myself. You cannot table the bond without identifying yourself. Fensu's voice was patient. The registry requires the bondholder's name, your signature, your system account verification. Garrick spoke from the door. What if I walk in with him? My hunter's at the gate, my name on the filing. Then you become an accomplice to the same charges. Fensu shook her head. Marat wants Tolba in a cell, not in the chamber. He will not risk a public confrontation. He will arrest him before the hearing begins. The room was still. Tolba felt the shape of the trap now. Marat had built it with precision. The early vote, the notices in the wards, the detention order drafted before Tolba had even decided to walk through the gate. Every move had been anticipated, except one. What if I do not walk through the gate? Fensu looked at him. What if I file the charter without entering the hall? The filing requires physical presence at the registry desk. Then I send someone else. The bond requires the bondholder's system-verified signature. Tolba pulled his ledger from his coat. He laid it flat on the table and opened it to the last page. The page where Ras had copied every name, every route, every storehouse, every reserve. The bond does not require my name. Fensu stared at him. The charter needs a bond, Tolba said. A guarantor who can prove the institution has resources to back its obligations. But the bond does not have to be tied to one person. What are you proposing? The warehouse network has system currency, reserves, inventory value in every ward. I put it all in the ledger. He tapped the page. What if the bond is not my name? What if it is the network itself? Fensu was quiet for a long moment. Then she pulled a chair to the table and sat down. Explain. Tolba spoke as he thought, the words coming faster than he could organize them. The charter creates a classless ward authority, a legal body that can hold contracts, own property, stand in disputes. If that body is the bondholder, then the bond is tied to the institution, not to any one person. Bodies do not have system accounts. No, but the individuals who compose the body do. 5 signatures, 7, a threshold that requires consensus to move the reserves. Fensu's eyes narrowed. A trust account. Yes, with multiple co-signers and a governance structure. Yes, that is not how bonds are filed in Parsin. Then I will file it differently. Fensu looked at Mother Selen, then at Garrick, then back at Tolba. If you do that, you are not just filing a charter, you are creating a new entity, one that exists outside the council's recognition. I know. And if the council refuses to recognize it, you have no legal standing anywhere. I know. And if Marat still arrests you, the bond cannot be accessed without the co-signers, which means the charter cannot operate until you are released. I know. Fensu leaned back. You are not walking into his trap, she said. You are building a door he cannot close. Mother Selen pulled the ledger toward her. She read the last page slowly, her lips moving as she traced the names. Ras, Fensu, Garrick, Sipai, myself. She looked up. 5 co-signers. 7, Tolba said. Add 2 from the ward committees. Enna, Hess, someone Marat cannot dismiss as my creature. Enna will not trust you. She does not have to trust me. She has to trust the ledger. Mother Selen was quiet. Then she nodded. Write it. Tolba picked up the pen. He wrote the charter's preamble first. Simple words, direct, no legal flourishes, no hidden clauses, the kind of language that could not be twisted by a clever interpreter. The undersigned recognized that all residents of Parsin, regardless of class assignment, possess standing before the city's contracts, seizure disputes, labor agreements, and ward representation. This charter establishes a classless ward authority to hold and administer resources for the benefit of its constituents. He stopped. What is wrong? Fensu asked. The standing language, it says, regardless of class assignment, but the council will argue that the awakening itself created a legal hierarchy, that the system's assignment is a form of law. Then counter it. With what? With the system's own terms. Fensu leaned forward. The system assigns classes, but it also confirms transactions. It verifies signatures. It enforces contracts. If the system treats classless signatures as binding, then the system itself recognizes standing. Tolba stared at her. That is the argument. It is the only argument that Merit cannot answer without undermining the system he claims to serve. Tolba wrote. He wrote the charter's provisions, the ward authority's structure, the cosigner threshold for moving reserves, the requirement for auditable records, the right of any classless resident to petition the authority for relief or representation. When he finished, the page was full. He looked at Fensu. Will it hold? In a fair hearing, yes. And if the hearing is not fair? Then it holds long enough for people to see what the council is willing to destroy. The kitchen was quiet. Sipai stood by the stove. She had not spoken during the drafting, but her eyes had tracked every line, every pause, every shift in the room's weight. Now she stepped forward. You said the council will arrest you at the gate. Tolba felt the shape of the plan now, the risk in it, the fragility. But he also felt the shape of something else, a door. Get me somewhere to wait, he said, somewhere no one knows. Then file the charter. Fensu nodded. She turned and walked out into the dark. The door closed behind her. Sipai looked at Tolba. You just handed her everything. Yes. Do you trust her? Tolba did not answer, because the answer was not what Sipai needed to hear. He trusted the structure. He trusted the signatures. He trusted the legal cage he had built around the bond. But trusting Fensu? That was a question he would not know the answer to until dawn. Chapter 31. The kitchen had settled into the hollow quiet of people waiting for something they could not control. Tolba sat at the table with the charter draft spread before him, reading each line as if he could force the words to hold through sheer repetition. The preamble was solid. The standing language was tight. The bond structure with 7 cosigners gave the authority a spine no single arrest could break. But spines could be bent. Fensu had been gone 40 minutes. 40 minutes of Jarek leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, Sipai curled on the bench by the stove, Mother Salin wiping the same cup dry with a cloth that had stopped absorbing moisture an hour ago. Nobody slept. Nobody suggested leaving. Tolba read the charter again. The undersigned recognized that all residents of Parsin, regardless of class assignment, possess standing before the city's contracts, seizure disputes, labor agreements, and ward representation. The words were right. The question was whether the council would let them land. He looked up when the door opened. Fensu stepped inside with damp shoulders and a folded paper in her hand. The mist had thickened. Her coat gleamed with it. She crossed to the table and dropped the paper. The registry does not open for another hour, she said. I tested the bond language against the directive statutes. And? Directive 17 requires licensed distribution and approved appraisal for any entity handling critical commodities. It does not define entity as awakened, classless, or corporate. It says entity. She pulled out a chair and sat. The council wrote the directive assuming only awakened would have the capital to qualify. They never considered that a classless ward authority might file a bond large enough to meet the threshold. Jarek shifted at the door. How large? Large enough to cover 3 months of grain distribution, battery rotation, and lamp oil reserves for the Canal wards at full demand. Fensu said, large enough that the council cannot dismiss it as token capital. Mother Selen set the cup down. Can the authority actually meet that threshold? Tolba looked at her. If every co-signer contributes what they control, yes. Barely. Barely is not the same as firmly, Jarek said. It is the same when the alternative is 0. Jarek pushed off the doorframe and walked to the table. He did not sit. He stood over the charter like he's measuring a contract he might have to kill to enforce. There is something you are not accounting for, he said. What? Public filing triggers immediate seizure attempts. The moment that charter lands on the registry ledger, every awakened merchant who lost margin to your pricing will know exactly who you are and exactly where the bond lives. The bond is the authority, Tolba said. Not me. It does not matter. They will attack the structure because it threatens theirs. They will file challenges. They will petition for review. They will send roofs to lean on your co-signers until someone breaks. Jarek's voice was flat, not angry. He was stating facts the way a hunter states the weight of a load. Your support base is Canal ward families and classless carriers. That is not weak in loyalty, it is weak in leverage. The council can stall your charter for weeks while the challenges pile up, and stall is a polite word for starve. Tolba had already run the calculation. Jarek was right. The charter could be filed. It could be legal. It could still die slow if no one with public standing forced the council to answer. We need testimony, Fensu said. We have testimony, Tolba said. 15 witnesses sat in this kitchen and watched me write the succession plan. Witnesses are memory. Testimony is evidence. Evidence the council cannot ignore without explaining why. From whom? Fensu looked at Jarek. From someone who watched the city nearly fall and knows who kept it standing. Jarek's jaw tightened. You want me to speak in open chamber? You are a guildmaster. If you say the Canal district would have collapsed without Tolba's logistics, the council has to answer that claim or look like they abandoned a ward. I am already visible. Filing with the charter ties me him openly. Your guild badge protects you from seizure. Tolba's classless status does not. Jarek was quiet. Then he nodded once. I will speak. The door opened before anyone could answer. A man stepped in from the damp, short, wide-shouldered, wearing a barge watch coat with the collar turned up. Water beaded on the oiled fabric. Captain Eric Juno. He looked at the room, at the charter on the table, at the faces turned toward him. Then he closed the door and spoke. I received a message that something was being filed at dawn. I assumed it was a supply manifest. I was wrong. You were not supposed to know, Tolba said. I am supposed to know everything that moves on my canals. Juno's voice was low, worn. That is the job, and the job tells me you are about to put your name on a document that will draw every hungry eye in Parsin. Tolba did not look away. Are you here to stop me? Juno studied him. I am here to decide if I should. The kitchen held. Mother Selen set the cloth down. Jarek's hand rested on his belt. Sipai stood slowly from the bench. Juno looked at the charter. Read it. Tolba read it. The preamble, the standing language, the bond structure, the 7 cosigners, the requirement for auditable records, the right of any classless resident to petition for relief or representation. When he finished, Juno did not speak for a long moment. Then he said, "That is a government. It is a bond-backed authority." "It is a government," Juno repeated. "And you intend to file it without the council's permission?" "The council's permission is not required for a bond registration, only for a charter that claims jurisdiction the council already holds." Juno's eyes moved to Garrick. "You are supporting this?" "I am." "And you know what the council will do when the registry opens?" "Yes." Juno looked at Fensu. "You are filing it." "Yes." Then he looked at Tolba. "You are hiding until the charter is registered." Juno was quiet. The Wivd despised the tryst that this much runners bildly given, established many-hand with waste protected. "Don't take a question, boast, ademistist over at the public time and holding the product under the bows." Juno's voice was low, worn animalously. "I am just nesting happening here for love." Juno's voice was less terrified. A standing language, the bond structure, the 7 cosigners, the requirement for auditable records, the right of any classless resident to petition for relief or representation. When he finished, Juno did not speak for a long moment. Then he said, "That is a government. It is a bond-backed authority." "It is a government," Juno repeated. "And you intend to file it without the council's permission?" "The council's permission is not required for a bond registration, only for a charter that claims jurisdiction the council already holds." Juno's eyes moved to Garrick. "You are supporting this?" "I am." "And you know what the council will do when the registry opens?" "Yes." Juno looked at Fensu. "You are filing it?" "Yes." Then he looked at Tolba. "You are hiding until the charter is registered." Juno was quiet. "To the Jarek is repariately." The words landed like stone. Fensu's breath caught. Jarek straightened. Mother Selen closed her eyes for half a second, and when she opened them, something in her face had shifted. "What did you say?" Tolba asked. "I will testify," Juno repeated. "In open chamber, before the council. I will state that without your logistics, the Canal district would have collapsed, and I will name the council members who knew it and did nothing." The room was still. "Why?" Tolba asked. Juno looked at Tarragon. "A distripment. A Treskin filing triggers immediate seizure attempts. The moment that charter lands on the registry ledger, every awakened merchant who lost margin to your pricing will know exactly who you are and exactly where the bond lives. The bond is the authority. Not me. It does not matter. They will attack the structure because it threatens theirs. They will file challenges. They will petition for review. They will send roughs to leave on your cosigners until someone breaks. The gold is the authority, not me. It does not matter. They will attack the structure because it throats. The animals are so cannibal to apply with them. Please always see the swaits to normals. You are promotionally. The Pala pre-knitted this meter. We completely divide for the univertation things are harming hold winnies, which is a bread at sinking. This is recral tutally wa. I am a chariot flesh and plain. It's not a relance that extremes the picture eyes, but the glades are bit on this tech force with any light definition. My record on estima heaven steppa with my shift, the words tend it to trust. If I ghostly just had the shoal down around me titled beg, I warn from me. I said in the touch of the Costra court by my wan faces stabe, blah, Gino, The interior process of desk when I knew of the Niditic 2000, 4VA of any 0-2 base 0 in time 88 to 250 and minutes 3. Unemployed 1 and 20, which leaves are opened over glickers, a billion determalantics, this ictum zarthio, is ones of the agent ad craralit takeries, sirmulkush and gorika lawa, yul, a million genderal, and you more gather the width or sights everysence, mun between a larthly somebody when we are deliving operant interest and together with the ancient to gripness. Chapter 32. The knock came again. Harder. 3 beats, knuckles on wood, not a runner's tap, not a refugee's hesitant scratch, someone who expected the door to open. Jarek moved first. His hand dropped to his belt, and he shifted left of the frame, putting himself between the sound and the table where the charter lay with Tolba's signature still gleaming wet. "Who?" Mother Selin asked. No answer from the other side. Just the wet sound of breathing through damp air. Fensu folded the charter in one motion, sliding it inside her coat. The ink would smear. She did not care. "Back door?" she said. "If they are here for the filing, they already have the back covered," Jarek said. The knock came again. Slower. Deliberate. Then a voice. "Tolba Wunn. I am not coming to arrest you." The voice was measured, precise. The kind of voice that had spent years reading legal language aloud in chambers where every word carried consequence. Ivan Merritt. Tolba had never heard the Chancellor speak in person, but he knew the shape of that voice from every directive, every sealed notice, every policy draft that had tightened the cage around the classless wards. "Open the door," Tolba said. Jarek's jaw tightened. That is the man who wrote the detention order. "I know. He is here to delay you, to stall until the gates open on this terms." "He is here because he knows Fenshu is filing in 20 minutes, Tolba said. "If he wanted to stop it by force, he would have brought guards, not his voice." Jarek did not look convinced, but he stepped aside. Mother Selin crossed the room. She pulled the latch. The door swung inward. Ivan Minner stood in the mist alone. No clerks, no guards, no council seal pinned to his collar. Just a lean man in a dark coat, gray hair cut close, a split scar through his left eyebrow, and ink-stained fingers hanging empty at his sides. He looked at Tolba like he was reading a ledger. "May I enter?" Tolba did not step back. "You came to the Refuge kitchen alone, at dawn, knowing I signed a charter against your counsel. Say what you came to say." Merritt's eyes moved past Tolba, to Fensu with the charter in her coat, to Jarek with his hand on his belt, to Supais standing by the stove, to Juno, whose presence made something flicker behind Menard's calm. "Captain," Merritt said, "I did not expect you here." "I did not expect to be here," Juno replied. "But here I am." Merritt accepted that without argument. He looked back at Tolba. Nether Selin crossed the room. She pulled the latch, the door swung inward. It Finstead won. Ivan Minner stood in the mist alone. No clerks, no guards, no council seal pinned to his collar. Just a lean man in a dark coat, gray hair cut close, a split scar through his left eyebrow, and ink-stained fingers hanging empty at his sides. He looked at Tolba like he was reading a ledger. "May I enter?" Tolba did not step back. "You came to the Refuge kitchen alone, at dawn, knowing I signed in the tannery warehouse counting batteries by lantern light. Without the charter, without standing, without the right to petition, without the one thing that made the protection real? You are offering me the same cage," Tolba said, "just with better rations." Merritt's expression did not change. I am offering you survival. Your network survives. The canal wards keep their supply lines. The cosigners keep their protections. The only thing you lose is the illusion that the classless can govern themselves without the awakened who hold the roads, clear the monsters, and pay for the walls you hide behind. The awakened who hold the roads, Tolba repeated. You mean the guilds who would have run out of batteries last month if my stockpile had not reached their charging stations. That is exactly what I mean. You supplied them. You did not defend them. I kept them alive long enough to defend themselves. And if you disappear tomorrow, who keeps the supply lines open? Tolba felt the weight of the question, the same question Enna had asked in the sorting room, the same question Dorgan had raised, the same question Mother Selin had pressed him to answer with a written succession plan. Merritt was not mocking him. He was testing, and the test was fair. You are afraid of what happens when the charter comes under attack, Tolba said. You think I will not survive the fight, and you want to secure the supply lines before I fall? I want to secure the supply lines before you make the council destroy everything you built trying to stop you. That is not the same thing. It is the same result. Tolba looked at him. Merritt was not a villain. The offer was real, sincere. Within his worldview, it was the most generous thing he had ever offered a classless operator. That made it harder to refuse than if Merritt had come with guards and chains, because the offer was good. Labor protections, formal oversight, survival. But it was not standing. It was not the right to be seen, to be touted, to be heard when the law turned against those who could not fight. Tolba looked at Sibai. She was watching him from the bench. Her fingers were stained black from the manifestation she had touched in the ice house. Her eyes were sharp, waiting. He looked at Mother Selin, gray hair pulled tight, face lined with exhaustion, hands steady on the table. He looked at Fensu, the charter folded inside her coat, ready to run. No, Tolba said. Merritt stopped. You are making a mistake. Maybe. But the mistake I make standing in front of you is mine. The mistake I make accepting your offer would belong to every classless who watches me trade their standing for my survival. You are not responsible for every classless in Parsin. I am not. But I am responsible for what I build. And if I build it on the condition that I stay silent while the council decides who gets to be a citizen, then I have built a cage with better locks, not a door. Merritt studied him. The mist was thinning. Dawn was breaking over the canal. Gray light bled through the kitchen window. The gates open in 15 minutes, Merritt said. If your charter is filed, I would challenge it. I know. I will use every legal tool I have, every directive, every clause. I will argue that the bond is insufficient, that the cosigners are not legitimate representatives, that the classless ward authority has no standing to hold public trust. I know. And I will win, Tolba, not because I am right, because I have the votes. Tolba did not answer. Merritt turned to the door. He stopped with his hand on the frame. You could have saved the network. You could have kept the supply lines open. You could have lived. I could have lived hidden, Tolba said. That is not the same. Merritt stepped out into the thinning mist. The door closed behind him. The kitchen held silence. Fensu's hand was still on the charter. 15 minutes, she said. Tolba looked at her. File it. Chapter 33. The mist had not burned off by the time they left the kitchen. It clung to the canal bridges and the flood stairs, dampening sound and vision, turning the morning into a series of connected gray rooms. Fensu walked ahead with the charter inside her coat. Garrick flanked her at 10 paces, his hand resting on the grip of the blade at his hip. Tolba followed behind with Sipai, watching the doorways and the roof lines, and the places where fog swallowed sight. The streets were not empty. A cluster of men in dark coats stood at the mouth of Windward Lane, watching the path Fensu would take to reach the registry. They carried no weapons that Tolba could see, but their postures said they did not need to. Jarek saw them. He did not stop walking. He adjusted his angle, crossing to the opposite side of the street, and the cluster did not follow. But they watched, and they knew which direction Fensu was heading. "They are tracking movement," Tolba said quietly. "They are tracking her," Sipai corrected. "They know she is the one carrying it." Fensu did not look back. The registry gates appeared through the fog. Iron bars, a clerk's booth, a narrow window where filings were accepted between dawn and the first bell. A line of people already waited, 3 merchants with bound ledgers, a courier with a sealed satchel, a woman in a canvas coat holding a rolled document. Fensu joined the line. Tolba stopped at the corner of a boarded shangery and waited. The dark-coated men did not approach the registry. They stayed at the mouth of Windward Lane, watching. One of them wrote something in a small book. It took 12 minutes for Fensu to reach the window. It took 3 more for the clerk to examine the charter, stamp it, and slide a receipt through the iron slot. It took 1 minute for the clerk to look up from the next sheet and call Fensu back. "The shell account," Fensu said. Tolba was already moving. He crossed the street before he knew what he would do, arriving at the window as Fensu was speaking to the clerk in a low, controlled voice. The clerk was shaking his head. "I do not know whose order it was," the clerk said. "It came through at the turn of the hour. The account is frozen pending audit review. I cannot register the bond against a frozen account." Fensu's hand was still on the receipt. The charter was stamped, field, legal. The bond was not registered. "Who sent the freeze order?" Tolba asked. The clerk looked at him. It did not carry a name, it carried a seal. He did not say which seal. He did not have to. They regrouped in an alcove between 2 shuttered warehouses, the canal lapping at the pilings below. Fensu's face was still, composed, but her fingers were white where she gripped the charter. "They knew which account I would use," she said. "Did anyone other than you know about it?" "No one in this city." "Then someone traced the pattern," Tolba said. Merritt did not need to know the account number. He needed to know which filings moved through the registry at that same volume and frequency as your distribution routes. Once he identified the account, he told the council-aligned clerks to watch for a dawn filing from that source. Fensu did not argue. She did not say he was wrong. Garrick arrived a moment later, his boots wet from the bridge fog. "The Ruths are not waiting anymore," he said. "They are visiting the delegates." Anna's door was kicked in. Hess was stopped on his way to the Canal market and told to withdraw his signature, or the next visit would not be a warning. "Are they hurt?" "Shaken. Not broken yet." Tolba looked at the charter. The bond was not registered. Without the bond, the charter was a document without weight. Weights on paper that Merritt could dismiss as aspirational, not binding. 7 cosigners, 7 targets, and 1 account frozen before the ink was dry. "We need another bond source," Fensu said. "There is no other source," Fensu said. The shell account was the only one Merritt did not know about, and now he knows. "Then we do not use system currency." They both looked at Sipai. She sat with her arms crossed, her black-stained fingers pressed against her sleeves, her eyes sharp and unblinking. "We use goods," she said. "The warehouse has grain, batteries, lamp oil, salvage that has not hit the market yet. We register the bond in kind, not in currency. The charter says the bond must be sufficient to cover 3 months of distribution. It does not say the bond must be held in system currency accounts. Tolba stared at her. The registry window will not accept a goods bond, Fensu said. Then we do not file at the registry window. Sensu looked at Tolba. You have been treating this as a filing problem, a legal problem, a problem of getting the paper through the right window before the right clerk changes shift. But the charter is not about the bond. The charter is about the standing, and standing does not come from the registry. It comes from the people who agree to be bound by it. Merit will not accept a goods bond as legitimate, Tolba said. Merit does not have to accept it. The people who sign it do. And if none of them stand in the council chamber and say the bond is real, Merit cannot argue it away without admitting that the council's own definition of bond value is whatever serves their interests. Tolba held her gaze. The mist was thinning. Light was breaking through the fog, gray and cold and thin. Fensu's jaw was taut. It could work, she said. If we can get the goods to the chamber, if we can get the cosigners to witness the inventory, if we can force Merit to argue against grain and lamp oil as bond value while the canal wards are watching. That is a lot of ifs, Garrick said. It always has been. Tolba looked at the charter. Then he looked at the fog lifting over the canal. We need the records, he said. Every ledger, every manifest, every receipt that shows what we hold and where it came from. I write down the full network once. This time I write it in front of everyone who needs to see it. Fensu understood first. You are opening everything. I am giving them the map, the routes, the storehouses, the margins, the names, everything I kept hidden because I thought secrecy was the only protection. And if Merit seizes the information before you reach the chamber? Then the council sees exactly what happens when they cut the head off a network that has already distributed authority across 7 people and 3 warehouses. They will fight each other trying to control supply lines that no longer answer to one man. Sensu wonders this deaconess of being turnaway. We looked at the twos of soldiers beating into the fear. Well, benoses out you plansing, and let me meet you starp to leave one. And then this is where we go. The clerk at the registry window had already left her station by the time Tolba reached her. But a young man with ink-stained fingers and a council badge was reading a sheet of paper in the booth where the filings were sorted. He looked up when Tolba approached. You are the one filing the charter, he said. I am the one whose filing time was leaked. The clerk's face did not change. I do not know what you are talking about. You do not have to know. You only have to tell whoever asked you to delay the filing that the bond will be presented publicly at the council hall steps within the hour. And it will not be in system currency. The clerk stared at him. Tolba turned and walked back into the fog. Behind him, the clerk was already reaching for the message runner's bell. Chapter 34. The council hall's steps were wet with mist that had not yet burned off. Tolba stood at the base of them, the charter folded inside his coat, and watched the gray stone rise toward the iron doors, where 2 guards stood with crossed spears. Behind him, the fog carried sounds of the canal wards waking. A barge horn, a dog barking, the clatter of a shutter thrown open. He had imagined this moment 100 times. Walking through those doors with papers that would change the legal shape of the city. Presenting a bond that proved the network was real. Sitting in the chamber while clerks read his name and his claim into the record. He had never imagined arriving empty-handed on purpose. Sipai stood at his left, her black-stained fingers pressed against her sleeves, her face pale from the sub-basement, but her eyes sharp and unblinking. Jarek flanked the other side, heavy and silent, his scarred hand resting on the grip of the blade at his hip. Behind them, the first carriers were already emerging from the alley between the chandlery and the repair shop. Two men carrying a grain sack between them. A woman with a crate of batteries balanced on her shoulder. A boy dragging a sealed tin of lamp oil on a rope sled. The goods bond was coming. Tolba climbed the steps. The guards at the top did not move at first. Then the taller one shifted his weight, the spear butt scraping stone as he angled himself to block the door. "Session is not open to the public until second bell," he said. "I am not the public," Tolba said. "I am the filer of a classless ward authority charter. I am here to table the bond." The guard's eyes went to the carriers now spreading across the plaza below. Grain sacks stacking on the wet stone. Batteries arranged in rows. Lamp oil tins gleaming under the gray sky. "That is not bond currency," he said. "The charter does not specify currency form. The bond must be sufficient to cover 3 months of distribution. This is sufficient." Tolba held up the charter. "You can let me in, or you can explain to the chancellor why the bond was refused before he had a chance to examine it." The guard looked at the other guard. The door opened. The interior of the council hall smelled of old papery, damp wool, and something chemical from the lamp oil burning in the wall sconces. The chamber was smaller than Tolba had expected. A raised dais at the far end with a long table and 7 empty chairs. Benches along the walls where clerks and witnesses sat. A gallery above where the public could watch through a wooden rail. A clerk at a side desk looked up when Tolba entered. "Session does not begin for another hour," he said. "You cannot." "I am here to table a charter bond." The clerk's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "You are Tolba Wunn?" "I am." The clerk's hand moved toward a bell on the desk. "Do not ring it," Tolba said. "I am not here to cause a disturbance. I am here to file, and I am here to do it openly. Tell Chancellor Marit that the bond is being presented on the steps, in goods, with witnesses. Tell him I will wait until the session begins, but I will not leave." The clerk stared at him. "You are the one they were going to arrest." "I know. And you walked in anyway." "I walked in so everyone could see me walk in." The council cannot arrest someone who is standing on the public steps in front of 36 witnesses with a legal filing in his hand. They can only argue against the filing, and the argument has to hold in the light. The clerk's hand stayed over the bell, but he did not ring it. Tolba turned and walked back through the doors. The fog was thinning faster now. Light fell in cold yellow shafts across the plaza, catching the grain sacks, the battery stacks, the tins of lamp oil gleaming like stacked coins. More people had gathered, not carriers, ward residents, women with children, old men leaning on canes, a cluster of scavengers with salvage packs still on their shoulders. They stood in a loose semicircle around the goods, watching, waiting, not understanding what they were seeing. Sipai stood at the center of the growing crowd, her voice thin than those closer for all. The answering required a street answer, a first Landswoot hutful, the genuine record, the goods bond that anyone can count, a right of petition that any classless resident can use without my permission. I am giving away the control I spent 12 weeks building, because control that depends on one person is not control. It is a leash. The woman studied him. "And if the council votes it down?" "Then the council stands in front of the canal wards and explains why they refused a bond that would keep people fed through the winter." A murmur ran through the crowd. Behind Tolba, the iron doors of the council hall opened again. Chancellor Ivan Murat stepped out. He was alone. No clerks, no guards. He stood at the top of the steps in his dark coat, his gray hair cut close, the split scar through his eyebrow catching the light. He looked at the goods spread across the plaza. Then he looked at Tolba. "You came yourself." "I did. I expected you to send a proxy, a shell, a name that could be disowned if the filing failed." "I know. Marit descended 3 steps, stopped. His hands were empty at his sides. You built an unauthorized distribution network across 3 wards. You accumulated strategic commodities without license. You operated outside every emergency regulation this council has drafted, and now you stand at the door of the hall where those regulations were written, asking to be let in under law. Yes, why should anyone trust a man who hid his power until he was cornered? The question echoed across the plaza. Tolba felt the weight of it. The same question Mother Salenlid had asked, the same question Sipai had asked, the same question he had asked himself here in the dark hours before dawn, when the fog was thickest and the charter was still blank paper. Because I am not asking for trust, he said. I am asking for law. A law that binds me the same way it binds every awakened merchant in this city. A law that says the warehouse reserves are not my property, but a ward asset. A law that requires 7 signatures to move anything, not 1. He held up the charter. The bond is on the steps. The goods are counted. The co-signers are named. The records are open. If you want to argue that this is still a hidden operation, you have to explain why I brought everything into the light. Marit was silent for a long moment. Then he turned and walked back through the iron doors without another word. The clerk at the side desk was ringing the bell now. The session was beginning. Chapter 35. The chamber smelled of ink and damp wool, and the accumulated tension of people who had not slept well in weeks. Tolba walked through the iron doors, with the charter folded in his left hand, and Sipai's words still ringing in his skull. You asked us to trust the structure, not you. The council hall was narrower than he had expected. A raised dais at the far end held 7 chairs, only 4 occupied. Marit stood at the center desk, not seated, his dark coat buttoned to the collar. To his right sat a woman with silver hair cropped close to her skull, and a man in a guild signet who would not meet Tolba's eyes. To his left, a younger counselor in a scavenged military jacket watched the door like he expected trouble to follow Tolba through it. 2 empty chairs. 2 council members who had chosen not to attend. Tolba filed that fact away and stopped at the low wooden rail that separated the chamber floor from the dais. No guard stopped him. No clerk asked him to wait. The bell had already rung. Marit raised his hand. Tolba Wunn, Classless, vendor, operator of an unlicensed distribution network across the Canal wards, the North Exchange, and the South Basin. The words landed like charges read from a warrant. Is that what you wish the record to show? Tolba held up the charter. I wish the record to show that I am here to register a classless ward authority under the bond threshold defined by Directive 17. The bond is on the steps. The co-signers are named. The records are open. The records you kept hidden for 12 weeks. Yes. The admission drew a murmur from the gallery. Tolba did not turn to look. He kept his eyes on Marit. I built an operation that no one could see. I kept it invisible because I thought that was how you survive when you have no class and no name and no one to speak for you. And I was right. Secrecy kept me alive. He paused. It also kept everyone else dependent on me. Unable to continue the work if I disappeared. Unable to challenge my decisions. Unable to know whether the grain I stored was going to their children or to a reserve I had no intention of releasing. The woman with the cropped silver hair leaned forward. You are admitting you built a hidden power structure? I am admitting I built a hidden power structure, and I am standing here to dismantle it. Marit's jaw tightened. That is a fine speech, but the charter does not dismantle your network. It legitimizes it. It gives the same operation a legal seal and calls it reform. The charter requires 7 signatures to move any asset. It requires auditable records filed with a ward committee, don't with Mole. It grants any classless resident the right to petition for relief without my permission. That is not my network anymore. It belongs to the people who signed for it. And yet you are the one standing at this rail. Because I am the one who built it? The co-signers are outside. They chose not to enter. They chose to wait until the bond is accepted. The younger counselor in the military jacket spoke. What bond? I saw grain sacks and battery stacks, not currency. The charter does not specify currency form for the bond threshold. Directive 17 defines the value requirement, not the medium. The goods are assessed at market rate by 3 independent appraisers waiting at the steps. If the council wishes to challenge the valuation, the appraisers are prepared to testify. The counselor exchanged a glance with the silver-haired woman. Marek set his hands flat on the desk. You have answered the procedural question. Now answer the political one. Why should this council recognize a ward authority that exists because one man decided to operate outside every emergency regulation we have drafted? Tolba had expected this question. He had rehearsed answers, legal answers, structural answers, answers that framed the charter as a correction of process, not a challenge to authority. None of them would work here. He stepped closer to the rail. Because your regulations do not feed people. The chamber went still. The awakened clear the roads. They hold the gates. They fight the surges. No one is arguing about that. But who moves the grain after the rods are clear? Who repairs the batteries that power the district pumps? Who sorts the salvage that keeps the workshops running? Who crews the barges that carry lamp oil and medicine through the canals? He looked at each counselor in turn. Classless haulers, classless repair crews, classless sorters and carriers and dock workers and warehouse counters. The city does not function without them, and your regulations do not recognize their labor as part of the civic structure. You have built a legal order that treats the people who keep Parsin alive as temporary assets, not citizens. The silver-haired woman opened her mouth, but Marit spoke first. The council has not had time to formalize labor standing. The emergency has been ongoing. 12 weeks. That is how long you have had. And in those 12 weeks, I have tracked every grain shipment, every battery rotation, every lamp oil delivery across 3 wards. I know exactly how much the city depends on classless labor because I have been measuring it. He paused. It also kept everyone else dependent on me, unable to continue the work if I disappeared. Not happens when the man who built the network is no longer there to maintain it. Tolba looked at Marit. Then the 7 co-signers continue. The auditable records continue. The charter continues. I built it to survive me. And if someone kills those co-fanners, one by one, the way your roughs visited Anna and Hess last night? The chamber erupted, counselors demanding answers, clerks shouting for order, the silver-haired woman rising from her seat. The young counselor in the military jacket slammed his palm on the desk. Chancellor, did you send men to threaten charter signatories? Marat did not flinch. I sent men to ask questions. If threats were delivered, they were not delivered on my order. Then whose order? The door at the back of the chamber opened. A clerk walked in, pale-faced and crossed to the dais. He leaned close to Marat and whispered. Marat listened. His expression did not change, but his hand resting on the desk curled into a fist. Chapter 36. The clerk stepped back from the dais without meeting anyone's eyes. Marat's hand stayed curled on the desk. He did not look at the paper the clerk had placed beside him. He looked at Tolba instead. You have witnesses. I do. Then call them. Tolba turned to the chamber doors. He nodded once. Captain Juno, you were not on the witness list. I was not on the notification list either, but I am here. He pulled a folded paper from his coat and laid it flat on the rail. A map. The Canal district, marked in ink that had bled at the edges from damp. 12 days into the surge, the outer levees were compromised. The East Canal Road was underwater. The North Exchange had stopped taking deliveries because the guilds could not guarantee security past the third flood stair. He tapped the map. In that window, the canal ward consumed 140 pounds of grain a day, 200 battery cells, 60 tins of lamp oil. The council had no distribution plan for classless households. The guilds had no distribution plan for anyone outside the combat roster. He looked up. Tolba Wunn had a plan. The chamber was quiet. His carriers moved through the back canals during the night. His repair crews kept the water pumps running when the power grid failed. His warehouse fed the Refuge, the salvage crews, the barge watch dock, and 300 families the council had not accounted for. You authorized this? The young counselor asked. I did not need to. The supplies arrived, the pumps ran, the families ate. I authorized the canal lane because I knew what would happen if I did not. He looked at Meret. The council did not catch the appraisal fraud. The council did not stockpile grain. The council did not repair a single water pump during the surge. Tolba Wunn did all three, and he did it without a single awakened combat class. Meret did not answer. The silver-haired woman spoke instead. Captain Juno, are you saying the Canal district would have fallen without his network? I am saying the Canal district would have fallen without his network. She sat back. Juno stepped aside but did not leave the rail. The chamber doors opened again. A woman in a canvas jacket walked in. Gray-streaked hair, a bruise healing on her cheekbone. She stopped at the rail and looked at the council without lowering her eyes. I am Enna, Canal Word Committee. I was one of the people who signed the charter. She touched her cheek. Last night, 2 men kicked my door in. They told me to withdraw my signature. They said the charter would never hold, and if I kept my name on it, I would not have a door left to kick. Did they name who sent them? The young counselor demanded. They did not have to. She looked at Meret when she said it. Meret met her gaze. I did not order your door kicked in. Then someone in your chain did. The silver-haired woman raised her hand before Meret could respond. We will investigate the threats separately. Continue. Enna did not move. I worked the canal docks for 9 years. Before the awakening, I was a freight foreman. After the awakening, I was classless. My labor did not change. My title did, but my standing vanished overnight. She pulled a folded paper from her pocket. This is a dock manifest from week 4 of the surge. It lists 240 pounds of grain delivered to the North Exchange. 14 classed workers signed for it. 40 classless workers carried it. The manifest shows only the classed names. The carriers do not exist on paper. She held it up. That is not a mistake. That is how the system works. You count the people who matter. You erase the rest. She folded the paper and put it back in her pocket. Tolba's charter changes that. That is why I signed. That is why I am still signed. She stepped back. The chamber was silent again. Meret let the silence stretch. Then he stood. You have made your case, Captain Juno. You have made your case, Mistress Enna. You have presented a bond. You have presented a charter. You have presented data on classless labor that no one in this room has bothered to collect. He paused. But you have not answered the question I asked, and I will ask it again. He looked at Tolba. What happens when you disappear? I told you. The co-signers continue. The co-signers you chose. The structure you designed. The institution that carries your name in every line of its founding document. Merritt stepped around the desk. You built this, Tolba Wunn. You built the network. You found the routes. You hired the carriers. You exposed the appraiser fraud. You designed the charter. You wrote the bond. You stand here today because you built something that cannot exist without you. He stopped at the rail. That is not an institution. That is a dependency. And dependencies do not survive their architect. The young counselor shifted. The silver-haired woman watched Merritt with an unreadable expression. Tolba met Merritt's stare. Then test it. How? Appoint an overseer. Council approved. Give them access to every ledger, every route, every storehouse. Let them verify that the network operates without my daily instruction. Merritt did not blink. You would accept a council appointee inside your operation? I would accept a council appointee inside the charter. The ward authority is not my personal property. It is a legal entity. It can be inspected. It can be audited. It can be held accountable. He paused. That is the difference between what I built and what you are afraid that I built. Merritt studied him for a long moment. Then he turned and walked back to the dais. He sat down. Counselors, you have heard the testimony. You have seen the bond. You have read the charter. He looked at the young counselor. I will call the vote. The young counselor nodded. The silver-haired woman raised her hand before Merritt could respond. We will investigate the threats separately. Continue. Anna did not move. I worked the canal docks for 9 years. Before the awakening, I was a fraught foreman. After the awakening, I was classless. My labor did not change. My title did. But my standing vanished overnight. She pulled a folded paper from her pocket. This is a dock manifest from week 4 of the surge. It lists 240 pounds of grain delivered to the North Exchange. 14 classed workers signed for it. 40 classless workers carried it. The manifest shows only the class claims. The carriers do not exist on paper. She held it up. That is not a mistake. That is how the system works. You count the people who matter. You erase the rest. She folded the paper and put it back in her pocket. Tolba's charter changes that. That is why I signed. That is why I am still signed. She stepped back. The chamber was silent again. Merritt let the silence stretch. Then he stood. You have made your case, Captain Juno. You have made your case, Mistress Anna. You have presented a bond. You have presented a charter. You have presented data on classless labor that no one in this room has bothered to collect. He paused. But you have not answered the question I asked. And I will ask it again. He looked at Merritt when she said it. Merritt met her gaze. I did not order your door kicked in. Then someone in your chain did. The silver-haired woman watched Merritt with an unreadable expression. Tolba met Merritt's stare. Then test it. How? Appoint an overseer. Council approved. Give them access to every ledger, every route, every storehouse. Let them verify that the network operates without my daily instruction. Merritt did not blink. You would accept a council appointee inside your operation. I would accept a council appointee inside the charter. The ward authority is not my personal property. It is a legal entity. It can be inspected. It can be audited. It can be held accountable. He paused. That is that institution. That is a dependency. And dependencies do not survive their architect. The young counselor shifted. The silver-haired woman watched Merritt with an unreadable expression. Chapter 37. The chamber held. Merritt's hand stayed where it was, fingers still against the desk, but the tremor visible in the spread of his knuckles. He had not opened the paper. He had not looked away from it. The silver-haired woman waited 3 breaths, then spoke again. "Chancellor, the chamber waits on your instruction." Marat blinked, his hand lowered. He looked at the counselors, at the gallery, at Tolba. "Very well. Seniority order. I vote last." The silver-haired woman nodded. She stood. "I acknowledge the testimony presented," she said. "I acknowledge the bond. I acknowledge that Consul failed to document classless labor during the surge, and that this charter addresses a gap in our legal framework that we should have closed ourselves." She paused. "I vote in favor of the Classless Ward Authority Charter." She sat. The silent counselor rose. He was older than Marat, with a face that had not changed through the hours of testimony. Gray hair crept close, hands folded on the desk in front of him. He had asked no questions, had made no statements. He looked at the gallery, then at Marat. "When the system awakened," he said, "I expected the strong to claim power and the rest to adapt. That is what emergency government means. That is why I supported the Provisional Council." He paused. "But I also expected those who claimed power to prove they could hold it. Not through combat, through capacity, through continuity, through willingness to bear cost." He looked at Tolba. "This man has done that. He built a supply line that fed 300 families while we debated jurisdiction. He exposed a fraud in our appraisal system that none of us detected. He presented a bond in goods rather than currency because the charter did not specify form, which tells me he read the law more carefully than we did." He turned to Marat. "He has shown capacity. He has shown continuity. He has borne cost. By the standards we claim to govern by, he has met the test." He straightened. "I vote in favor of the Classless Ward Authority Charter." He sat. The young counselor rose next. He looked at Marat with an expression that was not triumph, but something heavier. "I vote in favor." He sat. The 4th counselor, a woman with gray streak hair and a scar across her chin, rose slowly. "I vote against. Not because the charter is wrong, but because we are voting under duress. A crowd in the gallery. A bond on the steps. A man who forced his way through our door. That is not deliberation. That is a spectacle." She sat. All eyes turned to Marat. He stood. The paper lay unopened on his desk. He did not look at it. He looked at Tolba. "You came here to win a vote," he said. "You have 3 votes. I am the 4th. My vote will not change the outcome." He paused. "But I will cast it so the record is clear." He looked at the silver-haired woman. "I vote against." He sat. The silver-haired woman rose again. "The charter passes. 3 votes in favor, 2 against, 2 absent, and forfeit." She looked at the gallery. "The Classless Ward Authority of Parsin is recognized under Provisional Council Directive 17, with all rights, obligations, and standing defined in its founding document." The chamber released its breath in a sound that was not quite applause, not quite relief, something between pressure escaping and a held weight settling. Tolba stood at the rail. He had won. The gallery began to move. Carriers clasped each other's shoulders. The woman in the canvas apron pressed both hands to her mouth. Sippy stood at the edge of the bench with her R's crossed, watching Tolba with an expression he could not read. Marat had not moved. He was still standing at the dais, one hand resting on the unopened paper. The fingers no longer trembled. Then the blue light began to unfold at the edge of Tolba's vision. Cold, precise, unfurling like text being written by a hand that did not breathe. He felt his chest go still. The system notification resolved in front of him, cutting through the noise of the chamber, through the weight of the vote, through everything. A single line. Audit interval extended. And below it, still resolving, a second line beginning to form. Chapter 38. The second line resolved slowly, each glyph forming edge to edge, as if the system itself was working through something heavier than routine confirmation. Audit interval extended. Reserves within threshold. Evaluation continues. No signature. No seal. No promise of clearance or threat of closure. Just the cold statement that Tolba was still being weighed, that the machine measuring him had not reached its verdict. He blinked and the text remained, floating at the edge of his vision like a second pupil. The chamber had not gone quiet. The gallery was moving, voices rising in overlapping waves of relief and argument. The young counsel was speaking to Marat in a lowered voice. The silver-haired woman was writing something on a sheet of paper. The gray-streaked woman who had voted against was gathering her coat. Tolba stood at the rail and did not move. He had won. The words did not feel real. City stepped up beside him. She did not touch him. She just stood there, arms still crossed, watching the room with the flat attention of someone who had seen too much in the last 12 hours. "You're still standing," she said. "So are you." "That's not what I meant." He turned to look at her. Her face was unreadable in the chamber light, shadows pooling under her eyes, her jaw set in something that was not quite defiance. "What did you mean?" "The vote passed," she said, "but you haven't sat down yet." He looked at his hands. They were gripping the rail so hard the knuckles had gone white. He let go. The blood rushed back in a prickling wave. "I don't know what comes next," he said. "Neither do I." She paused. "But I know what comes right now." She nodded toward the dais. Marat was walking toward them. The gallery noticed. Voices dropped. Heads turned. The space between Tolba and the Chancellor suddenly felt like the only thing in the room worth watching. Marat stopped 3 feet from Tolba. His hands were empty. The unopened paper was still on the desk behind him. He looked at Tolba for a long moment. "You have the vote," he said. "Yes." 3 in favor, 2 against, 2 absent. "I know the count." Marat's mouth tightened, not anger, something closer to acknowledgement. "I did not expect you to come yourself," he said. "I expected a proxy, a shell, a legal filing from a name I could not trace." "You told me you would challenge the charter," Tolba said. "I decided you deserved to say it to my face." Marat studied him. "That is a dangerous instinct. So is building a supply line that feeds 300 Fandras while hiding it from the people who think they run the city." The corner of Marat's mouth moved. Not quite a smile, not quite anything. "You have capacity," he said. "You have continuity. You bore cost. Those are the standards I set." He paused. "You met them." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. Tolba had braced for anger, for legal threats, for the quiet promise that the fight was not over. He had not braced for respect. "I will still oppose you," Marat said. "The charter exists, the ward authority is recognized, but I will work to ensure it is bound by the same regulations every other civic body in this city follows. You will not operate outside law simply because you wrote the first draft." "I am not asking to operate outside law. You already did, for 12 weeks. I operated outside your law. There is a difference." Marat held his gaze. "We will see," he said. He turned and walked back toward the dais without another word. The gallery began to move again. People stepped around Tolba, some brushing his shoulder, some meeting his eyes with expressions that ranged from awe to suspicion to plain exhaustion. Jarek appeared at his left. "You need to get off this floor," he said quietly. "There are people outside who will want to talk to you, and people who will want to find you later. We need to control the order of both." The warehouse? Still standing. The goods bond is still on the steps. Ras is guarding it with 3 of my hunters and a crowd of carriers who are not going to let anyone touch it without a fight. Tolba nodded. Sitipa was still beside him. She had not moved. "You felt it," she said. He looked at her. "What?" "The notification, when it resolved." "Yes. It's not done." He waited. "The second line," she said. "It's not just an extension. It's a standard. They are measuring you against something." "Against what?" She shook her head. "I don't know yet, but I felt it." She tapped her chest. "It's like standing in a room and knowing someone is watching through a crack in the wall. You cannot see their face, but you know they are deciding something about you." Tolba felt the weight of that settle into his ribs. Audiobook extended. Not a reprieve, a continuation. "Then we keep building," he said. Sitipa looked at him. "That is your answer?" "It's the only one I have." She held his gaze a moment longer. Then she nodded. "All right." They walked toward the chamber doors. The corridor was full of people. Canal ward residents, carriers, salvage crew, a woman with a child on her hip, an old man with a repaired radio slung over his shoulder. They did not cheer. They stood and watched, as if waiting to see whether the man who had won the vote would disappear back into the fog or stay visible long enough to be tested. Tolba kept walking. The doors opened onto the steps. The goods bond was still there, grain sacks and battery stacks, and lamp oil tins arranged in neat rows under the morning light. Ras stood beside them with a ledger open in his, reading out quantities to a cluster of carriers who were checking each item against a written list. He looked up as Tolba appeared. "Boss. Status. Everything accounted for. 3 people from the North Ward came to ask if they could buy from the bond. I told them it was not for sale, it was registration." "What did they say?" Ras' mouth curved. "They asked when the next delivery was coming." Tolba stood at the top of the steps. The sun had climbed above the Canal district. The fog was burning off. The city was still there. Hungry, fractured, waiting. And now the Classless Ward Authority existed on paper. He touched the vendor cart badge on his lapel. Then the blue light unfolded at the edge of his vision again. A no notification. Secondary restriction detected. His chest went cold. Honestly, a continuation. "Then we keep building," he said. "Skullparks, Crowsport, Blubless, what's gonna understand when I spect?" This leader was just a complete to nickeration. The Tolba's eyes had already been restand for what the necris. There are still in exalis. The grain as the man of his miser. We complain to get the drider of the Kletch's new Astgord Utine. "I am excited to stand, my fawn." "We already did. For 12 weeks. I operated outside your wall. We already get to me. We already did to find you later. We need to control the order of both." The warehouse? Still standing. The goods bond is still on the steps. Ras is guarding it with 3 of my hunters and a crowd of carriers who are not going to let anyone touch it without a fight. Tolba nodded. Sitipa was still beside him. She had not moved. "You felt it," she said. He looked at her. "What?" "The notification when it resolved." "Yes. It's not done." He waited. "The second line," she said. "It knows extension. It's a standard. They're measuring you against something." "Against what?" She shook her head. "I don't know yet, but I felt it." She tapped her chest. It's like standing in a room and knowing someone is watching through a crack in the wall. You cannot see their face, but you know they are deciding something about you. Tolba felt the weight of that settle into his ribs. Audit interval extended. Not a reprieve, a continuation. Then we keep building, he said. Solpars, cruisport, believe grieve of the wealth, which I speak the Karza. I am never given something out for. I'm hiveted down. I beginning 3 and then always leave time. Chapter 39. Jarek's hand caught Tolba's arm before he could read the notification a second time. Not here, Jarek said. Not in front of the steps. Tolba blinked. The blue text had already faded, but the cold remained, settled deep in his ribs like a splinter he could not read. Secondary registration detected. Registrar Hale Vey, en route. The words had felt final, not a judgment, a docket entry. He let Jarek steer him down the steps, past the stacked grain sacks and the battery towers, and the carriers who were still checking quantities against Rass's ledger. People turned as he passed. Some nodded, some stared. A few looked past him as if searching for someone else, someone who would step forward and explain what the charter actually meant now that it existed on paper. Tolba had no answer for them. He did not have one for himself. Sipai walked at his left, close enough that her sleeve brushed his. She had not spoken since they left the chamber. Her face was pale, her jaw set, her eyes fixed ahead with the intensity of someone tracking a sound only she could hear. They rounded the corner of the council building and stopped in the narrow alley between the wall and a boarded shendry. The fog was thinner here, but the damp still clung to everything, cold and patient. Jarek released Tolba's arm. What did it say? Tolba told him. Jarek listened without interruption. When Tolba finished, he stood silent for a long moment, one hand pressed flat against the wall, as if he needed the stone to steady himself. Capital Zone, he said finally. That is what the manifest seal said. Regional Authority, Capital Zone, Audit Bureau. I know. They are coming here. The notification said, en route. Not scheduled, not pending review, en route. Sipai spoke for the first time. They were already watching. Both men looked at her. She was standing with her arms crossed, her fingers pressed into her sleeves as if she were cold. But her eyes were not cold. They were bright, too bright, the same look she had worn in the ice house sub-basement when she told Tolba what the manifest columns meant. The second line, she said, on your notification, the one that was still residual. I saw it too. You saw my system notification? I saw the shape of it, not the words, the shape. She tapped her temple. It was the same structure as the manifest, the same authority tag, 3 layers, local, regional, something above both. Tolba's chest tightened. You read the manifest once, in the dark, while you were tied to a chair. I did not need to read it twice. She met his gaze. The structure is embedded. It is not just a stamp, it is a protocol. Every time the charter gets registered, every time the bond gets updated, every time you file a transaction under the ward authority, that protocol sends a copy, not to the council, to the layer above. To auditor, to whatever auditor reports to. The word hung in the damp air. Jarek straightened. Then we have a clock, he said. Before Hale Vey arrives, we need to know everything the capital zone already has. What they have seen, what they can prove, what they want. We don't even know who Hale Vey is. No. But someone does. Jarek looked at Sipai. You said your valuation is surfacing deeper data now? What kind? Sipai hesitated. It was a small hesitation, barely a breath, but Tolba caught it. He had seen her hesitate before, when she was deciding whether to speak the truth or a version of it she thought he could handle. "I have been seeing patterns," she said, "for 2 days. Since the ice house. At first I thought it was the shock, the fear. But it kept happening. Every time I touch something that has passed through multiple hands, I see layers. Not just the route, the authority that authorized the route, the signature that cleared it, the seal that approved the transfer." She pulled a scrap of paper from her pocket. It was folded small, creased at the edges, the ink smudged from handling. "I found this in the Refuge kitchen. It is a delivery receipt from the North Exchange, dated 4 days ago. Grain shipment. Standard route." She held it out. "Touch it." Tolba took the paper. Valuation did not activate. The receipt was ordinary. Numbers, dates, a clerk's initial. But Sipai was watching him with an expression he could not read. "I saw the full chain," she said. "The night of the vote. When the notification resolved. I saw the shape of your audit interval. It extends past Parsin." "Past Parsin where?" "I do not know, but it is not a regional extension. It is not capital zone." She paused. "It goes up." The silence stretched. Jarek broke it first. "We need to get inside. We need to talk to Fonsu. We need to find out what she knows about capital zone registrations and mandate titles, and we need to do it before Halevay arrives." He turned and walked toward the canal end of the alley. Tolba stayed where he was. Sipai did not move either. "You are not coming," she said. "I will be there, but I need a moment." She studied him. The notification, the extension. It feels like watching a door close that you did not know was open. He did not answer. She nodded as if his silence confirmed something. "I will find Funsu," she said. "Do not take too long." She followed Jarek into the thinning fog. Tolba stood alone in the alley. He pulled the vendor cart badge from his lapel and held it in his palm. The metal was worn smooth at the edges, the pin bent slightly from years of being fastened and unfastened and fastened again. "Auditor no." She shook her head. "A different seal, a name. 2 words. I could not read the second one clearly, but the first word was mandate." The word landed like a stone in still water. Jarek's hand dropped from the wall. "Mandate," he repeated. "Not the name of a person, a title." "Yes. The capital zone has a position called mandate." "I do not know," Sipai said, "but I know it is older than the charter, older than the council, older than the awakening in Parsin. The seal was worn. It has been used for a long time." Tolba folded the receipt carefully and handed it back. "You said your valuation has been changing since the ice house. Getting deeper. What else have you seen?" Sipai looked at him. For a moment, something passed across her face. Not fear, not hesitation. Something closer to recognition, as if she had just understood a question she had been carrying for days. "I saw you," she said, "the night of the vote, when the notification resolved. I saw the shape of your audit interval. It extends past Parsin." "Past Parsin where?" "I do not know, but it is not a regional extension. It is not capital zone." She paused. "It goes up." The silence stretched. Jarek broke it first. "We need to get inside. We need to talk to Funsu. We need to find out what she knows about capital zone registrations and mandate titles, and we need to do it before Halevay arrives." He turned and walked toward the canal end of the alley. Tolba stayed where he was. Sipai did not move either. "You are not coming," she said. "I will be there, but I need a moment." She studied him. The notification, the extension. It feels like watching a door close that you did not know was open. He did not answer. She nodded, as if his silence confirmed something. "I will find Funsu." Burns to my place had a village of what wood and the faint sharp tang of battery acid. Tolba stood just inside the loading door, one hand on the frame, letting his eyes adjust to the dimmer light after the alley's gray. The space had changed in the hours since he had last seen it. Ras had organized the main floor into lanes, grain stacked on pallets to the left, batteries cased and labeled on shelves along the far wall, lamp oil tins arranged by size under the high windows. A ledger lay open on the work table near the stove, a pen laid across the page, as if someone had stepped away mid-entry. But the warehouse was quiet. No carriers, no committee, just the hum of the generator in the corner and the drip of condensation from a pipe joint. He was not alone. Garrick stood at the far end of the work table, his back to the door, reading something by the stove light. He did not turn when Tolba entered. He just waited. Tolba walked the length of the room. His boots echoed on the planks. The sound felt too loud, too exposed, in a space that had always felt like shelter. "Where is Fensu?" "She is coming," Jarek said. He still did not turn. "I sent a runner to her chandlery." "Sipai?" "Waiting at the Refuge. Mother Selin insisted. She said Sipai needed rest, not more warehouses and ledgers." Jarek finally turned. The stove light caught the scar that pulled at his left eye, deepening the shadow on that side of his face. He held a sheet of paper in his hands. It was folded in thirds, the creases sharp, the paper itself the heavy cream color of official correspondence. "I need you to look at something," he said. Tolba stopped at the table. "What is it?" "A transaction confirmation, from a shipment that passed through the North Exchange 3 days ago. Batteries, 200 cells, grade A, from the capital zone." Jarek laid the paper flat on the table and smoothed it with his palm. It cleared standard inspection. It passed through the guild registry. It was paid in system currency, full rate, no discrepancy. He paused, and it was co-signed by 2 auditors. Tolba stepped closer. He could see the confirmation now, a standard form with the blue system ink that never faded. The top line showed the date, the origin, the destination. The middle section listed quantity, grade, agreed value. The bottom third was the co-signature line. He had seen that line 100 times. It always carried one name, one seal, one authority mark. This one carried 2. The first was auditor. He knew the shape of it now, the angular lettering, the way the system printed the name as if it were a title rather than a person. The second was shorter, a single word, printed in a smaller script, the characters slightly tighter, as if the system had compressed them to fit beside the first. Capital. Capital? Tolba read it aloud. Not a name, a jurisdiction. Yes. Auditor and Capital co-signed a battery shipment. Yes. Tolba looked up. Jarek's face was unreadable, the scar pulling the corner of his eye into something that might have been exhaustion, or might have been dread. "You are sure this is real?" Tolba said. It was not a question. "I checked it against the guild copy. The quartermaster has the same confirmation. Different paper, same words, same 2 signatures." "When did it arrive?" "This morning, before the vote. It was sitting in the guild mail slot when I returned from the council hall." Jarek's hand moved to the paper, not to take it back, but to tap the second signature, once, with his index finger. This is what Seppi saw, what she called the layer above the capital zone. Auditor is not the top. Auditor is the local inspector, the one who reviews the ledgers Parsin generates. But there is another layer above it, one that cosigns shipments moving between cities, between regions. Tolba stared at the paper. 2 signatures, 2 layers, 2 sets of eyes watching from a height he had never known existed until Seppi spoke the name mandate in an alley 20 minutes ago. "We find out what capital sees," he said. We find out what reports auditor has already sent up the chain. We find out what Hale Vale is carrying in those forms. He picked up the badge. He pinned it back to his lapel. And we prepare for the auditor the way anyone prepares for an inspection we knew was coming. We clean the ledgers. We tighten the protocols. We make sure every transaction is defensible. He looked at Garrick, because if the capital zone sends an auditor to review us, and they find what they expect to find, we lose everything before we even know we were being judged. Garrick nodded slowly. That is not the answer I expected. What did you expect? I expected you to say we fight. Tolba shook his head. The system cannot be fought with weapons. It cannot be fought with legal tricks. It cannot be fought with hidden networks or secret storehouses or loyalty oaths written in candlelight. He touched the confirmation with his fingertip. The system fights with ledgers, with thresholds, with margins and thresholds, and co-signature lines. He looked up. So we fight the same way. We make our ledgers cleaner than theirs. We make our margins tighter. We make our co-signers realer. He took his hand off the paper, and we survived the review. Jarek stared at him for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a folded envelope. It was not the confirmation. It was a different paper, the edges worn, the ink faded in places. I have something else, he said. He held it out. Tolba took it. It was a guild log entry from 6 weeks ago. A standard manifest for a salvage shipment that had passed through the North Exchange. The goods were ordinary: copper wiring, ceramic insulators, steel bolts. The destination was listed as a repair depot in the Canal district. The co-signature line had one name: Auditor. But at the bottom of the page, in the margin, almost invisible, was a second mark. Not a system mark, a hand-drawn symbol, a circle bisected by a vertical line. Tolba had seen that symbol before. On the ledger Fensu had given him, the one that listed vanished classless merchants. Where did you get this? Ren Hazik found it in the archive this morning. She was pulling old manifests for a routine audit and noticed the marking. She did not know what it meant, so she brought it to me. Tolba stared at the symbol, a circle bisected by a vertical line. Closed account. This is the mark on people who were taken, he said, the merchants who disappeared, the ones whose valuation abilities were identified and shipped east. Jarek nodded. That shipment was batteries, not people, but the same mark is on it, which means the trafficking network was not just moving lefted classless people, it was also moving standard goods, legitimate cargo, and using the same ledger system to track both. Tolba looked at the confirmations still lying on the table. 2 signatures, Auditor and Capital. He looked at the manifest in his hands. 1 signature, 1 hand-drawn mark of predation. Parsin was not the only ledger, he said. It was the first ledger they reviewed, but it was not the first they stocked. He folded the manifest carefully and slid it into his coat. The Canal warehouse felt smaller now. The grain stacks, the battery shelves, the lamp oil tins, all of it just inventory waiting to be counted by someone who had already been counting longer than he had. Tolba walked to the door and looked out at the fog. Somewhere in that thickness, Hale Vale was traveling toward him. And somewhere above both of them, 2 signatures were waiting to approve the next transaction. He did not know what Capital saw, but he was about to find out.